The living room of Isoger's house was silent as Dane, the youngest son, approached the table. For objects stood before him: a spear, a dagger, a mage's bag, and a summoner's symbol. His father, Arkin, wanted him to be the next great spearman. His mother, Lily, thought he would follow her path as the deadliest assassin. Arabella, his older sister, wished he would be a mage like her, while Claire waited in silence for him to choose to be a summoner. Normally, a child would choose one, but when Dane touched the table, all four glowed at once. The crowd gasped in amazement. Such a reaction had never happened before. To them, it was the birth of a genius. To him, it was nothing new because this child was not just Dane, he was Ark, a knight of the four corps of the Dranic Empire. Orphaned as a baby when his mother died in the war, he grew up with only steel and blood. At 14, he was thrown onto the battlefield where his manticore awakened and his talents skyrocketed. He rose quickly, surprising his comrades by mastering four cores and almost becoming one of the strongest knights in the Empire. In the end, his path was cut short. On the battlefield, he faced Duke Thermion of Altion, one of the 6 knights of class. Exa, his sword broke, his chest was pierced, and his dreams ended there. He was reborn in the empire of his old enemies with the power of a warrior who had already lived and died in battle. Now, back to the present. Dane is also perplexed by the situation. He remembers being a talented soldier in battle, but now he feels he's on another level. Little Arabella curiously asks her father what to do, since this has never happened before. But both his father and mother are just as confused, realizing they must teach him all 4 paths. This surprises the other 2 ladies while Dane smiles contentedly. Time passes, and we're in the training room where the clashing of weapons is heard. It's Dane and his father. It seems our boy has grown quite a bit since the last time we saw him just 30 seconds ago, if I'm not mistaken. Arkin laughs heartily at his son's good results, as Dane has improved the technique he taught him. The boy thanks his father, and we learn that he is now 7 years old. While they're laughing, a man suddenly appears. Dane looks at him curiously, and we see that the man is carrying a spear. It seems Arkin was expecting the spear and quickly takes it and gives it to Dane, telling him it's his birthday gift. He says he thought about giving it to him at the birthday banquet, but preferred to deliver it before his mother's gift. Arkin also mentions that he has been preparing the spear for 2 years, commissioning it from a famous craftsman in the capital. Then he wishes him a happy 7th birthday in advance. And our boy excitedly drops his old stick and takes his father's spear, saying he'll use it because it's great. He likes how the black handle and the silver tip match. And besides, it's very light. His father asks him if he likes it, and he replies that yes, he loves it. He's so excited that he starts playing with it. His father asks him if he knows the difference between a sword and a spear. Dana says that a spear's length lets you keep opponents at a distance, and because of its small point of contact, it has high attack efficiency. His father nods, saying that's true, but warns him that as he gets stronger, it will be harder to use than a sword. He points out the basic problem with spears. To attack, you need a minimum distance from the opponent, but tells him not to worry too much about it, since every weapon has its pros and cons. He explains that even swords, seen as perfect weapons, can be weak in certain situations. His son is encouraged by this and says he'll keep it in mind. The father starts spinning the spear in his hand and invites his son to a spar to show him something. Dane is amazed to see the power emanating from his father. It's the first time he's seen the power flow of an SSS-Class spearman, and the magical energy his father emits is overwhelming. After charging, the father throws the spear, and the space around the tip becomes distorted. He explains that the distortion happens because he released his magic power when he threw the spear. This technique uses the core's characteristic of concentrating magic power at one point. The son comments that his sister mentioned this to him and says that humans can improve their physical abilities by increasing their cores, which expands their limits. He thinks about how he previously had a quadruple core and that everything he knows now is from his past life, while his father smiles broadly, proud of how well his son has studied, and reminds him that he now has 6 mana cores. Of course, the boy feigns surprise, but inwardly thinks that if he hadn't died, he could have reached 6 cores too. Then his father encourages him to try his new spear. Dana seems a bit hesitant, but his father tells him to clear his mind, forget his worries, and thrust the spear. The son agrees, and while holding the spear, he thinks about how in his past life, he wasn't interested in spears after discovering his talent for swordsmanship. He only used spears as a secondary option, but now is the time to try it. He gets into his stance, closing his eyes while his father reflects on how good his form is. He can't help but smile from ear to ear because it took him 7 years to master this technique. But since his son is still so young, he wonders if he can achieve it. But as soon as Dane threw the spear, Reality shattered, subverting his father's expectations. He never expected this miracle to happen. He is startled and shouts, asking his son how he knows so much. When Dane finishes the technique, the man approaches his son, laughing and saying he did a great job. Dana explains that the moment he threw the spear, he gathered magic power in one place and imbued it into the tip. When a magic power reached the tip, he cut off its flow. The father goes crazy hearing this and asks if he has formed a mana core. Dana replies yes, revealing that while reading a book about creating mana cores, he decided to try it and fortunately succeeded. Of course, he's lying because he actually did it while practicing mana breathing. The father kneels to look his son in the eye, feeling proud. He is sure his son will be an incredible warrior. Dane smiles, thinking about the surprises he has for the future that will leave his father astonished. Meanwhile, the father wonders if his son will be a mage, a spearman, an assassin, and a summoner all at once. As night falls, Dane's 7th birthday begins. The guests gather at the castle, and the hall is filled with music and laughter. Everyone is having a good time. Duke Bao, who killed our boy in his past life, also attends the party. Seeing Arkin, he calls him over to catch up. Arkin greets him as Duke, but Bao tells him to drop the formalities and speak as he always does. Bao belongs to the greatest house of the Altheon Empire and leads the Duchy of Thermion. Arkin approaches his friend and whispers that many people are watching them, so he must maintain formality. The Duke tells him to do as he pleases and asks about his son. Then, Arkin calls Dane over to greet Duke Thermion. Hearing Duke Thermion's name, Dane's mind flashes back to the past, remembering his last encounter with him. When the boy introduces himself to the Duke, he says his name is Dane, sobers and bows his head, mentioning that it's an honor to meet him. The Duke laughs, impressed by the boy's manners, and asks his father if Dane is also learning to use a spear, to which Arkin confirms that he is. Just then, a young lady approaches Duke Bao from behind, and when Dane sees her, he's taken aback. For a moment, the girl greets Count Sogers, bowing her head quickly, to show her good manners. She introduces herself as Layla Thermion, the youngest daughter of the Duchy of Thermion. After this encounter, the celebration continued. The guests enjoyed the music and a beautiful evening, but the same couldn't be said for Arkin Sogers and Bao Thermion. This was all because Baroness Thermion was still ill, and despite Bao's best efforts to find a cure or a way to heal her, nothing had worked. Arkin hoped it was a temporary problem and that his friend's wife would get better soon. However, Bao warned him that if he suddenly disappeared, it would mean his wife's condition had worsened, and he would use a teleportation scroll to return to the capital. The party was for Dane, yet he had disappeared somewhere. To Bao, he seemed like a sharp kid, and he wanted to talk with him more. Arkin didn't know where his son was either, and he noticed that Miss Layla had also disappeared with him. Finding them was easy. They had gone for a walk together, probably because they found the party boring, just like many others. But what they were talking about was a mystery to their parents. In private, Layla was very talkative and admitted she hated following her father to all these noble parties. But this time, she was glad she came. Layla had heard Dane was handsome, but he looked even better under the moonlight. She liked this place, and Dane was happy to hear that. Unlike the capital, the Sogers family's territory was a quiet and pleasant place. That's why Layla envied it. At her home, something is always happening. Nobles visit daily with business and proposal for her father, and sometimes even the imperial family shows up. The most annoying part is that every time someone arrives, she has to dress formally and go greet them. That's exactly what she hates. Instead, she'd rather wear something practical and simple and practice her swordsmanship all day. Dana was surprised that such a small and seemingly harmless girl practiced with a sword instead of magic. He himself loved his quiet territory. It wasn't as bustling as the capital and gave him plenty of free time to practice with his spear, which he loved. Layla was surprised at first that he used a spear, but then she remembered his father's nickname, and it all clicked. She had heard her own father talk many times about how incredible the blue whirlwind was, and since Dane practices so much with the spear, it seemed he also wanted to get into the academy. But that wasn't the reason why. Dane practiced with the spear. Layla was surprised by his answer. To her, striving to enter the academy was a given. She had heard it was very difficult. Dane had no doubt he would get in. He practiced because he wanted to improve after getting into the academy. Layla couldn't believe his confidence. So, she asked him what he would do if he didn't get in. Well, even then, our hero wasn't going to worry or give up. He would simply try again, and if it didn't work on the second attempt, he would take it as a sign that it wasn't his path. Layla couldn't believe such a casual attitude toward the future. Then she asked if he was afraid of upsetting his family, but our hero wasn't worried. Compared to the trials of his past life, it was nothing. Layla, on the other hand, could only envy him. In her household, failure is considered unacceptable. Even though Dane had been among nobles for 7 years, it still surprised him how petty they could be, worrying about such things. As for Layla, he had no doubt she would succeed. Upon hearing his words of encouragement, she cheered up and proposed that he watch her sword skills. Our hero was a bit surprised by her enthusiasm, but it was impossible to stop her when an opportunity to practice with her sword presented itself. Layla immediately asked where the training ground was, and Dane took her there, hoping nothing bad would happen. On the training ground, Layla didn't hold back and performed her moves like an expert Chinese swordsman. To a novice's eyes, her movements might have seemed perfect, but our hero was no novice. Watching her movements, he had to admit that her transitions between offense and defense were smooth and the timing of her attacks was excellent. But there was one detail. Over time, her movements lost their rhythm and fluidity. Out of breath after the exercise, as satisfied, Layla asked him what he thought of her moves. At first, Dane wasn't completely honest and said she did great and that he liked watching her. Layla felt pleased with the compliment, but Dane decided to be sincere. He noticed she could still improve. For example, after the third form, Layla took an extra half step and then continued with the following forms. Those extra half steps made the sword forms feel a bit misaligned. This criticism left Layla speechless. It looked like she was going to cry, and Dane thought the criticism must have been very obvious to her. He even apologized for upsetting her, mentioning that maybe he was wrong since he had seen the swordsman use the sword a long time ago, but his worries were for nothing. Layla soon regained her composure and gripped the sword more tightly. She now saw her mistake. She repeated the training movements, and this time they were perfect. Dane's advice was exactly what she needed for perfection. Her joy and gratitude were immense, and she even hugged Dane. Our hero tried to resist, but it didn't work very well. Layla was simply fascinated by how much he knew about swordsmanship. In an instant, he had understood what she was doing wrong, something her teachers had never told her. She promised she would remember his help. Finally, she let go of Dane, nearly suffocating him, only to then almost cut him with her sword. That young lady really needed a lesson in self-control. Dana was surprised by the sudden hug, but it couldn't be said that he disliked it. Of course, their private moment was interrupted by the shouts of servants looking for them. Their break from the banquet was over, and they couldn't hide any longer. They hurried back, so they wouldn't be found on the training grounds. Upon their return, Dane became the center of attention as his parents congratulated him on his birthday and for discovering his first manticore. And of course, they gave him a gift. It was a brooch with a family crest, just like the ones his older sisters had. His mother advised him to treasure it, as this brooch would serve as proof of his status and honor. After his parents, all the guests congratulated him as well. Dane had officially earned the Soger's name, and no one doubted he would grow up to be a good man like his father. Dane's parents were very happy and little. Dane was too, as it was the first time in his 2 lives that he had received such warm congratulations from so many people. Suddenly, the room shook. The guests screamed in fear, thinking it was an earthquake or an invasion. Dana was also worried, but his father quickly reassured him, telling him there was nothing to fear. Arkin Sogers knew exactly what was happening. Although he had hoped for a quiet day, it seemed his daughter hadn't listened to him. Dana didn't know what to make of the bolts of lightning that appeared near the hall's ceiling, and in an instant a portal emerged above the frightened guests. The guests were still in awe when a small figure stepped out of the portal, defying the laws of physics and landing without a problem. It was Dane's older sister, Arabella. According to her, she wasn't late. The guests still couldn't close their mouths, surprised that such a young girl could already use teleportation magic. Normally, to open a small gate, at least 5 chains were needed. Dane was not impressed by her power. Rather, he was annoyed by how loud and flashy she was. Just as the guests began to calm down, a huge monster appeared in the sky, a large wyvern with a rider on its back. It seemed Lady Claire was scaring the guests this time. She was in a bad mood, having arrived just a step behind her sister. Upon entering, the guests commented that she was a brilliant summoner, but no one expected her to control a wyvern at only 16. Finally, they were home, and together they presented themselves before their parents and brother to wish their favorite little brother, Dane, a happy birthday. After their flashy entrances, Dane's sisters quickly gave him their gifts while wishing him a happy birthday. He thanked Arabella and Claire for coming. Even though they were busy with their studies, the girls were excited to watch their little brother open his gifts. Duke Arkin almost cried at the special treatment his son received. After all, his daughters had only given him a letter for his birthday. Dane opened the box Arabella gave him, and inside was a ring that had been converted into a practical dimensional bag. She had designed the artifact herself. The subspace magic used in its creation was of the highest tier. Arabella's professor was the one who applied it to the ring. It's well known how difficult it is to infuse subspace magic into an object. Arabella took the ring and affectionately took her brother's hand to put it on him. It must have taken a long time to design an artifact that could support a subspace. She also applied Dane's genetic code to the ring so that only her little brother could use it. It's a one-of-a-kind item. Mom Lily observed the ring and saw a wave of mana running through the artifact that indicated it was made with high-quality magic stones. Arabella explained that Dane only needed to imbue a little mana into the ring to establish the subspace. It's more convenient than common dimensional bags. That fact alone made it an invaluable artifact. As Dane recalled, tools like these were only used by the wealthy. In battle, only noble commanders and high-ranking mages possessed such a useful power. The ring would even grow with him, adapting to his body. Dane infused his mana into the artifact, and a green portal opened before everyone. Duke Arkin was amazed to see his son do it so easily. Claire Duke, Balthermion, and Layla were all impressed by the brilliant demonstration of magic. Dane opened a subspace faster than Arabella had years ago. He was a genius. It would undoubtedly be a revolutionary achievement if he managed to cultivate both a mana core and a mage circle at the same time. After the magic demonstration, Claire approached her brother and gave him her gift. Dane opened the present slowly, thanking his sister. Inside the box was a peculiar egg resting on a cloth. Confused, he took it and asked what it was. Claire nervously warned him to be careful, as it was no ordinary egg. Everyone in the family was also curious about what the strange gift was, but Claire only revealed what it was to Dane. She whispered that it was a familiar. She had obtained it accidentally while trying to summon the Koron. Claire herself didn't know what would come out of it, but everyone knows how valuable a familiar can be. Dane tried to imagine what he would name this rare egg. He had heard of familiars before. Unlike summons, they are a distinct entity. A summoned familiar can stay in the real world forever. Claire said that Dane must keep this egg a secret until it hatches. He promised he would. The whispering between them annoyed Arabella, who felt excluded. According to Claire's instructions, Dane had to pour his mana into the egg every morning and night so it would recognize him as its owner. Lily was happy that her little one received such incredible gifts. It showed how much her children cared for each other. After the gift-giving, Duke Arkin cleared his throat and reminded his daughters to at least greet their parents, since they had interrupted the party after saying they might not be able to attend. Noticing they hadn't spoken to their parents since they arrived, the girls greeted their father awkwardly. Duke Arkin was a softy with his children, so he didn't mind much. He was happy to see his daughters again. Since they left to pursue their professions, the girls rarely came home, so Duke Arkin was just glad to see them healthy. From afar, Layla watched the Sogers family being affectionately loud and jovial with each other. The little girl couldn't help but compare her own family situation with theirs. Dana saw her watching and turned his head. He noticed her low spirits as she walked away in silence. He wondered why she seemed so lonely, and sat amidst a lively crowd of nobles. The banquet ended, and the next day arrived. Duke Balthermion had stayed overnight and was now walking through the Sogers' territory. He couldn't stop thinking about how incredibly talented Arabella Sogers was. As expected of the Academy's best mage, her talent in the magical arts was incomparable. The girl could be the perfect match for the son of Duke Thermion, the best swordsman at the Academy. If the houses of Sogers and Thermion were united through the marriage of those two, they would form a faction capable of rivaling the imperial family. If that happened, no one could mess with either house and their children. So the Duke of Thermion decided to bring up the topic of an engagement between their eldest children in his conversation with Arkin today. On his way to a meeting, the Duke of Thermion heard the ring of steel nearby. It was coming from the training field. Someone was perfecting their technique very early in the morning. Of course, it was Dane, honing his spear skills with total focus. After years of practice with his father, he had become lethal with the weapon. Combined with his incredible work ethic, he was more than ready for combat. He was incredibly focused, moving with the fluidity and precision of an expert warrior, crossing the training ground while delivering lethal strikes. He increased his speed and intensity. Finally, his arms became a blur as he delivered a flurry of thrust with the spear in just a few moments. His curiosity piqued. The Duke of Thermion found himself spying on the boys training from afar. He was surprised to see the youngest son of House Sogers training so intensely. With his expert eyes, he could see just how polished Dane's technique was. His movements and concentration were not those of a 7-year-old child. Even his simple thrusts were refined to a terrifying degree. Everything was executed with such perfection that even veteran spearmen could learn something from him. When Dane finished his last sequence, he was panting and breathing heavily. The Duke of Thermion was impressed from start to finish. What he had just witnessed seemed impossible. He had heard rumors about the young Sogers showing incredible talent, even as a baby, but he had always dismissed them as mere talk. Now, he knew the rumors were true. After a brief rest, Dane began practicing again. This time, he focused on his movement and footwork. As one of the strongest swordsmen in the country, Duke Thermion couldn't help but notice that the boy's posture and footwork resembled those of a master. The Duke wondered if the boy, despite his age, had somehow learned swordsmanship at a high level. Dane finally noticed someone watching him from the gate. He brandished his spear, ready to attack, and warned the spy to show himself. The Duke of Thermion was taken aback at being discovered by a child. It was not his proudest moment as a warrior. The more he thought about the movements of Dane, the more familiar they seemed. He was certain he had seen that footwork before. The Duke revealed himself and apologized to Dane for observing his private training, assuring him he meant no harm. Realizing the onlooker was Duke Thermion, Dane felt a pang of regret for his sharp tone. Even though he had been in this body for 7 years, this man was still the one who had defeated and killed him in his past life. Recalling his etiquette training, Dane Sogers formally greeted the Duke. The Duke of Thermion confessed he was fascinated by the Rising Star's morning training and apologized again. The boy accepted his apology with composure. The Duke was amused by his bravery in speaking to him as an equal. Looking closer at Dane, he noticed the boy's body showed no signs of fatigue or trembling, despite such intense training. When he was that age, he hadn't even faced a manticore. The Duke praised Dane's powerful thrusts, noting that the boy had inherited Arkan's talent with the spear. The spear itself was also very well made. Dane formally thanked the Duke for recognizing his technique, and the Duke smiled. Not only was this boy a lethal warrior, but he also knew exactly what to say in any situation. In comparison, his own son lacked such skills and manners at the age of 7. This encounter made the Duke of Thermion consider a marriage between Layla and Dane. He then hinted that his daughter also trained with the sword. He proposed that since they were of a similar age, they should look out for each other when they entered the academy. Dane continued to respond with courtesy. The Duke was pleased by the young man's sincerity. Finally, Duke Thermion excused himself so he wouldn't interrupt Dane's training any further. But before he left the training hall, he had one last question. He wanted to know if the boy had also trained in swordsmanship. Dane realized he had made a mistake in front of the Duke. His old habits must have surfaced without him realizing it. With Duke Thermion's sharp eye, it was no surprise he'd recognize those small details immediately. Dana mentioned that he had only read books on basic swordsmanship, but had never trained formally. Still, the Duke found it strange to perceive such a raw, battlefield instinct in the boy, but common sense told him that an inexperienced child shouldn't possess that kind of instinct. In the end, the Duke stopped pressing the issue and said his goodbyes, and Dane returned the farewell. The Duke of Thermion also invited him to visit if he ever came to the capital. The master swordsman had become personally interested in Dane's talents. Dane wondered if the man still remembered him from that other life. The very thought of defeating the man who had ended his life before made his blood boil. If he established a solid foundation and prepared step by step, he was sure he could surpass the Duke. One of his goals is to defeat the powerful Thermion in this life. Continuing his training, Dane lost track of time, and his assistant, Ernan, had to go find him. He always watched the child from the shadows, ready to attend to his every need. With Hernan's almost invisible presence, Dane thought this guy might have a talent for assassination and stealth. Today, everyone had been very busy preparing for the second banquet. Some of the nobles had already begun to arrive. Gathering more than 30 noble families on the exact date was difficult. Dane's sisters had already opened a portal and returned to the academy. It couldn't be helped, as they had exams coming up. It was time for Dane to get ready and dressed. He reminded himself to check the gifts his sisters gave him last night. After his arduous training, Dane was attended to and dressed. He entered the family hall with his parents and mingled with the nobles. Dane applied his etiquette training all night while mingling with high society. They paraded him around as the birthday boy. All eyes were on him. Finally, he managed to leave the hall to get some air. The life of a noble was exhausting. His schedule was fuller than usual as the birthday boy, but at least he always found comfort resting in his beautiful garden. Mr. Gardener worked hard to cultivate this beautiful place, a beauty that brought peace. Dana looked at the splendid flowers, full of unique colors, while butterflies danced around them. He remembered his older sister explaining that flowers contain a lot of mana. Since he had some free time, he decided to try and analyze the mana in these flowers. Dana closed his eyes and focused on the flow of mana in the air. Without opening them, he began to understand the concept his sister had explained. He could feel the mana in the flowers. He had been training in several fields at once, but hadn't seen notable progress in magic and summoning. He struggled to choose which fields to dedicate his time to. Having so many talents could be a problem in moments like this. The guy was literally suffering from success. After a few minutes immersed in the garden's mana, he finally saw the mana within the flowers. He couldn't believe that something so small contained such a large and dizzying flow of mana. If one feels the flow of nature and makes it their own, that principle can settle in the body and form a magic circle. That is exactly what was happening now. It helped a lot that his affinity with mana was incredible. He could clearly see something that others could barely perceive with their sixth sense. A walk in the garden had improved his perception of mana. What he barely saw before was now much clearer. He was about to understand the mechanisms of magic when he felt something break. Meanwhile, two noble children entered the garden, bored with the adult conversation in the banquet hall. They were brothers. The older redhead was resentful because no one was paying attention to him while everyone talked about the Soger's genius child. He stomped across the flower bed, destroying the flowers. The red-headed brothers got lost in a large garden and stumbled upon Dane, who was standing there, stunned at the sight of his clothes. They mistakenly thought Dane was a servant and yelled at him. He did not like this disrespectful brat. The wretch dared to order him to take him and his brother to the exit. Dana saw what they were doing to the flowers and shouted at them to stop trampling them. The red-headed bastard took offense at being scolded. Dana asked why they were ruining the flower bed instead of using the paths. The red-headed bastard, seeing that he was small, continued to act hatefully. Then he started flaunting his family name, just like all noble brats do. However, Dane didn't care. To him, they just looked like a pair of brutes ruining the flower bed in his garden. The red-headed bastard got annoyed at being called a brute, but acted like one and grabbed Dane by the neck. He and his brother were the sons of Count Tyron, a guest at the castle. Upon hearing Count Tyron's name, a memory from his previous life came to Dane. That was the noble he had captured. After a shameful defeat on the battlefield, he remembered Count Tyron as an irritating noble, one of those horrible bastards. Based on the brute's behavior in front of him now, the phrase "a chip off the old block" seemed perfect. The red-headed bastard kept bragging about his family name, boasting that they were well known in the capital. He even said his house could make Dane disappear without a trace, so he'd better watch his words. Dane knew many idiots like this boy. He knew words wouldn't get through the red-headed bastard's thick skull. The boy raised his fist, throwing a punch toward Dane, thinking he was just roughing up a simple servant. Dane wasn't having any of that, so he responded by forcefully slamming his head into the red-haired bastard's nose. It was a powerful blow that nearly shattered the red-haired bastard's nose. The younger brother called out to his older brother in a panic. He checked on the red-haired bastard, who had collapsed to the ground from the heavy blow. Wiping his nose, he saw blood and freaked out as if he'd never seen his own blood before, staring at the red on his hand. The red-haired bastard's blood boiled. He threatened to kill Dane, who just found the threat amusing. Our boy stood his ground and dared the brat to try it. The red-haired bastard wanted blood for blood. His younger brother, who had some sense, tried to stop him, but the guy was too arrogant to listen. The brute threw a punch, but Dane easily dodged it by jumping back. It was a complete mismatch. Dane was way too agile for a beginner. While letting the red-haired bastard wear himself out, Dane noticed the brat's footwork was clumsy, like he'd never even held a weapon before. He figured the bastard had to be a mage or a summoner. The barrage of blows continued, but not a single one even grazed a hair on Dane's head. Meanwhile, the red-haired bastard's nose just kept bleeding as he grew more and more impatient. Dane continued to toy with his enemy, using his superior footwork. Then, an idea struck him. Maybe he could tap into that flow of magic he saw in the flower earlier and channel his own will into it. If he could pull it off, he could compress that force into a physical form. This was the perfect chance to test it out in a real fight. The bastard's little brother watched from the sidelines, his mouth hanging open. Dane planted his feet and started gathering magic in his hands. He pictured a ball of pure mana and hurled it right at the brat's stomach. The force of the blast was enough to send the red-haired bastard flying back, crashing painfully onto the grass and tearing up the concrete. He screamed in pain, his body and his ego completely bruised. The little brother rushed over to check on his loser of an older brother, who was now lying in the flower bed. Todana. The ruined flower bed was a bigger concern than the bastard's well-being. But the red-haired bastard was stubborn. He still had enough fight in him to get back up. Seeing Dane use magic, he demanded to know who he was. The little bro kept trying to talk his older brother down, but it was no use. His pride was too wounded to care about the consequences. The red-haired bastard gathered the mana in his body and began to open a sinister-looking portal. Dane was surprised. He recognized this scene. This was the kind of magic summoners used. The mana swirled and fused together until a Translucent wolf began to materialize and descend to the ground. The wolf looked bloodthirsty, with sharp fangs and a low growl. The red-haired bastard started laughing maniacally as he called out to his summon, Ginpu. Finally, he introduced himself as Digron Tyrant, ready to show Dane the consequences of messing with someone on his level. Dane heard the brat order the wolf to tear him to pieces, but he was unimpressed by the simple summon. It seemed pretty weak, especially since he was used to seeing his sister, Claire, summon fearsome beasts like her wyvern. Digron kept his distance as Gunpu lunged at Dane, but Dane didn't move an inch. He just stared the wolf right in the eyes. Gunpu must have sensed that a horrible fate awaited it if it dared to attack. The wolf suddenly stopped, turned a full 180 degrees, and its entire aura changed, as if all its aggression towards Dane had just vanished. The tyrant brothers were in shock. Digron's pride and joy, his own summon, had apparently turned on him. In that moment, the large pup acted completely submissive towards Dane. Digron screamed at his summon to rip out Dane's throat and end him, but his orders fell on deaf ears. Instead, the pup just happily wagged its tail at Dane. Sensing no ill will from the summoned beast, Dane gave the good boy a few pats. Even he had no idea how this happened. Come to think of it, even Claire's summons were always friendly with him. Even a wyvern would play with him sometimes. Back then, he just figured it was because of his blood connection to his sister. But in a situation like this, with no family connection whatsoever, the summoned beast was still acting friendly. This could mean one of two things. Either he had a great affinity for all kinds of summoned beasts, or Gunpu's loyalty to its bastard of a summoner had hit rock bottom. Digron couldn't understand what was happening. He had never heard of a summons betraying its master. Dana was winning in every aspect and continued to provoke Digron to face him. Lil Bro almost begged his older brother to stop making a fool of himself and accept defeat, but to no avail. Pathetic Digron still wanted to fight, but his little brother needed this to end. The poor child, trapped by his brother's foolishness, had wet himself out of fear. Lil Bro cried, and Digron cursed him for being an embarrassment. Dane rubbed salt in the wound of his pride by pointing out the bathroom in the basement of the main castle. Digron took advantage of his younger brother's accident to flee from the scene. As if the ridicule hadn't been enough, he ordered Dane to stay in the garden. Dane only looked at the pathetic loser with disgust. Digron didn't even take his summons with him. Our boy remained in the garden, experimenting with his new understanding of mana. He tried to practice a trick that Claire showed him before. Identifying what remained of the weak bond between that bastard Digron and Gunpu, he broke that connection and overrode it with his own magic. In doing so, the wolf and he were officially bonded. A boy who had never performed a proper invocation managed to perform the complicated trick simply by using his high affinity with summoned beasts. Now he had officially become a summoner. While enjoying his success, Dane heard an annoying and familiar voice that seemed to be looking for him. Digron Tyrant, the spoiled brat, called his daddy and told him that a boy bullied him in the garden, pointing to Dane. The coward covered his nose to stop the bleeding while complaining that Dane hit him and broke the bond with his summons. Mogert Tyrant stepped forward and introduced himself as the head of the Count Tyrant family, one of the important nobles of the capital. With excitement, he asked if Dane had really hit his son and taken his summons by force. Our boy was not one to back down in front of Pig, so he stood his ground and owned what he did. He noticed that Mogert Tyrant was much fatter now than when he captured the pig as a prisoner. Peacetime must be treating him well. Although he was a disaster on the battlefield, Mogert continued with his stance, saying he couldn't let this slide. Bothering his children was something that couldn't be overlooked. The pig continued with his demanding questions and finally asked the boy to say who he was. Our boy raised his head with pride and introduced himself, formally as Dane Sogers, the youngest son of Arkan Sogers, the Lord of the South and the head of the Count Sogers family. The boy introduced himself Game of Thrones style. This introduction stunned the low-class father and son duo. Unknowingly, they had offended the birthday boy. They didn't know they were messing with the famous rising star of the South. The Count was quite disconcerted by this unexpected encounter with the youngest son of House Sogers. Speaking of great noble houses, he remembers how he was taken prisoner by that man Arkan and had no significant contribution in the war, leaving all the great nobles laughing at him. At this moment, he sees this as a perfect opportunity to maneuver the situation in his favor to damage Count Sogers' name and use it as an excuse to demand mining rights. The nobles who once looked down on him will soon bow before him. With that in mind, the clever fatty turns to our boy, asking if he is the birthday boy Dane. Our boy just nods and confirms it. The fat man can barely contain his frustration, as he didn't come here to celebrate a brat's birthday. Then he points to his despicable son, Digron, and asks Dane how he plans to repair the humiliation he caused his son. Not only did he injure his son, who is a guest of Sogers, but he also stole his summons, which is a serious crime. The despicable son agrees with his equally despicable father, telling Dane that this is his last day. The fat man also threatens our boy, stating that he will speak personally with Count Sogers and hold him responsible for his actions. Dana simply acknowledges what the fatty says and furthermore states that before he heads to his father, he wants his son to apologize first. Of course, the chubby one starts to fly into a rage, asking what the hell he is talking about while his son also grinds his teeth in anger. But Dane makes it clear that while it is true he hit his son and hurt him, it was all in self-defense against a threat to his life. Furthermore, he emphasizes that he didn't steal his summons. Gunpoo decided to follow him. The trash son quickly intervenes, saying there's no way Gunpoo would do that, and tells his father that Dane is lying. The father stops to reflect. He remembers hearing that the second daughter of the Soger's house is a prodigy summoner, so he believes it's possible that girl taught Dane how to cut the bond between a familiar and its master. The fatty keeps going back and forth with our boy while Dane cannot help but feel that this is a real nuisance. Finally, Mogert decides to calm down because after talking so much his jaw literally hurts. He tells Dane that he won't scold him anymore and decides they should go see what Count Sogers has to say about the situation. Speaking of the devil, the Count himself arrives on the scene, accompanied by Duke Thermion, of course. Both the useless son and his father are completely stunned to see Arkan Sogers, and what's even more unsettling for them is that Duke Thermion is here as well. As night falls, we see the red-haired boy giving his testimony to the Count, claiming he and his little brother got lost in the garden and asked Dane for directions. He keeps spinning this tale while Dane just stands there, unfazed, wondering how his father can even listen to this guy. Then again, it's not that surprising since Count Sogers values his family and reputation above all else. He's not one to take sides, and even in conflicts, he always distinguishes between right and wrong. After finishing his story, the boy, the redhead, concludes by claiming Dane headbutt him and used some weird technique to mock him. He says he summoned his creature to scare Dane, but Dane stole it and tried to attack him with it. When Digron is done, Mogert chimes in, saying to the Count that he only meant to warn Dane. However, he insists that stealing someone's summon is a serious offense, and he can't just let that slide. Finally, Count Sogers steps in, telling Mogert he won't make a decision after hearing just one side of the story. He wants to hear from Dane first, then he'll weigh everything before making a judgment. Furthermore, he reassures Mogert that if he's worried about a biased judgment, Duke Thermion will also weigh in on the matter. The Duke just smiles and assures them that if the matter is that important, he'll gladly oversee it. Mogert is frustrated, sweat dripping down his face. He knows he's in deep trouble now. Getting Thermion involved will only make things more complicated, and he's got a bad feeling about it. The Count of Sogers gives his son the go-ahead to tell his side of the story, and Dane prepares himself, stating that what the son of Mogert said isn't entirely accurate, though some parts of it are true. He then explains that the flowers they'd carefully tended in their garden were being trampled, so he simply asked Mogert's son to leave. This infuriated the boy, and that's when the fight started. Of course, both the fatso and his son are stunned to hear the truth. The son even tries to deny it, calling Dane a liar, but the Count just tells Dane to continue. Then, our boy explains that when Mogert's son summoned Gunpoo, the order was to kill him. He also clarifies that he didn't steal the summon. Gunpoo came to him on its own, sensing his goodwill. The Duke is completely amazed to see how this 7-year-old boy speaks with such eloquence and a perfect choice of words. Dane, for his part, confirms once more that he never stole anyone's summon. Mogert loses his cool, slamming his fist on the ground and calling it nonsense. He says it's impossible for a summon to submit to someone who isn't a summoner, insisting Dane must have used some kind of dirty trick to pull it off. Dane explains to Mogert that he has an innate affinity with summons, and that a creature that isn't extremely bonded with its master could submit to someone like him. Mogert doesn't buy it, while our boy simply states that it's the truth. Mogert's face looks like he's seriously constipated and just says the boy is making things up. Then the Duke steps in, suggesting they could test it with a summon. Count Sogers asks his son if he can prove it, and Dane accepts. Meanwhile, Mogert glares at his son for getting him into this mess, while the spoiled brat is terrified his father will punish him, since he has no idea what he'll do if he can't summon Gunpoo. When the spoiled son tries to summon Gunpoo, he fails completely, which, just as you'd expect, makes his father yell at him. Dane, on the other hand, just smiles, thinking to himself that he's already severed the connection, so of course there's no way the boy can summon Gunpoo again. Dane then decides to try summoning Gunpoo himself, but says he needs the symbol that Mogert's son has. The spoiled brat gets angry, questioning Dane's nerve and demanding to know why he wants his symbol. He spouts a bunch of nonsense, but Count Sogers cuts him off, reminding him that, by his own logic, even if Dane uses the symbol, He shouldn't be able to summon Gunpoo anyway, so there's no harm in trying. Mogert starts sweating, left with no choice but to give up the symbol. He tells his spoiled son, Digron, to hand it over. The redhead looks like he's about to cry, but his father just tells him to hurry up. Once Dane has the symbol in his hand, he begins his magic and reveals to us that since a summoning symbol carries a unique code name from the summoner, normally no one else can use it. However, the Gunpoo that Digron summoned was imbued with his mana, so the summoning symbol is just a medium. Gunpoo has already connected with him. As soon as he calls for it, the monster appears and starts affectionately licking his cheeks. The Count and the Duke are astonished, while Mogert and Digron tremble, having been exposed as liars. The Duke finds it incredible and wonders if Dane has also been learning how to handle a spear. His father confirms it, but admits he isn't entirely sure of his son's skills. The fat man, for his part, realizes he's in deep trouble now that his plan has failed. The Count turns to him, asking if he admits Dane is telling the truth. The fat man tries to keep his cool, laughing and admitting that maybe they were mistaken about Dane stealing his summons. He also claims his son didn't actually try to kill Dane and asks his spoiled son if that's true. Digron trembles but nods along with his father, saying he only tried to scare Dane. But our boy is furious, seeing these scumbags get away with it so easily. Before the two elders can give their final verdict, a young lady enters the scene, surprising everyone, especially Dane, whose eyes go wide when he sees Layla. The moment she arrives, she declares that what Digron is saying isn't true. Her father quickly asks her what she's doing here, and she replies that she heard his voice while she was out for a walk. Before saying more, she greets the fat man and Count Sogers. The fat man stutters out a reply, shocked to be face-to-face with the Duke's daughter. Count Sogers gets straight to the point and asks her about her claim that Digron was lying. She confirms it with confidence, saying she overheard their conversation earlier during her walk. Digron starts to lose his cool, realizing she heard everything, which is very bad news for him. Then she explains all the juicy details, and our boy Dane cracks a smile at this unexpected turn of events that has worked out in his favor. A short while later, the fat man tells his worthless son to hurry up and apologize to Count Sogers. The son quickly mumbles that it was his mistake, but the Count points out that he should be apologizing to Dane, not him. The fat man shoves his son toward Dane, telling him to just apologize already. The spoiled brat looks uncomfortable and hesitates before mumbling a weak, "I'm sorry." Dane, however, isn't satisfied. He can tell the apology isn't sincere, just a forced gesture because his lie was exposed by an outside witness. Dane doesn't want to accept this pathetic apology, but remembering his past experiences, he decides to be the bigger person instead of being stubborn, and chooses to be generous. With that, Dane accepts the spoiled brat's apology. The boy's face lights up with happiness, and enthusiastically thanks Dane for letting it go. Meanwhile, his portly father sighs in relief, realizing how close he came to losing everything. On the other hand, the Duke, Dane's potential future father-in-law, can't help but think that he already knew Dane was a special kid. After all, he could have been stubborn, especially since the other party was completely in the wrong. Finally, the Count makes it clear that since Dane accepted the apology, the incident will not be discussed any further. However, he stresses that he wasn't just going to let this go, especially since Digron attacked Dane with the intent to kill. The portly father starts sweating bullets, seeing the Count so furious about the situation. When he tries to speak, the Count tells him to shut his mouth and orders him to take his family and leave the castle immediately. The news rocks the fat man's world to its core. If they get kicked out now, his reputation will be ruined, and he's desperate to stay in the castle at all costs. In his desperation, he grabs the Count's hand and starts begging for forgiveness, saying he'll do anything Sogers asks if he'll just forgive him this one time. But the Count yanks his hand away, making it clear he has no use for the fat man. He tells him that soldiers will be there shortly to escort him out. With that, he starts to leave with his son, leaving the fat man behind to desperately plead for forgiveness. Sogers also tells Duke Thermine that it's time for them to go, and the Duke quickly calls for his little girl as they leave. As they walk away, Dane turns to look back at them, feeling satisfied that they're getting what they deserve. After all, they started this mess, so it's only fair they reap what they sowed. He also learns something important. His father can be terrifying when he gets angry. The Duke of Thermine asks him if it's true that he defeated Mogert's spoiled son with a mana bullet, and Dane quickly confirms it. The Duke can't help but point out how talented Dane is, not just with the spear, but also with summoning and magic. It's truly incredible, and he's sure history has never seen such talent. The proud father smiles, saying he's happy to have such an exceptional son, while Dane soaks in the praise and Layla is amazed, struggling to believe what she's hearing. Duke Thermion says that talent is one thing, but Dane is also very level-headed. Most kids get worked up in fights and stubbornly insist they're right, but not Dane. The Duke is sure this boy will grow up to be a good man. The father quickly gives Dane a gentle pat on the head, saying it's too early to tell. They'll have to wait until he's an adult to see how he turns out. He also mentions that it's all thanks to Layla that the incident was resolved peacefully. Without her testimony, things could have gotten complicated. When the Duke of Thermion hears this, he's surprised that the Soger's family thinks so highly of Layla. He doesn't miss the opportunity and tries to play down her role in the incident, suggesting that if the Count thinks so highly of her, maybe they should start discussing their marriage. Of course, Sogers is surprised to hear this and notices how eager the Duke is to marry his daughter off to get out of this mess. He quickly changes the subject, pointing out that the sun is already setting and it's almost time for the banquet. With that, he leaves, running from the scene and telling them he'll meet them in the hall. Thermion also tells his daughter to take her time coming back with Dane. He runs after the Count, saying he wants to talk to him for a bit, leaving the kids behind. As they walk, Layla turns to our boy and asks why the summoned creature ignored its summoner and obeyed him instead. She comments that she's seen many duels between famous summoners in the capital, but never anything like this. Dane shrugs and admits he isn't sure either. It just happened. Of course, Layla gets pissed, seeing that Dane is hiding the truth, even though she was the one who got him out of that mess. But my boy stays cool and reminds her that he helped her too, mentioning the time he helped her with her swordsmanship. Layla remembers that moment and grudgingly admits he's right. Finally, Dane decides that since they've helped each other before, they can do it again. He tells her she can ask him for whatever she wants right away. The girl perks up and exclaims that she wants to learn now. Dane is surprised by her rush and wonders what the big hurry is. He asks her what she wants to learn, and she tells him to teach her how to use a mana bullet. Dane asks her why she wants to learn the mana bullets so badly, and Layla replies that she wants to be stronger and faster. She hopes to form 2 mana cores before entering the academy. Dane questions why she's in such a rush, considering she's still young. He gets his answer when she reveals she wants to grow up quickly to make her mother happy. Her mother loves her very much, and Layla is sure that being stronger would make her proud. Upon hearing her mother mentioned, Dane remembers hearing the adults talk about Countess Thermion being bedridden. With that in mind, I guess he has no choice but to help her. Layla does a little happy dance and says she's ready to start training tomorrow, though she wouldn't mind starting tonight since she's not sure how long she'll be staying at the manor. Dane just shakes his head and tells her she can start whenever she wants. He assures her that once she understands the flow of magic, learning the mana bullet won't be that hard. Layla excitedly asks what he'll want in return for teaching her. Dane remains silent, making it clear that his request won't be as simple as showing someone how to use magic bullets. The scene then cuts back to the banquet hall, where the guests are whispering and gossiping about that fat tyrant of a father. They've heard that Count Tyron was kicked out of the castle, and everyone is wondering what he did to deserve that. Some guests mention that Tyron's eldest son caused some kind of incident by fighting with young Master Dane and ended up getting put in his place. They laugh among themselves, amused by the idea of the fatso coming here only to get owned and embarrassed. Word has also gotten out that young Master Dane is an exceptional summoner. One guest wonders if this means House Ogres will now become a prestigious house of summoners. However, another chimes in, saying that's not all. Young Master Dane also uses magic, which they find hard to believe. Then we see this big mustache man introducing himself to Dane as Baron Opent. He asks the young man if he's familiar with the Opent territory in the east. Dane bows his head respectfully and says he's heard it's known for its delicious grilled trout and precious sapphires. The man laughs heartily, admitting that Dane is absolutely right. He goes on to say that the trout and sapphires of House Opent are the best on the continent. Then he pushes his daughter forward, saying he almost forgot to introduce her. The girl steps up and introduces herself as Sylvia Opent and greets him politely. Dana is surprised to see her and nervously returns her greeting, saying his own name. I have no idea why he's so nervous around her, but it seems we're about to find out. She leans in towards him with a mischievous look on her face and whispers that she's heard he's the one who will inherit House Ogres in the future. Danis Thamers, an uncertain reply, and Sylvia enthusiastically tells him to stop playing dumb. She says she's heard he's talented in many ways and tells him straight up that he'll be under her care from now on, especially since they could be family in the future. There it is. Dane's nervousness around her makes total sense now. This girl is way too forward and didn't hesitate for a second. At that moment, Layla joins the scene while Sylvia is still in the middle of shaking Dane's hand. It's no surprise that Sylvia is startled to see the potential rival, while Layla is practically shooting daggers at our boy with her piercing eyes and demanding to know who this lady is. Sylvia recognizes Layla immediately and greets her cordially, introducing herself as the eldest daughter of Baron Opent. Layla tries to return the gesture, but the anger on her face makes it clear she is far from happy. Although she says it's a pleasure to meet Sylvia, the two ladies exchange smiles that are dripping with murderous intent. Seeing them, Dane remembers something and notices that both of them are ready to throw down. Finally, Layla grabs his hand and says she's going to borrow him for now since they already have plans. She shoots him a nasty look while asking if he remembers their plans. Of course, poor Dane has no clue what she's talking about, but agrees anyway, apologizing to Sylvia and promising they'll talk later. Sylvia smiles through gritted teeth and tells him they will definitely talk later. As Layla drags Dane away, Sylvia can't help but feel annoyed at how that girl just snatched him from her grasp. Layla, for her part, hasn't calmed down yet. She's furious at that girl's audacity for trying to hit on Dane. Dane is taken aback by Layla's intense glare. He can't help but think that the dear daughter of the Duke, who holds the second greatest power in the capital after the Emperor, is no match for the young lady of an Eastern Baron. It's no surprise Sylvia gave up like that. Once they're outside, Layla starts grilling Dane about his relationship with Sylvia. She wonders if he might get engaged to her, but my friend quickly shuts that down, insisting they were just saying hello. Layla brightens up at the idea, and even Dane notices how her mood flips in an instant. After walking for a bit, they finally reach a secret spot that only Dane knows about. He's sure no one will bother them here. As soon as they step into this hidden place, Layla lights up and starts doing a little happy dance. Excited to see such a beautiful place, she also feels relieved that no one will know what they get up to here. Dane agrees, saying she's absolutely right. This is a perfect place to train. Before they start, he asks if she's ever felt mana. Layla admits she's felt it a little, but not enough to form a mana core. She mentions she's tried to absorb mana by breathing it in. Her explanation reminds Dane that she's not at the emission stage yet. He felt mana naturally on the battlefield, so he's surprised that a ducal household would teach her this method. He decides to start with something simpler and tells her the first step is to feel the mana she's absorbing. Layla seems a bit confused by this, so Dane explains that if she wants to push mana out of her body, she first needs to learn how to control the mana inside her. The key is imagination. He tells her to close her eyes and imagine the mana flowing and swirling inside of her. However, after a few moments of trying, nothing happens. Dane can tell by her expression that she didn't quite get it. Layla tries again, but still nothing. Frustrated, she complains to Dane, asking why it isn't working. Dane calms her down, saying it's normal for the first try, and tells her to concentrate again. As Count Sogers watches the two kids, he can't help but feel proud that his son is already teaching someone, even though he's so young. It makes him feel like Dane has really grown up. Just then, Duke Thermine sneaks up on Sogers and asks what he's doing there. Sogers' heart nearly leaps out of his chest, but the Duke tells him there's no need to be so jumpy, and asks if he is, watching two little lovebirds having a moment. Count Sogers raises an eyebrow, asking what he means by lovebirds, and also how the Duke even found him. The Duke just laughs, thinking the Count was actually trying to hide. He then reminds Sogers it was pretty careless to sneak around, considering his wife is the Empire's legendary assassin. Poor Sogers is speechless after being caught, while the Duke playfully scolds him, reminding him that if the lore of the castle goes around spying on people, he'll get a bad reputation. Naturally, the doting father gets defensive, saying he was just keeping an eye on his son. The Duke laughs at this and can't help but point out that he was just keeping an eye on his daughter too. These two fathers are a lost cause. They end up staying there together, acting like a couple of teenagers spying on their kids, like they're waiting outside a school gate. Meanwhile, back with the kids, Dane opens his dimensional bag, and Layla is fascinated that he already has one. When Dane mentions that his older sister made it for him recently, Layla starts to feel a pang of jealousy. Unlike him, her older siblings pretty much stop paying attention to her after they enter the academy. Then, he pulls a mirror out of the dimensional bag, and the girl asks casually what they're going to do with it. He says he brought it just in case it might be useful. It's easier to visualize something by looking in a mirror instead of just relying on your imagination. He tells the curious girl to stand in front of the mirror so she can see her whole reflection. The girl quickly gets in position in front of the mirror and starts doing her little happy dance again. This time, Dane can see she's taking it seriously. She takes a deep breath, while the two fathers are squatting on the ground like they're trying to hide. The Duke can't help but point out that Layla seems to be taking a liking to Dane. Sogers asks if that's really true, and the Duke explains that it's because it's unusual for Layla to warm up to someone so easily. Sogers asks if that's true, since she seems like such a bright girl. Duke Thermine is silent for a moment, before saying that she's only bright on the outside, and that he can't say the same for what's on the inside. He explains that after her siblings left for the academy, her mother became bedridden, so they haven't been able to be together like they used to. This situation has made it hard for her to open up to people, and that's what's been happening. The Count points out that if the Duke already knows all this, then why does he always act so cold toward his own daughter? Thermine is moved, genuinely, that the Count would notice something like that, and admits he does it on purpose. He explains that when he raised his children, he showered them with attention and they grew up very spoiled, but Sogers reminds him that he shouldn't assume Layla will be the same. She'll be hurt if she finds out. Now I understand why she asked Dane for help instead of her own father. Thermine points at his friend, teasing that he's still the same old nag. The Count quickly retorts, asking when he ever nagged, since what he said is true. The Duke changes the subject, asking when he plans to send his son to the capital. He suggests that if he does, the ducal house will welcome him with open arms and let him stay in their castle. Sogers remains silent and looks at his son. Seeing him happy, he simply says he'll do as Dane wishes. He's free to choose his own path, just like his older sisters. We also see Lady Sogers watching the affectionate fathers, clearly embarrassed by how shamelessly they're spying. Finally, she smiles, realizing that the love for their children has a strange power over them. She decides not to ruin the mood and pretends she didn't see a thing. Back with the children, Layla thanks Dane for his help and calls him a genius. She admits that even though everyone around her calls her a genius, she feels insignificant next to him. Dane looks around casually to see if his parents have left yet. He quietly tells her that this is just the beginning and that she'll become stronger too. Then he asks if she'll be attending the academy, since that's where all the geniuses of the Empire gather. He replies that he's not sure yet and doesn't think he needs to go, since he can get strong by training on his own. The girl scolds him for his narrow-minded view and reminds him that the academy isn't just about training. It's the gateway to forming his own noble faction and the best way to build connections from a young age. Dane is surprised that she's so smart at only 7 years old and already understands how the world works. He finally replies that he already knows that, but he's just not interested in going to the academy. There's still a mountain of books he hasn't read in the library, and he still has much to learn from his parents. Layla acknowledges that's true, but asks if he doesn't want to play with other kids his age, especially since she heard his older sisters also attend the academy. It seems Dane is running out of excuses against her persistence, so he tries to brush her off by saying he might go in the future if he feels like it. Then he tells her to visit his house sometime. He's planning to go to the capital, so they promise to meet again. Speaking of which, she remembers to ask him when he's going to make his request, now that he's taught her how to use mana bullets. He simply shakes his head and says he'll tell her when he goes to the capital. This surprises her, and she lets out a cry of disbelief. Perhaps she's shocked that he's going to the capital after all. The day of her departure arrives as Layla's carriage pulls away. Dane observes a stone-like object in his hand, a gift from his future father-in-law. The scene flashes back to the moment the Duke handed him this mysterious object. When Dane asks what it is, his father-in-law says it's his birthday gift and hopes he likes it. He also reveals that the symbols of House Thermine are vengeance, the sword, and the blacksmith. And the house's history began with its founder, who was a blacksmith. Thanks to him, his house has the best forge in the Empire. In fact, the best on the entire continent. All the weapons wielded by the Thermians who protect the Empire were forged there. Of course, our boy already knows this because, according to his knowledge, all the minerals in the world can be found in that forge, and all sorts of weapons and mystical artifacts are made in the largest forge on the continent. The father-in-law reveals that if Dane presents the insignia at the forge, they will craft a weapon of his choice. That's when we learn that this rock-like object is an insignia, a token that certifies the honor and skill of its bearer. Count Sogers is stunned to see the Duke giving away such a valuable insignia, something even the imperial family covets. The Duke just gives his son-in-law a pat on the head and tells him to grow up well and support his father. His potential wife gives him one last wave, and with that, they say their goodbyes. In the present, his mother crouches beside him, and seeing his downcast face, asks if he's sad because they left. He admits that she was pretty much his first friend. His mother reassures him, telling him that once he goes to the capital, he'll be able to see her again, and that he'll be even more handsome by then, which will surely impress her. Well, I guess Mom's right. I can't stay here forever, and I'll have plenty of chances to see her again. So, I wish her the best until we meet again. As the Duke travels in his carriage, his mind is filled with thoughts of Dane. It seems strange to him that every time he sees the boy, he's reminded of Argyros, that warrior who showed the abilities of a triple class from a young age. He's sure that if Argyric had lived, he could have become one of the SSS-Class knights of the Dranic Empire. That's why he hopes to see Dane again when he's stronger. Days later, we see our boy alone in front of the egg he's been feeding with mana every morning and afternoon, wondering if it's too soon for it to hatch. This egg contains a mysterious familiar. Even if someone isn't a summoner, they can infuse the egg with their mana to imprint on it as its master before it hatches, allowing them to control a summon that would normally only be temporary. He knows the quality of his mana has to match the familiars, and there are probably a lot of complicated conditions that haven't been met yet. He's heard that some eggs never hatch because their conditions aren't met, so he's hoping that's not the case here. Even after adjusting the flow and strength of his mana, there's still no reaction. After a lot of effort, he puts the egg back, thinking it's greedy to expect success on the first try. Suddenly, the butler appears at the door and asks if Dane is ready. Just then, the egg reacts and makes a sound. Dane rushes over to the egg, sure he heard something. The butler enters the room, asking what that noise was. Dane tells him to wait a moment while he checks the egg. However, he's disappointed when he realizes he got his hopes up for nothing, since he doesn't feel anything different. The butler asks if the egg reacted, but Dane says no, telling him he probably just imagined it. Entering the training room, he starts by practicing his swordsmanship. Seeing his flawless movements, the butler is overjoyed and excited. He applauds, asking Dane when he learned swordsmanship. Dane plays it down, saying he just felt like swinging his sword around. The butler showers him with praise, calling him a talented genius with a blade. As Dane looks at the sword, he thinks about how learning a new weapon like the spear was fun, but he'd always wanted to wield a sword. Unfortunately, he could never hold one for long because his father was always watching. Luckily, he's happy to see he hasn't lost his touch. The butler hurries off to get some snacks and comes back with a whole tray of delicacies, telling Dane to eat something before he gets back to his training. Meanwhile, we cut to Count Sogers, who's looking out the window, lost in thought. He's feeling a bit tired of organizing the banquet every year. But at least he's noticed that many nobles are paying attention to the South. Most are eager to build a good relationship with him, which is a nice change since the war ended. The South has a great climate and all the luxuries nobles can't resist. Maybe their interest should have been obvious from the start. Still, even with all this attention, it pales in comparison to the attention Dane is getting. You see, the conflict with Count Tyron's eldest son went beyond Soger's expectations, but Dane handled it with maturity. He explained everything to the adults calmly and logically, which was very impressive, and he even showed off his talent with confidence. He can't help but think that his son is a little too mature for his age. Sometimes he wishes Dane would act more like other kids and just relax a bit. As the clock nears the training hour, he knows it's time to head to the training hall. He takes out the legendary dragon tail spear, deciding that today, Dane will get to handle it for a bit. The moment he steps onto the field with the spear, he freezes when he sees Dane with a sword. Now he's curious about the sword. His mind flashes back, convinced that damn Duke must have told him something. Otherwise, there's no way Dane would be using a sword after so much spear training. He just stands there, watching his son perform these acrobatics with the sword. It looks like Dane knows what he's doing. The strength he's showing is something that even expert swordsmen would have trouble matching. It makes his father wonder when he learned all this, but one thing is for sure, Dane has a talent for the sword too. Finally, he calls out to his son, asking him when he learned those moves. Well, it looks like the secret that Dane has been keeping for so long is finally out, so he decides it's better to just tell his father the truth. He admits that he never really learned it from anyone. Hearing this, his father is even more perplexed, wondering if this is yet another hidden talent. He begins to think out loud about how Dane already knows about spears, magic, assassination, summoning, and now swordsmanship. He adds that if it were anyone else, he would never believe a child could be talented in all these fields. Then he asks Dane if he's curious about the world beyond these walls. Dane looks confused, unsure of what his father is getting at. His father tells him that if he wants to explore the outside world, he should. He truly believes this country might be too small for his son's vast talent, and if he stays cooped up here, he'll be the one holding him back. Dane feels a wave of sadness, realizing his father has accepted that he can't hold onto him forever. Finally, he says he would love to learn about the world outside. His father smiles and gets straight to the point, telling him it's time to prepare him for the real world. He admits it's a little bittersweet to see his son leave, but he knows he has to respect Dane's wishes. Then he presents the spear, saying he's brought something extra special today. Dane immediately realizes what it is, and his father clears up any doubt by reminding him that it's Dragon Tail, the spear that reacted to him on his first birthday. He holds it out, encouraging Dane to take it. The moment Dane picks up the spear, it begins to react, and he can feel an incredible surge of power coursing through the weapon. His father laughs, saying it's reacting even more strongly than when he was 1 year old, and honestly, who could blame it? Then, with pride, he tells his son that he plans for him to master the spear before leaving, so he'd better be ready. He promises Dane that one day Dragon Tail will be his, but first, he needs to become strong enough to wield it with pride. Dane enthusiastically promises to work hard and honor his father's teachings. Later in his room, Dane's mind is filled with thoughts about the outside world. He has always been curious, even during those long days on the battlefield. As a soldier, the only thing he knew was war, setting up camp, cleaning weapons, eating bland food, and preparing for the next battle. The only way out was for the war to end or to die in combat, and honestly, he felt those were his only options. But now, with the chance to live a normal life ahead of him, he can hardly imagine what life would be like off the battlefield. Still, Dane knows he has to seize this opportunity, but he doesn't know how his talents will be used, how the world will accept him, or what he can achieve out there. But for the first time, he has the chance to travel, explore, and achieve anything he sets his mind to. At first, all he wanted was to stay and enjoy the warmth of his place. But thanks to his father's question, his mindset has changed, and he's decided to venture out. He feels incredibly excited about it. Just as he's thinking about this, his mother enters his room, startling him for a moment. He asks when she came in, and this crazy assassin reminds him that he was so lost in thought that he didn't even hear her knock. I can tell she's totally lying, since she's an assassin and probably snuck into his room without a sound. Then she asks if he's really curious about the world outside, and he says yes, telling her his father commented that it would be a waste of his talent to stay here. After thinking for a moment, he admits he's also curious about the outside world. Then he starts to apologize to his mother, but she hugs him, telling him there's nothing to be sorry for. She reminds him that with his sisters gone, she's especially worried about him going out into the world. The lady reassures him, saying she's okay with it because she knows just how incredible his talents are. She adds that even if he didn't want to go, the outside world would eventually come calling for him. She admits that it would be wonderful if he could stay with his mom a little longer, but the world won't allow it. So she encourages him to go and do what he wants to do. He promises that even when he leaves home, he'll come back often to tell her about everything he sees in the world. His mother thanks him and says it looks like she'll have to teach him a few things before sending him out into the world, just like his father is going to. As he wonders aloud what kind of lessons his mother is talking about, she excitedly rambles on about teaching him everything there is to know about assassination. She keeps going on about her skills and knowledge, and Dane can't help but think that the days before he leaves home are going to be absolutely exhausting. Basically, she says she's going to teach him a lot, and he assures her he'll do his best to learn. Looking at her, he can't help but think about the special lessons he's about to receive from his mother. Full of love, many years passed, and the scene shifts to the southern region of the Altayan Empire, to the county of Gris, a place known for its warm climate and abundant natural resources. This place became a cornerstone of the empire, helping it stay strong in times of war. Thanks to the great leadership of Count Sogers, it's a region filled with peace and warmth. Finally, with the war over, the last of the rebel forces have been captured, bringing an era of lasting peace for everyone. On a bright day, the people are buzzing with rumors about how the young master, Dane, recently visited a shop. They can't stop talking about how the shopkeeper's eldest daughter actually fainted when she saw him. The ladies gossip among themselves, saying he gets more handsome by the day and wishing they could just catch a glimpse of his face. There's even a rumor that he's still single, which gets their hopes up, but a friend quickly reminds them he's only 14 and tells her to stop drooling over a kid. One of the ladies mentions that according to the rumors, Dane doesn't even look 14. He's already as tall as Count Sogers. Some even say he could pass for a 20-year-old. Well, enough gossip. Let's see how our boy has grown. We move to the outskirts of Sogers County, an area filled with ancient magic. The Forest of the Last Days. It's here that Dane is on a special mission assigned by his mother, Lily Sogers. We see him holding a spear in one hand, and in the other, some kind of paper, probably a map or something, I'm not quite sure. Whatever it is, he's already plotted his course. With only 3 hours until sunset, he knows he has to get out of the forest before dark. He begins his journey, leaping through the forest with the agility of a ninja. The most important thing on this mission is to not get caught by his enemies. Dane needs to dodge the traps and nests set by his mother and escape the forest, which is filled with all sorts of other dangers. After leaping for a while, he finally lands on the ground. He takes a deep breath, absorbing the air and energy from his surroundings, holding it for a moment before releasing it. As he focuses on stealth and blends in with the environment, hidden traps begin to reveal themselves. That's when he spots these thin threads, almost transparent, crisscrossing the area. He knows the traps will be triggered the moment he touches these threads. It's a basic mechanism, but that's exactly what makes it so dangerous. Luckily for him, this one seems easy to deactivate. Rat-like monsters suddenly appear in the clearing, and seeing Dane standing there, they waste no time lunging to attack him. It turns out, it's a whole pack, and he wasn't expecting them here. The most concerning part is that the entire pack is lunging toward him at a terrifying speed. He needs to deal with them quickly before they hit the tripwires, but he hesitates because accidentally touching the trap himself could be even more dangerous. Still, there's no time to waste. He has to move. He starts running, and as soon as the rats trigger the traps, sharp needles shoot out from everywhere, trapping the unfortunate rats that fell for it. Luring the rats into the trap was his plan all along, and he's relieved they fell for it, saving him the trouble of facing them directly. But then he sees a rat that is still alive. As he closes the distance, the monster leaps. Dana continued to face off head-to-face with the remaining Russell beast, struggling with the rodent's speed. As it almost matched his own, the giant rat stopped in its tracks and turned for another attack. This time it used its long-range weapon, spitting a strange substance from its mouth. Dana evaluated the situation as the substance approached. He didn't know what it was, but it looked dangerous. He spun his spear and effectively dissipated the attack. The young man gritted his teeth, noticing he couldn't waste any more time with this burly rat. Only defending would cost him valuable time. It was time to turn the tables and attack. A blue aura formed around his body as he locked onto his target. With a chain of quick movements, Dane showed off his impressive spearman technique. He moved freely in the air, flawlessly following the enemy's position. This resulted in the Russell's head being sliced in half with a clean cut. Dane didn't bother to see the result of his attack. He just ran off and continued his mission. As evening fell, he reached the end of the trial. He was completely exhausted, panting and trying not to vomit. At least he had finally escaped the forest and all its horrors. Suddenly, he felt a fierce presence coming out of the forest. Worried that the fight wasn't over, he stood up quickly and regretted having lowered his guard to rest. Just as he was about to face the presence, he stopped. It was his mother, Lily. She had intentionally let her presence be known to see how Dane would react, and he passed the test. Furthermore, his total time crossing the forest was 3.5 hours, even faster than Lily's record. She had been watching him the whole time. A mother cannot leave her son alone in such a dangerous place. Lily knew better than anyone how talented her son was, but as a mother, it is something different. And with this test that Dane successfully passed, Lily found no flaws in his survival and adaptation skills. She patted Dane's cheeks and mentioned he could be recruited as an assassin due to his rapid improvement. To celebrate his success, Lily took out her most prized possession as the Empire's best assassin, her dagger. She thought the weapon would be better for her son now. From this moment on, Dane would be the owner of Nighthorn. Lily gladly handed over the legendary weapon to her son since she wouldn't be using it anyway. Nighthorn was made of the mysterious ethereal mineral, a mineral capable of absorbing elements from any object if desired. He could use it to store all the poisons in the world, allowing him to mix and absorb poison for his use. Dana thanked his mother for such a valuable inheritance and promised to take good care of Nighthorn. This also marked the end of his training as his mother's assassin. Just as they were preparing to leave and return home, the mother and son duo heard a guttural scream nearby. It seemed to be coming from deep within the forest, so they decided to investigate. We move forward a few days later inside the walls of the Sogur's County Annex Tower. In a guest room, a man woke up coughing and screaming in horror. He had long white hair and a beard and looked very confused. The mysterious man struggled to breathe upon waking. He looked around the luxurious room and wondered where he was. The last thing he remembered was eating a mushroom in that damn forest. The door creaked open and Dane came out with water. He told the man not to move much as he was still detoxing. Dana explained that the old man probably ate a red-nosed poisonous mushroom by mistake. Luckily, Dane and Lily found him and saved him in time. The old man remembered seeing those red-nosed mushrooms. He didn't think they were so lethal. If Dane and Lily had been any later, the old man would have been a corpse. Dane handed him a glass of water, knowing how thirsty the man must be. He took a careful look at the old man's strange head. He noticed the old man was wearing a belt with the insignia of the Nixon Magic Tower. This was definitely no ordinary person. If it hadn't been for Nighthorn absorbing the poison coursing through his body, the old man would have died. Once the old man had calmed down a bit, he asked Dane where they were, and the young man honestly told him they were in the Annex Tower of Sogur's County. The old man must have gotten lost in the southern region. He was poisoned by those damn mushrooms and had wandered all the way south. Dane suggested he rest for now and wait for the Count, who would be coming to see him soon. The young man also introduced himself as Dane, the youngest son of Count Sogurs. The old man's interest was piqued when he heard the name Arabella Sogurs, the genius coveted by every magic tower in the Empire. Dane also explained that they'd found the old man in the forest while he was training with his mother. The old man nearly spat out his water upon hearing that, remembering the hell that crazy forest had put him through. Even as an 8-chain mage, he'd gotten lost, and his mana flow had reversed while casting a spell, shattering his body. The entire forest was saturated with ancient mana, and on top of that, there were hidden traps all over the area. The forest belonged to House Sogers, so naturally, it would be dangerous for anyone outside the family. Furthermore, because of the ancient magic, the mana flow was different from what current mages are used to. It was the worst possible place for a modern mage. The old man realized he would have died without Dane. He also noticed that the boy in front of him must be a once-in-a-generation talent if he was already strong enough to train freely in that hellscape. Dane had even prepared the very antidote needed to save his life. At first glance, the boy just looked like a teenager. Yet despite his youth, he created an antidote that required vast knowledge and precise skill. The old man couldn't believe how lucky the Sogers family was. In addition to having two geniuses in magic and summoning, even their youngest son seemed to be incredibly talented. If the continent were still at war, House Sogers could easily become the most powerful noble house in the entire Altion Empire. The old man thanked Dane, acknowledging that he owed the boy his life. He was a bit surprised by the boy's bold response, but stated that he always pays his debts. First, he wanted to introduce himself properly. It turned out the old man was Sidrain Gauss, the recent head of the Nixon Magic Tower. Sidrain, proud of his name and status, told Dane to ask for anything he wanted. The young man just smiled at Sidrain's presumption. He figured this old mage was the type to live without a home, keeping all his possessions in a subspace. Sidrain was surprised by Dane's calm reaction to his introduction. Normally, people would be amazed or humbled before the head of a magic tower, but this boy didn't even flinch. Trying to reassert his status, he urged Dane again to ask for whatever he desired, without reservation. The young man paused for a moment, considering his next words. Sidrain smiled, expecting to be able to prove his reliability, but Dane simply asked for more time to think about his reward. He denied Sidrain the satisfaction of feeling powerful with his indifferent response. As he turned toward the door, Dane wished the great mage a speedy recovery and suggested he get some more rest. As the young man left the room, Sidrain was left in bed, stunned by the boy's indifference. He was the first person to ever treat him like an ordinary mage. Old Sidrain had been planning to leave after a day or two, but not anymore. He'd met an interesting boy in the south, and now wanted to know more about him. Later, Dane told Herman who Sidrain was, and the assistant excitedly explained that 8-chain mages are at the very top of the food chain, the elite of the elite. This meant an incredibly influential figure now owed Dane a favor. On this continent, magic towers operate as independent territories, almost like their own countries. That meant Sidrain was extremely influential. Even so, it was a mystery why the head of a magic tower was in that forest to begin with. That was no ordinary forest. Mages considered it a forbidden area, calling it the Forest of the Last Days. From the name alone, it was clear it wasn't a place for ordinary people to face. Dane looked at the sword in his hand and asked Herman to get him a new one. The ones he'd been using were now too light and short for him. Fortunately, they had plenty of weapons from the spoils of war the Count had brought back. Tomorrow, Dane could start training with a real greatsword. For now, he just used the light sword to finish up his training. Plus, he had the emblem from the Duke of Thermion, basically a free pass to forge any weapon he wanted. 7 years had passed. Thinking back, Dane remembered those days fondly. If he ever made it to the capital, his first stop would definitely be the Duke's territory. After practice, Dane met his father outside the hall. He'd thought his father had important business outside the castle, but he was back earlier than expected. Things got resolved sooner than expected, so the Count rushed home to check on the head of the magic tower, who was recovering in a guest room. He was hoping that Sidrain could help Arabella. After all, she was going to need a good teacher. Dunna, on the other hand, was wondering if the old man could really handle his sister's personality. He'd heard Arabella once decked a senior just for being annoying. Regardless, Count Sogers praised his son for doing the right thing and saving a life. Of course, Dane felt he only did what was necessary, but even so, he'd still gone out his way to do something not just anyone could. Dunna had truly become an incredible young man. Over the years, Count Sogers found it harder and harder to see his daughter's faces. Arabella had finished her extended semester and was now picking a magic tower to join, while Claire had been appointed as an assistant professor. That's the price of having such extraordinary children, of course. Claire and Arabella were exceptional in their own right, but the Count also had high expectations for his only son. He often wondered how the world would handle a man with so many talents. The Count was just waiting for the day his rival, Duke Thermion, would see how far Dane had come. Years had passed since his reincarnation as a son of House Sogers, but the thought of facing Duke Thermion still filled him with determination. Anyway, he also wondered how Layla was doing in the capital. Her last letter had arrived maybe a year ago. Dunna was looking forward to seeing what she was up to when he passed through the capital. A few days later, Sidrain was complaining he was going stir-crazy in the guest room. He still hadn't fully recovered. So the doctor had advised him not to venture far and strictly forbade him from using magic. His mana reflux hadn't been purified yet, and the poison in his body wasn't completely neutralized. He just needed to rest and recover a bit more. Sidrain didn't have many options. He hadn't been able to use magic for a while, so this situation would be a change of pace, but he couldn't stand being cooped up in his room all day. So he went out for a walk, even though he didn't know his way around the annex. The doctor was worried that the old man might cause some trouble, and that he'd be the one to face the consequences. During the few days Sidrain stayed in the guest room, the housekeeper started spreading rumors about the crazy old man. They say mages are either geniuses or total crackpots. Some of the maids had seen Sidrain pacing up and down every floor of the annex dozens of times, and now he was just staring at the flowers in the garden for hours on end. The maids had heard the old man was a powerful mage, but all they saw was a crazy geezer. They were worried for their young lady, Arabella. Sidrain, however, had actually fallen in love with the estate's beautifully designed garden. He never would have imagined it was all arranged to possess such extraordinary magic. Dane approached the old man. He'd been searching all over for him, only to find him here in the garden. Sidrain hated the idea of being stuck in some unfamiliar place until he was fully recovered. But still, everyone just wanted what was best for him. The area was a good place to rest and recover, though. He could understand why so many nobles came south for the holiday season. Dane liked the south, so it was a shame he'd have to leave soon. Curious, Sidrain asked the young man where he was headed. Dane replied that he was heading to the capital soon. Sidrain figured the boy was going to the academy. After all, his sisters were prominent figures there. The daughters of house ogres were famous for their sublime talent. Sidrain was more curious about Dane, though, so he summoned mana into his eyes and decided to take a look for himself. Inside the young man's body was a roaring wave of pure, blazing power. Sidrain's eyes widened. He'd never seen such dense mana. The sheer density of the boy's power was astonishing. If geniuses his age were a stream, then Dane was a raging torrent, sweeping away everything in its path. Normally, that massive amount of magic in such a young body would be so unstable it'd be on the verge of exploding, but that wasn't the case here. Finally, Dane called the old man out for sizing up his magic without permission, telling him it was rude. Sidrain, feeling uncomfortable, he stopped prying and praised the young man for his observation. He then apologized, admitting he might have been reckless. Inside, Sidrain was still trying to fathom how Dane contained such wild power. In all his years as an archmage, the young man was a completely unique case. Confused by the old man's reaction to what he'd seen, Dane wondered what was going on. Sidrain had been so focused on the quantity and density of Dane's mana that he'd only just now realized the boy didn't have a magic circle. With his abundant mana, creating one should have been simple. The old man's face twisted in horror as he understood the terrible misfortune that must have befallen the young man. Sidrain peered into Dane's core and saw 2 mana cores. Of course, developing 2 mana cores at his young age was an incredible achievement, but the old mage seemed furious that he had chosen that path. He thought that possessing so much mana and using it only to power a spear was madness. Sidrain believed that Dane using his mana to create cores instead of circles was nothing short of blasphemy. Confused by the old man's words, the young man almost overlooked the great talent the archmage had seen in him. He asked if it was possible to use both mana cores and magic circles. That only infuriated the grumpy old man more. He grabbed his head in frustration over the lost potential. Not even knowing where to begin, Sidrain explained the gravity of the problem to Dane and asked if he knew why magic swordsmen lived such short lives. It's because they possess both mana cores and magic circles at the same time, and those 2 concepts constantly interfere with each other. When they clash, problems arise. It's an unwritten law. The mana compressed in the core is transmitted to the circle. If a circle can't handle that overflowing power, it explodes. Dane understood the basic concept, but he had no idea it was that serious. Sidrain grew moody, seeing the world's greatest talent being wasted on training with a spear. Dane asked worriedly if it was truly impossible for him to practice magic without a circle. Sidrain explained that while it's not impossible to refine mana without a circle, using spells that require purified magic would be theoretically improbable. Furthermore, many had tried to follow that theoretical path, but every attempt Sidrain had personally witnessed ended in failure. However, this didn't discourage Dane from wanting to try. Even though he'd never properly tried it before, he felt he could cast spells without a refined magic circle. Sidrain thought the boy was going mad. Dane wasted no time and began using what he knew to reorganize a magic code he was familiar with. After manipulating the runes and mana in the air, the process flowed smoothly. Once the magic code was reorganized, he produced a fire spell that resulted in a powerful explosion. The moment it worked, all his doubts vanished. It was a basic one-chain spell, but he had cast it without a magic circle. Sidrain's mouth hung open in surprise. Common sense dictated that without a magic circle, no one should be able to cast spells. In all his years overseeing the Nixon Magic Tower, he had never seen anything like it. Dane continued adjusting the magic code, forming a mana barrier around his body. He mentioned that Arabella had discovered his great affinity for magic and wondered if that was why he could do such improbable things with mana. It was possible, but what he was doing was far beyond the realm of theory. Sidrain had been at the pinnacle of mages for a long time. This was the first time he understood what commoners felt when faced with the otherworldly capabilities of the elite. He was witnessing an innate talent that broke every known pattern, while Dane was simply having fun making the spells work. The old archmage's knees trembled with excitement. Dane possessed an incomparable affinity with mana, and an energy purer and denser than anyone else in the world. The boy was a real deal, a one-of-a-kind prodigy. Sidrain couldn't contain himself any longer. He immediately asked Dane if he wanted to be his disciple. The old man went to great lengths, trying to convince Dane to learn from him, thinking that to ignore such talent would be a disservice to the entire world. Dane was already growing tired of the old man's persistence when Sidrain asked if he knew how to use a two-chain spell. The young man hadn't been exposed to those codes, so he couldn't cast a higher-level spell. Sidrain Gauss laughed, saying that if Dane accepted him as a tutor, he'd soon be casting 8-chain spells. However, Dane politely declined the offer. Sidrain's patience had run out. Suddenly, the Count of Sogers intervened, laughing at the familiarity between the Archmage and his son. When asked what they were talking about, Dane replied honestly that the old man kept trying to make him his disciple, even after he had already rejected him several times. At least Sidrain knew how to behave properly in front of the man of the house. While praising Dane for his potential to become a great mage, he highlighted that his future was brighter than anyone could possibly imagine, since he could use chain-level magic without a circle model. As a warrior, Count Sogers understood just how incredible that was. At this point, the Count was no longer surprised by his son's inhuman feats. The young man didn't know the basics of spells, yet cast them naturally. The Count also praised the former head of the Magic Tower for immediately noticing Dane's talent, though the word talent wasn't enough. Dane is a genius who could become an unparalleled magic swordsman. Hearing that, Count Arkin imagined his son abandoning the spear and taking up the sword. His mood shifted, and anger filled the air. The title of magic swordsman didn't sit well with Arkin. Dane shuddered, realizing that Sidrain had said the one thing that should never be said in front of his father. Failing to read the room, Sidrain continued to insist on the possibility of Dane becoming a magic swordsman. He even promised to take full responsibility and turn the young man into the most powerful fighter in the Empire. By the time he noticed the Count's change in mood, it was already too late. Count Arkin shouted that his son could not be a magic swordsman. Sidrain argued that combining sword and magic would be ideal for a genius suited for both. Arkin kept insisting that his son would not be a magic swordsman. If anything, he would be a magic spearman. Sidrain finally understood the problem. Dana just tried to stay quiet until his father calmed down. Sidrain had never met a family as strange as the Segrisis. For a mage, taking on a disciple carries great meaning. Mages, especially powerful ones, usually train their successors through an act called inheritance. It's a tradition that has been maintained since ancient times, even after universal magic education was established long ago. What Sidrain Gauss was looking for was not just a disciple, but a successor to his life's work and the legacy of those who came before him. Given that an 8-chain archmage was desperately trying to recruit him, Dane gained a great deal of confidence in his own talent and potential. He felt a new sensation swirling in his body now that he had familiarized himself with the basics of magic. He remembered a gift that Arabella had left him years ago. It was a crystal ball he could use if he ever wanted to see his sister. At that moment, asking for Arabella's opinion on the matter seemed like a good idea. Dane dug out the crystal ball, infused his mana into it, and called for her. He reached her telepathically while she was studying in the academy library. When she finally recognized his voice, she was shocked. Arabella immediately dropped what she was doing, a joyful smile spreading across her face at the thought of her little brother contacting her. As expected, even Arabella was surprised to hear that Dane had used a one-chain spell without a magic circle. She knew his affinity with mana was high, but she never expected it to be this advanced. The circle only purifies and circulates energy, so perhaps Dane's mana was already pure enough to be used directly. To verify this, Arabella wanted to send a mana stone through the transmission device in Dane's room to check the purity of his mana. He was lucky to have Arabella to help him with this. Now a six-chain mage, her help was very comforting. Arabella figured that since Dane could already use chain-level magic, attracting a lot of attention at the academy would be inevitable, but that was the last thing he wanted. It couldn't be helped. Talent always attracts attention. But Arabella assured her brother that she would destroy anyone who tried to bully him. Dane then asked his sister about the rumor that she broke the nose of an older student, the second son of the dual duchy. Just thinking about that slimy bastard made Arabella's blood boil. Noticing she was communicating so openly in public, she tried to calm down. After a moment, she theorized that Dane's mana purity would continue to increase. It was a possibility they should consider. Unfortunately, their discussion was interrupted because a professor needed Arabella. They said their goodbyes, and she promised to send the mana stone she mentioned. Dane felt he could be creating a path that had never existed before, and that was finally becoming clear to him. With the incredible purity of his mana, he jokingly wondered if he had a dragon's heart beating in his chest. Meanwhile, Sidrain, still in the annex recovering, used a bit of mana to inspect Dane, which worsened his magic reflux. It seemed he might have to stay longer. If the boy accepted his offer, he could have a most illustrious legacy among all mages. He wondered what he could do to win the young man over. If Dane didn't want to learn 8-chain magic, perhaps he should offer him a grand and priceless artifact, or pass on an inheritance refined over generations. But if he gave his treasures away first, Sidrain could be tricked and left with nothing. While he was mulling over his options, Dane knocked on the door. Sidrain wondered if the boy was coming to apologize, or if he had changed his mind about the offer. Dane went to see the old man because he had something to tell him. Sidrain thought the young man had reconsidered becoming his disciple, but Dane quickly shot that idea down. It wasn't that he wasn't interested in magic. Sidrain asked if he already had a master or something, and that's why he kept refusing, but that wasn't it either. Feeling like he was being played, Sidrain asked what the young man wanted to talk about. It was simple. Dane didn't know the rearrangement code for 2-chain magic yet, and learning from his sister would be difficult since she was so far away. In the end, the best method was to learn under the guidance of Sidrain, a true archmage. Besides, the old man still owed him for the rescue, so he couldn't just refuse his request. Dane confessed to the old man that he didn't want to be just a mage, nor would he become solely a magic spearman. He wanted to be a magic spearman assassin summoner. According to Sidrain, something that ridiculous didn't even exist. Damn, Dane even wanted to add swordsman to that title. The sheer absurdity of the young man's ambition frustrated Sidrain quite a bit. To achieve such a complex title, Dane had to draw a line and refuse to become the disciple of the former head of the magic tower. Seeing his determination, Sidrain realized Dane had already chosen his path. Then, the old man had an idea. The mage stood up and asked if Dane would be interested in a letter of recommendation. Since he wanted to enter the academy, getting a letter of recommendation from the former head of the Nixon Magic Tower would be a huge boost to his reputation. Dane thought about it for a moment and, deciding it wasn't a bad offer, accepted the letter of recommendation. And while they were on the subject, he wanted to make another request. Sidrain chuckled silently, thinking the young man had finally caved. At last, he could start getting his hooks into this unparalleled genius. Seeing the old man's generous mood, Dane asked that if he could learn the rearrangement code for 2-chain magic. That wouldn't be a problem for Sidrain. After all, he knew the rearrangement code for all 2-chain magic. Dane was still young. Giving him a recommendation letter for the academy and some 2-chain magic codes was no big deal. And even though he wasn't in the best condition, Sidrain could start his lessons right away. Dane smirked to himself, thinking he'd landed a big one. He held out his hand and declared that with everything on the table, they could consider Sidrain's life debt paid in full. The old man had said it himself. Since he owed Dane a great debt, Dane could ask for something. So here he was, asking for what he wanted. Sidrain did not like being played like this. He thought he was finally getting a disciple, but Dane's answer to his invitation was still the same. A firm no. The old man had been played by a 14-year-old boy who refused to back down. Sidrain argued that the young man had asked for 2 things when he only owed him for 1. But the young man disagreed. First, he'd saved the unconscious old man from the forest. Second, he'd neutralized the poison spreading through Sidrain's body. He could have also mentioned carrying that unconscious old man back to the annex, but he'd let that one slide as a bonus. Sidrain had nothing left to say. He was completely and logically defeated. He wondered how such an audacious kid could even exist in this world. In the end, Sidrain and Dane arranged their lessons in the training room. The old man figured that even if he couldn't get Dane as an official disciple, he could at least stay on the boy's good side in case he changed his mind later. Sidrain just couldn't bear to let such talent go to waste. Finally, the lesson began. They would work on Dane's circle S-chain magic. The young man had to pay close attention, since the rearrangement code for 2-chain magic is far more complex than for 1-chain. Many aspiring The mages fail to reach this stage and just give up. Focused. Grateful to have such a skilled teacher. Sidrain, that noticed the glint in the boy's eyes and made sure not to go easy on him. After all, he had a reputation as an archmage to uphold. Two-chain codes are on a whole other level. The caster has to simultaneously calculate the amount of mana, the magical density in the atmosphere, and their own physical condition. Everything plays a crucial role. The sheer complexity of the magic is why so many give up. Sidrain offered a rather complicated explanation, hoping Dane would ask for a simpler one. When he asked the young man if he needed him to clarify, Dane just smiled and told him to continue. For Dane, learning, it wasn't just the reorganization of magic codes. The new information itself was eye-opening. To confirm he understood the principle, Sidrain had him explain the laws of magical reorganization. According to the young man's notes, the first law was coexistence. Magical power can exist in the physical world alongside other mana sources. Through coexistence, mages utilize their own power and the magical energy in their surroundings to cast their spells. The second law is conservation. If magical energy gathers a sufficient amount of a specific elemental material, it can manifest various properties through conservation. Dana didn't just understand the nature of magic well, he was also adding his own interpretations. Most would find magic theory boring, but not this young man. He had talent, the right tools, and a thirst for knowledge. How could a more perfect candidate for a mage even exist? Continuing the lesson, Sidrain explained that magic codes grow exponentially more complex with each added chain. Rather than just talk theory, it was easier to demonstrate. Sidrain summoned his mana and created a simple magic grid. He demonstrated a one-chain magic spell using simple rules. But the complexity increases. Starting with a two-chain, he transformed the mana into a whirlwind of runes and power, showing the reorganization code. For two-chain magic, Dane focused on the brilliant display, noting the complexity of the knots. Sidrain adjusted the code and cast the two-chain fire spell, Fire Arrow. When using magic codes, repetition is the key to mastery. The old man thought that Dane was finally beginning to understand just how complex magic truly is. In his experience, it took most mages at least a year to advance from a one-chain code to a two-chain one. No matter how brilliant someone was, the mind could only comprehend one part of the code at a time. Sidrain figured he would observe Dane's progress for a week while teaching him the techniques to master two-chain codes. But Dane wanted to try it right away. Sidrain saw no harm in it, fully expecting the boy to fail spectacularly. But when Dane began to summon his mana outside his body to form the first code, he felt as if he were witnessing a master at work. The young man concentrated, using his hands to manipulate the mana swirling in the air, finally forming the grid that Sidrain had demonstrated as the basic form for one-chain codes, based on vertical and horizontal lines, established with impressive precision. The old man was impressed. Dane could have stopped there and been an undisputed genius, but where's the fun in that? He went further, decomposing the mana grid to create a whirlwind in the air. Sidrain was stunned to see a perfect replica of the two-chain reorganization code he had demonstrated only once. When asked how he did it so quickly, he simply said he copied it by observing and memorizing the rules and patterns. He visualized every factor in his mind while forming the magic code and found it surprisingly easy. Sidrain was floored. Even he, a magical genius, had taken time to reach two chains, yet this boy with no magic circle had done it in mere minutes. As if wanting to give the old man a heart attack, Dane said he would try to cast the Fire Arrow spell. He made the mana and runes swirl around him to high speed. Finally, he organized the code flawlessly, creating several fire arrows. Sidrain stared at the perfectly formed arrows, unable to believe his eyes. Watching this boy's feats was plunging the old man into an existential crisis. If only he'd had Dane's talent when he was young, he would have already reached his dream of mastering 9 chains. Dane handled the fire arrows with ease, sending them flying through the training hall. The old archmage tried to compose himself. Even Dane was surprised at how naturally it all came to him. One thing was for sure. The world would go wild if they saw a mage without a circle performing such magical feats. Sidrain knew Dane's talent had to be kept secret before all sorts of people came after him with malicious intent. Besides, he still hadn't given up on making the boy his disciple. Since Dane had learned the first code so easily, they could move on to learning more. Sidrain realized he'd have to be careful about what he wrote in Dane's recommendation letter to the academy. At the end of the day, Dane lay in his bed, reflecting on his magic lesson. He decided to properly learn both theory and practice. Thinking back to his past life, he'd been forced into a situation where learning magic wasn't even an option. Not knowing when he might die in battle, finding time to learn magic was a luxury he couldn't afford. His hands were full just trying to survive with his sword. For some reason, the study of magic prioritized theory over practical spellcasting. But in this life, he had the time, the resources, and the talent to learn so much more. He could combine the theory he learned from Arabella with his own innate talent. Now he could grow at an incredible rate, with just a little bit of guidance, especially from a former tower master. He was eager to see what kind of magic he would learn next. About 2 weeks later, Dane went to his father to ask for permission to create a magic reagent. But since they didn't have the materials, he'd need to leave the territory. His father was a bit surprised by his son's progress, but Sidrain backed Dane up, assuring Count Sogers that he was ready, having already mastered 4 rearrangement codes. For most geniuses, learning a single code takes a month. Count Sogers knew that magic reagents were hard to come by, and Dane had only ever read about them in the family's magic library. Sidrain had already accepted that the boy was special. He was actually glad Dane was interested in something as tedious as magic reagents. In the end, the Count agreed, believing it would be a great experience for his son. And since Dane was going out anyway, he might as well see his own territory. He smiled and thanked his father for trusting him enough to venture out on his own. Dana made a short trip to the outer regions of the Sogers' territory, accompanied by Sidrain and Herman. Even on the outskirts, the people of Sogers County greeted him with respect. Dana returned their warm welcome with a kind smile. During the trip, Sidrain could tell that Count Sogers was a kind lord, judging by how happy his people were. The South really had a lot to offer. They had delicious snacks, great weather, and wonderful people. It was a rare sight compared to the capital. That's why Dane loved this place so much. Their caravan traveled for a while, heading toward the magic supply shop. Dane had never been there before, so he asked Herman to lead the way. The 3 of them picked up the pace and soon arrived at their destination. The owner of the magic shop was shocked to see the famous young Master Dane walk into her humble shop. She complimented his silver hair and emerald eyes, and Dane thanked her. Not many locals visited her shop for magic supplies. Lately, she'd been getting by thanks to foreign visitors interested in magic. The shop owner also recognized Sidrain, the former master of the magic tower, and told him what an honor it was to have him in her shop. The old man was pleased that someone finally recognized him. She invited the 2 of them to browse freely and to call her if they needed anything. Since it was Dane's first time in a magic shop, Sidrain encouraged him to look around while he spoke with the shopkeeper. With just a quick glance, Dane could already see tons of interesting things on display, like potions, gems, amulets, and all sorts of other magical items. Although, he couldn't shake the strange feeling of déjà vu. What's more, when he touched the items, he could feel a magical response from them. He chalked it up to his high affinity and kept exploring. Suddenly, the soft chiming of a bell caught his ear, grabbing his full attention. As he got closer, he felt a strong pull coming from one side of the shop. The owner told him that everything in that section was just decorative. Meanwhile, Sidrain called Dane over to look at potion ingredients together. The old man had already picked out some raw materials like moon root, which was useful in at least 50 different potions. The owner assured them that her ingredients were of the highest quality, processed by her personally. Dana, however, was still captivated by the strange, tinkling sound. As he walked deeper among the decorations, he felt a strange power calling out to him. He turned and saw a piece of stone that was emitting Puremana. That had to be the source of the sound. Dana was drawn toward the stone, his body moving as if on its own. Herman, seeing his young master acting so strangely, rushed over to him in concern. His young master was just staring at an ordinary rock that was embedded in the wall as decoration. But Dane wasn't sure what was happening, but he knew the stone was calling to him. He pulled it from the wall and held it in his hand. Just as he suspected, pouring his magic into it made the reaction even stronger. It seemed the object reacted uniquely to his mana. Meanwhile, old Sidrain was still busy gathering all the raw ingredients he could find. Dane approached and asked the shop owner the history of the stone he took from the wall. As the owner mentioned before, it was just an ornament. But what kind of ornament has a stronger magic reaction than everything else in the shop? Sidrain asked if the owner had been cheated with the rock. She admitted that years ago, a traveling salesman gave her a large package as payment. Opening it excitedly, she found a simple stone. She kept hope and asked a mage to evaluate the stone, but it was confirmed to be just a common rock. Based on Dane's interaction with the object, it was not a simple rock. The owner urged the young master to focus on other products and some special magic artifacts instead of wasting time with the stone. She tried to sell him several valuable magic artifacts, but Dane remained fascinated with the strange stone in his hand. It was the only thing he desired. She showed him a parchment card that reads, and automatically stores all types of information for cataloging. In the end, Dane bought the parchment card and the useless stone. He was sure it was not an object he could leave behind. Even though Sidrain was confused about what the young man was thinking on the way back, the old bat asked curiously if Dane had an interest in decorative art or if he really believed there was something special about the stone. When he explained that the stone reacted to his magic, Sidrain kept an open mind. Although he saw nothing special, his curiosity was piqued. Since there were many people in the streets, the small caravan hurried back to the castle. Sidrain set up an invaluable tool to help Dane discover what the stone really was. He was sure he could evaluate the stone accurately. Still, a mage had already evaluated it and found nothing remarkable. Sidrain arrogantly stated that no mage appraiser surpassed his tool. He had put all his funds into this modern appraisal device. He was sure it could analyze anything placed upon it. Both were anxious to discover what the seemingly simple piece of stone held. Sidrain placed the object on the platform and asked Dane to imbue his magic into the stone to trigger a reaction. Upon doing so, the stone began to radiate a dense amount of magic power. It lit up in the center of the tool, its glow spinning and forming something complex. Sidrain watched the explosion of light, keeping his eyes on the stone. Seeing that his tool was unveiling the mystery in the stone, Sidrain was able to lift his head with pride after being humiliated by the boy so many times. The mana from the stone danced around the room, forming runes in the air. Dane instantly understood what they were seeing, as he had been learning about this from Sidrain for weeks. Inside the stone was a magic code, but the old bat declared it was no ordinary code. It was astonishing. Floating around, it was a code of structure and complexity never seen before. It could be as complex as a 6 or even 7-chain code. So the magic stone had a code hidden inside it, and Dane's magic seemed to hold the key to unlocking it. The stone only responded to his mana, of course. They had managed to pull out the code, but deciphering what it was and why it only reacted to Dane's magic was a completely different challenge. Even Sidrain, an expert in magic arts, did not know this type of magic. Still, his pride as a mage drove him to crack the code. If he succeeded, they might discover what made Dane's magic unique. While Dane and Sidrain worked hard to decipher the magic in the Sober's lands, Arabella was busy researching in her personal laboratory at the academy. Her lab was filled with books and artifacts organized from her studies. Arabella stored her brother's mana signature in a magic stone and confirmed that there was indeed something strange about Dane's power. His magic had something unique that didn't match any known magic. She performed many tests and studied numerous works, yet she could not determine which magical field this anomaly belonged to. She had tried everything, reagents, portals, magic engineering, and still, nothing gave an answer. But she was sure the truth was out there, hidden somewhere. Then, suddenly, she remembered hearing of a magic field lost long ago, one that had disappeared from the wizarding world. Perhaps Dane's magic was linked to this forgotten field. Arabella began searching through her piles of books and literature, trying to remember where she had kept that old tome. It was a book that spoke of alchemy, divination, spiritualism, necromancy, in a primitive form of magic code. As she searched excitedly, another dusty tome fell from the shelves. She picked it up, noting it was a book of ancient magic. Thinking back, she had once studied the lost magical kingdom of Arcana, a civilization said to have existed over 2,000 years ago and inherited ancient magic from a previous era. It was said to practice extinct forms of magic. Arabella laughed to herself, dismissing the idea. Ancient magic had long since disappeared. There was no way Dane's magic was linked to an ancient relic. But she had nothing left to lose. So, she decided to try something unusual. She placed a magic crystal containing Dane's mana into her magic typewriter and consulted the book of ancient magic. After a few moments of concentration, Arabella opened her eyes in awe. The crystal was reacting. Quickly, she noted down the properties of the mana, while her mind wondered if Dane's magic could be linked to alchemy, divination, or something else. Arabella would be fine with any result as long as it didn't lead her brother toward necromancy. When she finished analyzing the findings, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning. All she could say was, "Were these findings?" At the Sogur's training field, Dane and Sidrain were still working hard, trying to provoke more reactions from the stone. After a while, Sidrain managed to break the seal of the stone. Inside was something else. The old man carefully extended his hand and pulled out the object. It was a simple accessory, a silver bracelet that emitted dense magical power. At first glance, it looked like an ordinary bracelet you might find in a market. Sidrain initially thought there might be something special about the material of the bracelet, but it seemed mundane, since the stone only responded to Dane's mana. Sidrain suspected the same would happen with the bracelet. Dane put on his wrist. At first, it hung loose, apparently too large for him. But then came the reaction. The bracelet lit up, resonating with the magic in Dane's body. As expected, it only responded to him. Dane saw strange characters emerge from the bracelet, glowing softly. Sidrain leaned in to look closely while Dane asked, anxiously, if the old mage could decipher the symbols. To Dane's surprise, Sidrain's face lit up with a broad smile. They were ancient runes, characters that no one in today's world could understand. By ancient, Sidrain referred to the language of the lost kingdom of Arcana. Dana only knew a little about Arcana from what Arabella had told him when they were children. She described it as an era when magic dominated every aspect of life. But then suddenly and mysteriously, the era of magical prosperity ended, leaving only a few relics and legends. Now, this strange line of magic code sealed inside a stone had been added to the ancient puzzle. Sidrain knew Dane's magic was special, but never imagined it would be linked to the ancient kingdom of Arcana. This revelation increased Sidrain's desire to have Dane as an apprentice. After all, it was said that the Forest of the Last Days, which had even defeated Sidrain, was full of remnants of Arcana's disruptive magic. Dane's connection to this ancient power now made sense. Unfortunately, they only had those few lines of indecipherable runes. Sidrain urged Dane to take his time and explore this mystery, but warned him to keep it a secret for now. Suddenly, their quiet study was interrupted. A terrifying sound echoed throughout Sogers, causing both to open their eyes in distress. Something dreadful was approaching. The familiar sound of the alarm surprises him, and the old man soon realizes it is the alarm for a monster attack. That is enough to liven him up, since his body is almost healed and he is anxious to flex his old muscles and get the blood flowing. It's a good chance to return the favor to the Sogers family for their hospitality. The old man excitedly tells Dane not to just stand there and to grab a spear or something. Dane just stands there without much expression, reaches into his coat, and pulls out a pendant. Sidrain raises an eyebrow and asks what he is holding and why the sound of the monster alarm is coming from it. Dane tells the excited old man that the sound has nothing to do with monsters. In reality, it indicates that his eldest sister is coming. Wants to contact him. The old man's excitement deflates like a balloon upon realizing this, and he grumbles at Dane for not mentioning it sooner. Dane just laughs awkwardly, reminding the old man that it goes without saying there is no reason for monsters to be in this area. With that cleared up, Dane answers his sister's call, while the old man is left with an expression of disappointment. Upon connecting, his sister asks why he took so long to answer. He simply apologizes and asks about the reason for her call. She begins to reveal some juicy details about his magic code, but quickly stops and asks if there is someone next to him. The mere mention of the magic code was enough for Dane to realize that she has truly discovered that his magic is ancient magic. The old man hears this conversation and lets out a cry of disbelief, demanding to know how on earth she discovered that. As they continue talking, he also tells his version of the story. When he and Sidrain analyzed some stones, they realized his magic is from the ancient magic kingdom. They discovered this because that stone only responds to his magic, which was a complete revelation. The old man, for his part, grits his teeth in frustration. The fact that she discovered this just by analyzing his magic is incredible. He knew she was a genius, but her talent is greater than he thought. Arabella then asks her brother if anyone else knows about his secret. Dane quickly responds no. She breathes a sigh of relief and tells Dane and Sidrain to keep the secret because if his secret is revealed, he won't be able to handle the consequences. Then she apologizes to Sidrain for not introducing herself first before diving into the conversation. The old man just laughs, saying he already knows a lot about her thanks to Dane. Regarding keeping Dane's magic secret, he assures that no one will know. If it leaks, not only would Dane be in trouble, but the entire House Sogers would face great consequences. Arabella congratulates the old man for grasping the gravity of the situation so quickly, which is, of course, expected of Sidrain Gauss. The old man then asks if this exchange is being recorded, to which she responds no, saying that when the conversation ends, it will be deleted immediately. Well, that's good news. At least they don't have to worry about anything leaking. The old man then reveals that he also plans to return to the magic tower to investigate this matter. Arabella thanks him for the gesture while he downplays it, insisting that as a mage, he does it out of duty, so there is no need for her to feel indebted. Speaking of the magic tower, the old man mentions he heard she was looking for a tower to join and asks if she has decided which one to go to. Arabella notes that he is suggesting she join his tower, so she tries to dodge the question by saying she is not considering the Nixon magic tower because it doesn't focus on the area that interests her. Of course, this leaves the old man annoyed again. He was already wondering where Dane's cunning came from, and it seems he inherited it from his sister. He doesn't express his frustration. Instead, he laughs and says she doesn't have to join his magic tower, while Dane feels somewhat worried watching the old man, especially because his sister was so blunt. She decides to end the conversation, saying they can talk about the details later. After exchanging greetings, she cuts the connection. Sidrain comments that his sister has become quite impressive, and Dane agrees, pointing out that the artifact in front of them was also made by her. He adds that this compact crystal ball is popular among young mages. The old man smiles and admits it is quite impressive, but we can also see the frustration on his face as he says he doesn't need such an object. He says that upon reaching the 8th chain, wasting time on idle chat is unbecoming of a mage. Dane understands why the old man says it. The fact that this grumpy old man doesn't want a trendy item like that only suggests he has no friends. Later, Dana tells his parents everything about the ancient magic. His mother seems worried hearing this, but his father reassures them, saying that if anyone targets Dane, they will make them pay. His mother agrees, saying she won't hold back when it comes to her son's safety. Once again, Dane feels a bit uncomfortable with their intense protective instincts, but he has to admit there is nothing safer than being looked after by those two Sogers. He then says that if what Dane said is true, does it mean their lineage possesses latent ancient magic? His wife acknowledges it, and also wants to know if any of her ancestors had it. She chooses to investigate her side of the family first. The matter turns out to be intriguing, and Dane cannot help but wonder what would be discovered if both sides of his family decided to investigate. Although it is not of vital importance to him, it generates curiosity. His mother reminds him that he has already surpassed his limits in many ways. If he stays here, it could stunt his growth, so he should start thinking about making his way to the capital. The mention of the capital startles him, and his parents remind him, furthermore, that he needs to be at least 14 years old to enter the academy. Now that he has reached that age, he shouldn't waste any more time. Sogers makes it clear he wanted to keep Dane for another year or two before sending him off, but it doesn't seem like there's anything left for him to learn here. His mother places her hand over his in a reassuring manner and tells him he can leave whenever he wants, emphasizing that the decision is entirely his. Dane is surprised to see this because he didn't expect them to have already accepted the fact that he needs to leave this place. His father is sure that his son will make him proud and encourages him to go and enjoy his talents to the fullest. Dana smiles at this, saying he understands what they are both saying and promises to prepare for entering the academy. The family of 3 smiles at the outcome of the decision, and by then Dane is also excited to finally start the next chapter of his life. Later, Dane informs Sidrain about his decision to leave the mansion. The old man asks if it truly is his decision to leave, and Dane confirms it, though he admits it's a bit earlier than he had initially planned. The old man also expresses his support for Dane's decision, saying that having his talent restricted here would be a waste of potential. He also gives Dane a piece of advice not to reveal too much about his talents all at once to others. Although the Academy welcomes talent, not everyone thinks that way, and there are people who might feel jealous. Dane is already aware of this, however, because Arabella had warned him about it and mentioned some scandalous situations she herself had encountered. The old man further states that it's difficult for mediocre people to thrive in the Academy given the environment, but assures Dane that the Thermion House is not one of them. Speaking of the Thermion House, Dane remembers Layla and the promise to visit her when he reaches the capital. He knows that if he doesn't, she will be very disappointed. He also remembers the emblem Duke Thermion gave him, so he plans to think about what kind of weapon he wants before heading there. The old man then reminds him that there are 3 months until he enters the academy, so he should plan to depart from here in 2 months. Dane acknowledges this and returns the question, asking the old man about his plans. Sidrain responds that he will return to the Magic Tower because he has something to attend to. He thanks Dane for helping him overcome his boredom and, as a gesture of goodwill, wishes to return the favor by informing Dane of any clues related to this ancient magic. Dana is quite grateful to hear this. The old man points out that since Dane has little time left here, lessons should be his primary concern. Sidrain wants to speed up the process to finish the lessons ahead of time, but warns Dane that the 3rd chain is considerably more difficult than the 2nd chain. Dane promises to study hard to reach that level. Then he mentions he has a gift for the old man. Sidrain perks up, curious to know what it will be. Dana quickly pulls out a box and tells the old man he received this yesterday from his sister using teleportation magic. He explains that it is a very popular item among young people right now, and that this particular model is a new compact crystal ball that has not yet been released. He adds that Arabella created this new product and that she pulled some strings to get it as a favor. The old man quickly takes the stone and looks very excited to have it. He praises how pretty the stone looks, though he claims he doesn't need such a thing. Still, he says he will gratefully accept the gift Dane has prepared, no matter how much the old man denies it. The expression on his face makes it clear. that he is totally thrilled to have this product for himself. Dana then spends his time explaining to the old man how to use the crystal, just as any teenager would when teaching their grandmother. As night falls and he returns to his room, he reflects on everything he has to do in the 2 months he has left. It is revealed to us that his main interest lies in summoning. So, he decides to aim for attending summoning classes, obtaining a summoning sign, and having the opportunity to take the qualification exam. Since Claire is an assistant professor, he hopes to see her often in class. Speaking of summoning, he remembers he almost forgot to imbue magic into his familiar, so he quickly takes the egg and transfers a bit of his magic. You see, for 7 years Dane has imbued magic into the egg every morning and night. But there is still no response. However, since the magic doesn't go elsewhere and is absorbed by the familiar, he is sure the egg will hatch one day. The scene shifts to the academy where students are chatting about the entrance exams, which include 2 tests. One is the common exam, and the other is the specialization exam. The common exam is preparatory and focuses on culture, imperial history, and more, but Dane shouldn't have any problems. Arabella informs her brother about the details through the crystal and assures him that doing well is important, as it will be reflected in his admission score. Next comes the specialization exam. As the name suggests, you must choose a specialty and take an exam. The content varies depending on the professor, but Arabella is confident that this part will also be easy for him. Dane remembers that Arabella passed that exam without problems, and she smiles, saying that yes, it was very easy. Then she tells him that once he chooses a specialization, he won't be able to change it, so he must choose carefully from start. She says she would appreciate it if he chose magic. While Dane swings his sword in the training field, he smiles awkwardly, seeing that she is not giving up on persuading him to join the magic program. To get her off his back, he says he will think about it. Then he asks if there is really no other way to change his specialization after enrolling, as she mentioned. Arabella explains that it usually works that way. The only option is to graduate and return, although one can take classes from other specialties, but already by the 3rd year. In short, they generally don't allow students from one specialty to take advanced classes in another. That means there's only one chance to choose a specialization. She tells him that for someone as talented as he is, an autonomous specialization system exists. Dane is fascinated to hear this, and asks how it differs from the regular specializations. His sister tells him that unless he intends to fail, she would recommend not applying, since no one has ever managed to pass that exam. But it seems that Dane already has his sights set on it, and the way he pauses for a moment tells his sister that he's actually considering something daring, but he quickly assures her he won't do anything reckless. With that, he says he'll contact her later. After the call, Arabella wonders that if she's being too pushy about him joining the magic program, yet she still believes it's his best option. Just then, a student approaches to tell her the professor is looking for her. Later, we see that Sidrain has prepared a letter of recommendation for Dane as promised, and Dane is truly happy to see that he actually wrote it for him. The old man beams with pride, telling Dane he took extra care with the letter. He didn't just write generic lines. Instead, he made sure it was impressive and truly reflected Dane's strengths and potential. For Sidrain, it was a genuine effort, something he rarely does, so he advises Dane to feel honored. Dane quickly smiles and promises that he will live up to his expectations. But the old man grumbles, a bit annoyed, saying it would have been much better if Dane had accepted becoming his disciple. He says their current relationship is that of a teacher and student, but he's not sure if Dane will see him as a true master. Well, it seems the old man might be right, because Dane's awkward smile indicates he doesn't really want to see him that way. The old man asks if Dane has finished his preparations, and Dane confirms he doesn't need to carry much, since the academy dormitories have everything necessary. Sidrain agrees the facilities are excellent, but adds that only a select few have a monopoly on them. That said, he's sure there's no way Dane will lose to those arrogant nobles. Dane laughs awkwardly because from what he's heard, the academy is now a gathering place for noble bullies. Sidrain warns him to be careful. He says many of the boys there will show their fangs if they think he's looking down on them. Dane reflects on this, realizing it's like the law of the battlefield, something he's quite familiar with. He assures the old man he'll keep in mind. Sidrain then tells him to get in touch whenever he needs something. Now that he has that compact crystal, he better make good use of it. Hearing this, Dane realizes Sidrain must be leaving soon. The old man nods, surprised Dane guessed correctly. He tells Dane it would be a problem to stay here, since his father offered him a position as a magic advisor, but that's something to consider later. He's sure Dane understands, especially with so much to do with the magic tower. It doesn't take Dane long to realize he must be talking about investigating ancient magic. The old man then thanks Dane, and our boy returns the gesture, thanking the old man for all the time he invested in him. They share a smile, hoping to see each other again, and the old man can't wait to see how much Dane will grow in the future. With that, the old man walks away, telling Dane not to see him off, as it would be awkward. Dane wishes him a good trip, but can't help feeling sad. He has grown very fond of this old man. The next day, Dane's father asks if he's leaving now that Sidrain has departed. Dane confirms he has finished all his preparations. His father tells his wife the castle will feel empty with their son gone, but she reassures him not to be sad. On the contrary, she feels relieved that Dane is finally leaving. Her main concern is that he doesn't face difficulties on his journey. Her husband assures her that since Dane will use the teleportation gate Arabella arranged, there should be no problem. The caring mother smiles, admitting she was just worrying over nothing in the end. In any case, she feels proud of having raised her children well, especially compared to other houses where the children are busy fighting over the succession. Her husband mentions that the time will also come for house ogres to decide, but he thinks that any of the siblings would be fit for the succession. At that moment, Dane enters the room and his parents greet him affectionately. His father asks if he is ready to depart, while his mother asks if he is carrying Night Horn and the token she gave him. Dane returns a radiant smile, confirming he is both. His mother then reminds him to take the token to the place she told him about, and to show it whenever he thinks he needs help. Dane nods, saying he will remember, although he's curious if these people are old colleagues or friends of his mother. She responds that yes, they're some of her closest colleagues. It's been a long time since she last saw them, but she's sure they would be willing to help. As soon as Count Sogers hears the talk between mother and son, his face tightens, almost as if he were seriously constipated. He's worried that if Dane follows his mother's advice, he might end up on the path of a consummate assassin, so he quickly intervenes. He tells his son to find the Duke of Thermion the moment he arrives in the capital, assuring him the Duke will help him until he enters the academy. At this, Dane's mother begins to cry, heartbroken to see her son so grown up and about to leave. Her husband gently reminds her that there's no need for tears, suggesting they see him off with smiles and good wishes. Meanwhile, Dane steels himself. Although he'd always planned to leave, he feels a bit reluctant now that the time has come to depart. Herman accompanies him to the teleportation gate, while his father watches from a distance. From a window, a suspicious figure working for Count Sogers observes them. The Count orders his man, Galad, to follow Dane very closely and ensure he arrives safely at the teleportation gate. Galad acknowledges the order and sets off. Meanwhile, in another room of the castle, Dane's caring mother has also summoned her familiar, known as Shadow. As expected, she gives him the same order Sogers gave his man. Make sure Dane teleports safely. Shadow receives the order and immediately departs. When Dane arrives at the portal, Herman is stunned. It's his first time seeing the massive machine, and it is absolutely giant. Dane is also in awe of how magnificent it is. The butler comments that Lady Arabella must be an incredible person, and Dane agrees, saying he can now understand why it took her a whole year to build this. Full of excitement, the butler asks if simply stepping on the platform will activate the teleportation. Dane confirms with a yes, marveling at the device himself. He considers the effort she must have invested in it. Teleportation magic isn't like other kinds. It requires a precise arrangement of codes, and the magic must be constantly imbued while the code is reorganized before it can be cast. The gate Arabella installed is the perfect device, where all the conditions for teleportation are perfectly met. Herman wishes him luck and tells him to take care. Dane returns the sentiment and begins to walk toward the portal. As soon as he steps inside, he decides to infuse magic into the gate to activate it, just as his sister suggested. Once he does, the gate flares to life, and a blue, arcane energy envelopes him. As the teleportation occurs, the scene shifts to a bustling street where everyone is busy with their daily lives. In the midst of it all, we see our boy on horseback. A huge smile spreads across his face, as he realizes this is the entrance to the capital city, Arthenia. While making his way through the crowd, an unknown voice calls out, saying they have been waiting for him. The man in front of him is clearly a knight, and he quickly introduces himself as Luke Asmar, captain of the First Knight Corps of House Thermion. Seeing the captain of the knights himself come out to greet him is a bit overwhelming for Dane. He never imagined this would happen. The knight says he and his men will escort Dane from here. At that moment, he turns his head and orders his knights to secure the route. The soldiers acknowledge the command without hesitation. As they move forward, Dane feels glad to be under the care of Luke Asmar, and the knight, in turn, feels honored to escort him. Dane starts to feel a strange sensation in his chest. He never thought he would enter the heart of the very Adian Empire he had hated so much, and yet here he is, as its most promising figure. As they ride deeper into the city, Dane hears street vendors calling out, offering their wares, and is surprised to see this place has everything. He hadn't expected the capital to be so lively. The night then reveals they're finally walking through the property of House Thermion. This gets Dane excited, and as he looks ahead, he's absolutely amazed by the magnificence of the place. However, he can't shake the feeling that something is off, as if someone is watching him, making him wonder if he's just imagining things. As Dane approaches the entrance, the servants of the house welcome him warmly, leaving him astonished. They're lined up impeccably. Their etiquette and the way they carry themselves are perfect and natural, a stark contrast to what he's used to in the South. When Dane finally finds himself before Duke Thermion, he greets him quickly, bowing low as a sign of respect. Thermion accepts the greeting warmly and invites him in, eager to hear all about his exhausting journey. Once inside, Thermion comments on how much Dane has changed since he last saw him 7 years ago. He's sure that even kids, 1 or 2 years older than Dane, couldn't compare to his charisma and aura, and he's convinced the Count of Sogre's must be a proud father. He adds that while this place might not compare to the Count of Sogre's castles, Dane should make himself at home until the Academy entrance exam. He also promises to assign a servant to Dane who will see to his every need. Dane thanks him and quickly asks about Layla, wondering what she's been up to and how she's doing. Thermion says she's fine, but asks if Dane has had any trouble with her lately. Dane asks what he means, and Thermion explains that lately, whenever Dane is mentioned, Layla seems a bit upset. Dane quickly says that he doesn't remember having any disagreements with Layla. Thermion takes this into account and figures it might be due to the pressure she's feeling from the entrance exam, but he's sure someone like Layla will pass it easily. Meanwhile, Dane wonders what could have made her act so weird and thinks maybe it's just a phase. Thermion decides to give Dane time to rest, suggesting they can catch up later, but hints that Dane should be gentle. Dunna, of course, doesn't understand what that's supposed to mean, but Thermion quickly assures him he'll find out soon enough. The servant leads Dane to his room. Dane looks around the place and thinks about his week here until the entrance exam. He notes that the room is quite luxurious for a guest room. He drops his bag on the floor and decides to unpack before looking for the training field. Just then, Our Lady enters without an invitation and decides she'll take him to the training field herself. As soon as he hears the voice, Dane instantly recognizes who is behind him, and when he turns around, he sees Layla. It seems she's grown a lot since he last saw her, and her growth in certain areas is definitely notable. She looks annoyed and asks what took him so long, clearly frustrated by the wait. Dane can't help but burst with happiness seeing her and asks how she's been. Layla responds that she's been doing very well, but before they can catch up, he has to face her wrath. She is absolutely furious that he didn't write to her for so long, even though he promised he would. She asks why he didn't bother to write a single letter in years, or at least let her know when he was arriving. Dane, a bit clueless, admits he forgot to tell her and apologizes. Of course, Layla is not happy with his half-hearted apology. He tries to remind her that at least he actually came like he promised, explaining that he was really busy preparing to come to the capital and somehow forgot about everything else. He begs her to let it slide, just this once. Unsurprisingly, she pouts like a stubborn wife, and Dane can see the annoyance written all over her face. He asks if there's anything he can do to make it up to her. He apologizes again and promises he'll do whatever she asks. Layla raises an eyebrow, asking if he's serious. Dane just smiles uncomfortably and decides to accept whatever she says to calm her down. Finally, he asks her what he can do to make it up to her. She thinks for a moment and proposes a duel. Dane is surprised by the unexpected request. It's not what he was expecting, but he decides to go along with it. Meanwhile, Layla laughs, looking clearly proud of herself. She asks if he's sure he won't regret it, because she's stronger now and isn't the same whiny girl who is learning how to release mana from him. Dane is surprised by her newfound confidence. It really makes him think she's grown a lot in the last 7 years to be this self-assured. Speaking of improvements, he remembers she mentioned winning a competition in a letter. Layla is surprised he actually remembers and explains that she won the Dunner Cup, which is organized by the royal family. As far as he remembers, it was a tournament for kids under 15. She confirms it, saying the competition was intense, and that if he had participated, she's sure they would have made it to the finals together. He calms her down, saying they can make up for it now. She asks if he's sure about practicing, since his entrance exam is near, and getting hurt could be a real problem for him. Dunna shrugs, saying she shouldn't worry about that, though he wonders why they'd get hurt in the first place. With that settled, she decides they'll have the practice match tomorrow, since it's too late today. The next day, we find him outside, ready for their duel. She asks if he has a proper weapon, because she doesn't want to hear that he's still using a blunt one. He reminds her it's just a light match, so using practice weapons is normal. After all, no matter how much she's trained, she can't handle every situation. He then asks what she would do if she got hurt during the match. She confidently tells him not to worry, since they have the best healer in the Empire right at home. But Dane raises a valid point, asking what would happen if something serious happened before the healer could even act. Layla hesitates, searching for an answer. He tells her that if she wants to use a real blade, she has to be mentally prepared for the consequences. She wonders why he's making things so complicated over a simple spar. Finally, she gives in and agrees to use practice weapons. She asks a servant to bring them. Dane watches her, feeling genuinely happy to see how confident she's become. The rumors say she'll soon reach the level of her two older brothers, who are both active knights. There's even a good chance that house, Thermine, will have its first female head of the family. Dane wonders if teaching her how to release mana was the major turning point in her growth. This seems to be true as we get a peek into Layla's own thoughts. We learn she's grateful to him. Thanks to his guidance, she mastered the fundamentals of magic much faster than others her age, and has now even formed 2 mana cores. She's waited so long for this day, and if she actually wins, she wonders if Dane will feel discouraged. The servant brings the equipment they requested. Dana takes the practice spear and gives it a few swings to warm up. With that, he takes a stance and asks if she's ready. Layla confirms she is, taking her own stance with a practice sword in hand, reflecting that she fought a spearman in the Dana Cup, and he wasn't that hard to face. Since a spear is a long-range weapon, its effectiveness plummets once you close the distance. With that in mind, she recklessly lunges at Dane to attack. But before Layla's sword can even touch him, Dane vanishes, leaving her stunned. Before she can even figure out where he went, she feels the tip of his spear against her, ending the practice match before it even truly began. She whips around and asks how he got behind her. He reminds her she's lucky they're using practice weapons. If they were real, she'd be in serious trouble. Layla refuses to believe she lost. She insists her sword touched him first. Dana gives her another chance, but warns that the same trick won't work twice, so she needs to be careful. Layla tries to psych herself up, reasoning that she only lost because she was nervous after not having seen him in so long. This time, she vows she won't make it so easy for him. Just then, Layla spots her father watching them from a balcony. Dane notices the Duke too, surprised he came out just to see his daughter's progress. He perfectly understands the caring father's intentions. After her Dunter Cup victory, he must be worried about his hard-working daughter. Dane is sure that seeing her true potential in this match will put the Duke's mind at ease. Layla feels more motivated by her father's presence and is eager to prove herself, giving her all in this last practice match. Dane nods and tells her to show everything she has as the battle begins. The exchange of blows between the two reaches an incredible speed. This time, Layla is giving everything she has. But despite all her efforts, Dane points out that she still has a little further to go, encouraging her to push harder. The Duke cannot help but laugh, feeling proud of his daughter. He is happy to see that in this match they seem to be evenly matched so far, but he is curious to see how it will all end. But suddenly, something changes. A strange and ominous sensation creeps into the air, and he notices that the confident smile Dane had only moments ago has disappeared, replaced by a serious expression that makes him look like a warrior ready for battle. It seems the Duke suffers from PTSD, as everything about our boy feels familiar to him. As the duel continues, Layla does her best to defeat Dane, but she is clearly no match for him. Her next clumsy move leaves her exposed, and Dane quickly trips her up, making sure the fall isn't hard, Duke. Thermine doesn't seem delighted to see his daughter on a losing streak. He asks his knight, Asmar, if he thinks Layla's arrogance will be tempered after this, but Asmar believes Thermine already knows what's happening, so he doesn't see a need to give an opinion. Thermine nods, stating he understands it better than anyone since he noticed the signs before the Dana Cup. However, after her victory, she changed completely. Meanwhile, the fight continues, and the Duke mentions he thought about speaking seriously with her, but decided it would be better for her to figure it out on her own. Asmar also agrees with the idea. Thermine then asks his knight how many manticores he thinks Dane could handle, given Dane's talent. The knight estimates at least 3, but Thermine disagrees, thinking it's probably 2 with a small possibility of it being 3. Asmar asks why the Duke says that. Thermine tells his knight to look closely. What overwhelms Layla isn't the spear skill of Dane, nor his great speed. It is his tactics, something Layla has never experienced. Then we focus on Layla, who is bewildered by how Dane counters every move she tries. To clarify, Dane points out that her slow movements make it easy for him to predict her actions. All her attacks are too predictable, giving him the advantage. Meanwhile, Thermine asks Asmar if he doesn't see the spirit of an expert swordsman in Dane. The knight agrees immediately, but admits it intrigues him how Dane, being so young, could have so much experience. Thermine admits he is at a loss. He then thinks about how Layla's greatest growth was 7 years ago after returning from the Southern Inspection Tour meeting. Dane back then had a profound impact on her, and he's sure this time will be no different. Asmar acknowledges it and admits he is also surprised by this boy. The young lady might be the winner of the Dunna Cup, but she is outmatched by Dane by a wide margin. It certainly seems Count Sogers must have trained him rigorously. However, Duke Damon Thermine doesn't see it that way. On the contrary, he believes Sogers isn't the type to train someone harshly. Besides, Dane doesn't seem to need such training to begin with. Asmar is not entirely sure where the Duke is going with this, so Thermine makes it clear. He states that this boy is no ordinary person. He is someone with overwhelming talent, a true genius. Furthermore, he speculates that probably Dane didn't participate in the Dunna Cup simply because he wasn't interested. Although, while Asmar outwardly agrees with his superior's assessment, he secretly finds the idea absurd. The Dunna Cup is something every young person in the Empire dreams of winning. Why wouldn't Dane be interested? Thermine reminds his knight that no one Dane's age possesses skills even close to his level. Just as the Duke says this, his daughter collapses to her knees from sheer exhaustion. Seeing her, Thermine thinks these matches might be exactly what she needs to humble her character a bit. He hopes Layla recognizes her own shortcomings in this sparring session. If she lets go of her arrogance and focuses on improving her swordsmanship, she'll be able to surpass her brothers. Now let's switch to Layla's perspective. Facing one humiliating defeat after another, she finally starts to realize that Dane isn't just a tough opponent, but on a completely different level. She always knew their talents were different, but discovering the gap between them is a shocking moment for her. Seeing that she's exhausted, Dane decides to call it a day. It seems Dane was simply doing what Duke Thermine had anticipated, reminding Layla that she isn't the best. As they walk together, she is visibly upset and demands to know how he trained to get so good. Dane casually replies that he just practiced a lot. How savage. His response, so nonchalant, baffles Layla, who can't help but feel frustrated. She thinks he's trying to belittle the effort she's put into her own training, as if implying she hasn't worked as hard as him. Dane responds coolly, telling her she just needs to push herself harder. With that, he decides to leave, but Layla isn't one to give up. She makes it clear she won't lose next time. Dane, already looking forward to their next match, doesn't say much and leaves her to reflect on their dynamic. For Layla, Dane is the only person her age she truly admires, but at the same time, he's also someone she desperately wants to surpass. She wants to prove she's not just some girl waiting to be taught. However, no matter how hard she tries, he always seems to be just out of her reach. Still, she tells herself to just wait and see. Next time, she's going to win. A few days pass and we find out that the entrance exam for the Imperial Academy is more than just a test. It's a full-blown festival. Talented individuals from every corner of the Empire arrive in the capital, bringing their families and assistants. This results in thousands of people flooding the capital all at once. This year, around 6,000 applicants registered for the exam. There were no prerequisites, just paying the exam fee, which made it accessible to everyone. However, the competition was fierce. Nearly 2/3 of the applicants failed the first test. Now, with the pre-selection over, more than 2,000 applicants remain, preparing for the next challenge in the form of the specialization exam. At the Academy, the big shots gather to discuss this year's crop of applicants. Over 2,000 students passed the first test, so things are about to get busy. Someone asks how many will pass this time. A lady confidently replies, 200 at most. Everyone speculates about what kind of students will make the cut. The man leading the conversation is Professor Denebo, Dean of the Magic Department. The lady speaking is Ingrid, Dean of the Spear Department. Denebo asks when the exam scores will be released, admitting he's curious to see who took first place. Someone casually mentions that the top student in swordsmanship will likely be the young lady from House Thermine. After all, she is the winner of the Dunna Cup, and no one questions the excellent way Duke Thermine has raised his children. The conversation continues with Delphine, the dean of the summoning department, a sharp woman with glasses, and the professor sitting next to her is Esther Knight, the dean of the swordsmanship department. While everyone speculates about who the top student will be, Denebo remains silent. Then, he interrupts the chatter, grabbing everyone's attention away from their wild assumptions. He pulls out a letter that catches everyone's eye. When they ask what it is, Denebo explains that it's a letter of recommendation from Sidrain, and it even bears the mana-infused seal of the Nixon Magic Tower. Everyone is jaw-dropped. After so many years, Sidrain has finally recommended someone he deems worthy. The room fills with disbelief. Still, Some insist this person can't possibly surpass the winner of the Dunna Cup. Denebo, however, isn't finished. He reminds everyone that Sid Rain, known for never taking on disciples, has sent a recommendation letter. Furthermore, the boy in question is only 14 years old and is already a 3-chain mage. At this point, everyone is dying to know who this prodigy is. Denebo lets the anticipation build before finally revealing the name. Dane Sogers of House Sogers. The room falls into a stunned silence. And what makes this revelation even more astonishing, that is that House Sogers already has 2 geniuses at the academy, and now there's a third. Everyone is sure this is going to cause quite a stir. Esther Knight, that recalls that House Sogers is famous for its spearmanship, so a recommendation from a mage doesn't make much sense. It looks like House Sogers is about to become famous for its magic instead. Madam Ingrid agrees. She also thought he'd choose the spear, so this is a surprise. Denebo, on the other hand, that is thrilled to have him in the magic department. With his sister Arabella already there, he'll be a great addition to strengthen the department even more. After all, the Imperial Academy is renowned for its magic. Suddenly, a woman enters the meeting to announce that the test results are in. System window pops up, displaying the results. It shows that the swordsmanship department accepted 1,367 students. The magic department has 227, and summoning only 152. The numbers for the swordsmanship department are staggering, especially when compared to the others, leaving everyone in awe. Esther Knight, feels smug, clearly pleased that so many candidates are joining his department. He's positive our boy is one of them. Each professor quickly scans the results, eager to see which department Dane ended up in. But to everyone's disappointment, his name isn't listed under any department. An old man in the room, asks the messenger if there are any unlisted applicants. The messenger quickly replies that there's one application for the autonomous major. The mention of the autonomous major leaves everyone looking like they've just swallowed a rock. Then, the messenger drops another bombshell. It turns out that Dane Sogers scored the highest on the first test out of 6,000 applicants. Once again, the news leaves everyone stunned, and one of them shouts, at the top of their lungs in sheer disbelief. Later, we catch up with Dane. It's already been a month since he arrived at the academy. Time has flown by, and it feels like his training session with Layla was just yesterday. But here they are, having already taken the first exam. And now they're waiting for the results. Luckily, the exam wasn't too difficult. Layla rushes over to him, eager to talk about the results. She can't wait to find out how he did. Of course, we already know he took first place. Which is no surprise to us, but it's a huge blow to Layla, Dane's rival. She can't hide her frustration at being outdone yet again. Dane, on the other hand, is clearly satisfied to see that look of defeat on her face again. After all, he's determined to humble this competitive girl who thinks she's entitled to be the best. Layla, still fuming, demands to know how he managed to study so effectively. Dane replies that he focused on questions from past exams that his sister sent him. He adds that even with that advantage, it was still a challenge, especially the military science section. Still, Dane had an edge, especially since military science is something he experienced firsthand on the battlefield in his past life. However, Layla can't understand why 14-year-old boys are being tested on war strategy and military policy. Dane just rubs salt in the wound by saying he actually found it fun. This, of course, infuriates Layla, who gets even more dramatic. She glares at him and asks if he hit his head. To her, things like military science, the arts, music, and even the history of the Draenic Empire are subjects a 14-year-old boy has no business knowing. But Dane, in his usual savage style, just reminds her that it's his specialty. After all, he learned a thing or two living on the battlefield. Then, Layla asks Dane what he chose for the second test. To her surprise, he says he chose 3. The mention of 3 completely throws her for a loop. Because that apparently means he applied for the autonomous major. With every new revelation about Dane, she gets more and more agitated. She demands to know what other talents he's hiding besides his mastery of the spear and summoning magic. Dane just smiles and dodges the question, promising to tell her soon. Frustrated, she insists he tell her right now and asks why on earth he chose the autonomous major. No matter how she looks at it, she can't wrap her head around his decision. Dane calmly replies that it's because he wants to study all of them. Layla immediately reminds him that the passing rate for the autonomous major is abysmal. Unfazed, Dane reveals that he heard students in the autonomous major can choose any class they want until graduation. They don't have to declare a major and can even conduct research with professors from any department. Layla narrows her eyes, and asks if he really thinks people fail just because they don't know about those perks. Then she speculates that he's just doing it to avoid being in the same department as her. Dane denies it, which only makes her lash out again, demanding to know how he plans to pass. and insists on finding out what other skills he has besides the spear and summoning magic. Seeing how persistent she is, Dane briefly considers telling her more. Honestly, I find her so annoying. I wish she'd talk less. The scene then shifts back to the academy, where the professors are discussing Dane. They all had to meet, because to pass the autonomous specialization exam, a student must succeed in the exams of 3 departments. They are bewildered because Dane actually plans to take on the autonomous specialization in spear throwing, magic, and summoning. Each core and circle of study are nearly opposites, making it almost impossible to pass all 3. Professor Delphine mentions that although some have passed 2 exams for the autonomous specialization, most don't even pass one. Denebo agrees, saying it's better to focus on the spear if it's about spears, or magic if we're talking about magic. Choosing only one specialization is the safest and smartest move. It has been 200 years since the autonomous specialization was created, and almost no one has passed all its tests. Back then, when the specialty was created, the requirements were not so strict. Centuries ago, in times of conquest, the academy needed all the talent possible. If someone showed potential, no matter the field, they were trained and utilized. But it's no longer like that. The requirements have become increasingly demanding over time. Now, applicants prefer to excel in one skill instead of being mediocre in several. A professor wonders why this specialization even exists, especially being a department that almost no one applies to or passes. Denebo reminds them that it is a symbol, a mark of prestige reserved only for the best talents in the empire. Delphine points out that it is no longer so important. It has declined to the point that it practically exists in name only. Denebo adds that he checked the records and discovered that in the last 1,000 years, only 2 people have passed it. One retired, and the other was the former emperor. Hearing this, Professor Ingrid says that unless someone is a genius, even passing the autonomous specialization is impossible. Delphine then points out that since Dane is the youngest son of the war hero Archon Sogers, he does not come from an ordinary house. She admits she is eager to see what he can do. The professors also think Dane might just be an arrogant young man. If they are lenient, he might pass somehow. With their roles as professors, they cannot afford to do things halfway. However, Denebo is intrigued. If Dane is an arrogant and confident young man who dares to challenge a symbol of the academy, he wants to see it for himself. The moment has finally arrived, and we find ourselves at the site of the second exam. As Dane stands before the professors, he introduces himself by name and declares he has applied for the Imperial Academy's autonomous major program. Denebo asks him if he understands the significance of applying to the autonomous major program. Of course, Dane has done his homework. He confidently states that he is fully aware of the obligation to pass the exams for the 3 majors he selected. Professor Ingrid reminds him that he can still withdraw. She deeply respects Count Sogers, the best spearman in the Empire, and doesn't want to see the son of someone so notable fail and return home in disgrace. Dane acknowledges her concern and thanks her. However, he firmly makes it clear that he came here determined to give his best. The professors expected no less. After all, if Dane were someone who would give up after hearing a few discouraging words, he wouldn't have applied in the first place. With that in mind, Denebo says the exam will have 3 distinct tests related to the specialties Dane chose. If he fails one, it will be an automatic failure. With the rules established, Denebo gestures to the head of the summoning department, Professor Delphine, to begin the test. Then she stands in front of Dane. While they face off, Dane thinks about Delphine's reputation. He knows she is the best among the summoners of the Adian Empire and holds the record for summoning 3 creatures above the 2nd rank at once. The lady finally says that the summoning test is simple. Dane must impress her in any way possible with his skills. Hearing this, Dane gets excited. He hoped the test would be a free challenge without strict standards, instead of showing her a flashy magic trick as she might expect. He asks her if she can summon something. His response surprises her. She demands to know what he is talking about. Even the professors are bewildered. It is unthinkable for an applicant to ask a professor to perform a summoning. This also arouses her curiosity about what Dane is thinking and planning, since he has no mark. She thought Dane would talk about summoning theory, but now she believes he might be taking the opportunity to see a real summoning. Although Delphine doesn't like this brat giving her orders, she is willing to fulfill his request. However, she makes it clear that this is not something he can see often, so he better keep his eyes wide open. With that, the lady begins her summoning magic, and as the great spell forms, everything around them scatters due to the intense pressure. Even the professors are astonished to see, finally, the beast she summons, known as the Mad Summoner. Ether Arch, a terrifying roar from the monster, is enough to make everyone question their life decisions. According to Dane, This creature is the fiercest among third-rank summons and is known for attacking anyone it sees. Except for its summoner. Dane honestly didn't expect to witness something like this, considering it's only the entrance exam, but now it seems that things are about to get a bit more interesting. Now that she has fulfilled his request, Delphine tells Dane to show her his plan. The test spectators are also amazed, because even among fourth-rank creatures, Ether Arch is the fiercest. Even if several dual-class knights attacked it together, they would have trouble defeating it. Not even Professor Ingrid understands why Delphine summoned something so massive. Meanwhile, Dane continues to advance toward the monster, which causes Delphine to panic. She quickly warns him to back off, because if he gets too close, the beast will attack. But Dane ignores the warning, and after getting dangerously close to the monster, he simply says he is only trying to demonstrate his capabilities as a summoner. Delphine acknowledges this, but she didn't tell him he had to throw himself into the fire to prove himself. But Dane simply extends his hand, assuring her that she doesn't need to worry about that. With an authoritative gesture and a few words exchanged with the beast, this giant monster, which seemed so terrifying before, suddenly bows, behaving like a docile pet and submitting to Dane's command. This is an amazing moment for everyone as Dane pets the terrifying creature as if it were a stray cat. The monster's owner, Delphine, reacts just like the others. You see, there's no way to tame the fierce Ether Arch so easily. It is then that she sees the mana thread connecting to the Ether Arch. Although the color is faint and it is not a total subjugation, it completely erases the Etherarch's hostility. What they're seeing is happening right before their eyes, but they still can't quite believe it. Delphine wonders if Dane analyzed the mana thread instantly as he approached the Ether Arch. Then he created a similar mana thread to connect it to himself. Since Dane doesn't have a mark, that would be the best method for him to use as a summoner. She realizes this boy has incredible talent, something that even surpassed the praise she herself received from her own teachers a long time ago. With such talent, she wonders how great his future will be. Finally, she steps forward and tells Dane that this is enough to evaluate his skills. She praises him for his great bravery, cold judgment, and solid fundamentals before officially passing him. This is truly astonishing for the other two professors, a rare sight they don't often see. That night, upon returning to Duke Thermion's palace, Dane tells Layla about his experience. She is amazed to learn that the test ended in only 20 minutes. Although it's hard for her to admit, she grudgingly acknowledges that with this achievement, he is now the top student. But Dane reminds her that she took first place in swordsmanship, so she is also an outstanding student. Layla, for obvious reasons, refuses to accept the title and can only sulk in frustration. Dane tries to cheer her up by reminding her that her father even organized a party to congratulate her on passing, but Layla cannot get over the fact that the difference in talent between her and Dane is immense. To her, Dane is less a rival and more like an unstoppable natural disaster. Eventually, she walks away without saying anything. Later, Dane meets with the Duke of Thermion, who advises him to leave her be if she needs space. Dane thinks that letting her stay angry isn't best. However, the Duke calms him, saying there is nothing to worry about since Layla will overcome it with time. Then the Duke changes the subject, asking if he has told his father about his success on the exam. He is sure Count Sogers would be very proud to hear the news. Our boy confirms, revealing that everyone at home was very happy. The Duke smiles and reminds Dane that entering the autonomous department is no small feat. He comments that even the Academy was surprised by Dane's achievement. With the exams now over, the Duke suggests he rest and prepare for enrollment. Dane thanks the Duke for his care and guidance. Thermion mentions another matter, asking if Dane has thought about what he plans to forge. Our boy responds that he is considering crafting a sword, though he hasn't fully decided. When the Duke asks why he hesitates, he explains that his body hasn't fully matured yet, and besides, he's not even sure what kind of sword he wants. He plans to take his time and think it over carefully before making his request, since it's an opportunity he can't afford to waste. He also finds it amusing to hear this. Suddenly, the butler appears and informs the Duke that the mistress wishes to see him. With that, he leaves, leaving Dane to his thoughts. He thinks about how the Duchess's illness hasn't changed, and it's been the same for years. Just then, Layla suddenly appears. She says that fortunately, her mother hasn't gotten worse, but she hasn't gotten any better either. It's been the same for years. Dane feels sorry for her, especially since he's never seen a relative that's sick before. He doesn't dare say he understands how Layla feels. 2 days later, they meet again at the Academy. The host welcomes the freshmen of the Imperial Academy and introduces himself as Director Art Waldhomet. He congratulates the new students for reaching this prestigious position after overcoming fierce competition. He believes the future of the Empire is very promising and that everyone here is a talent of the Empire. Among this year's new students, there seem to be many particularly outstanding ones. Additionally, there is one exceptional student among those standouts, someone who passed the major autonomous exam, including this newly qualified student. Only 2 have passed it in 100 years. This student passed the major autonomous exam with the unanimous approval of the 3 deans of magic, spearmanship, and summoning. Everyone goes wild hearing that someone passed the major autonomous exam, something almost unimaginable. The director calls the top student, Dane Sogers, to step forward. Dane steps forward, onto the stage with confidence, while the crowd goes wild, amazed that this young man passed the major autonomous exam. Everyone is talking about Dane and the Sogers family, and among them is Count Sogers, accompanied by other relatives. Duke Thermion, standing nearby, is impressed and congratulates Sogers on raising such an extraordinary child. He feels disappointed, thinking he's achieved nothing after raising 2 sons. His daughter is entering the academy, but neither of his sons bothered to come. The eldest is on a mission, and the second ran away. In contrast, Sogers has it the other way around with his 2 daughters, and Thermion feels a bit envious. As he watches his daughter, he feels dejected and sad. He regrets that her mother isn't here to see her special day, while Dane is in the spotlight. With all eyes on him, Delphine quickly asks Dane's sister if he has always gotten along well with his summons, even when he was young. His sister responds quickly and positively, as if it were obvious. Delphine already expected this, and is now more certain that Dane has an innate kindness, probably from birth. Delphine reflects on the situation, thinking that Dane is a rare case. He's better than most summoners, even though he has no visible signs of summon. The sister wonders if Dane's great kindness would allow him to summon creatures from beyond the horizon. To understand this, some context is needed. Beyond the horizon refers to another world where summons came from. The link to that world was lost more than 100 years ago. Delphine concludes that it's possible. She thinks that summons from that world could choose their summoners, which would make such a feat possible. Meanwhile, the director approaches Dane and meets him face to face. He hands our boy a paper, expressing his high expectations that this student will demonstrate his talents at the academy. Dane takes the paper with pride and smiles. Meanwhile, the students gather and form a line for the oath-taking ceremony, led by the freshman representative. Then we see Dane lost in pleasant thoughts, enjoying his first big achievement. He has finally entered the academy. It took quite a bit of time and effort to get here, but he's determined not to waste this second chance at life. This is just the beginning, and he's ready to achieve more. The next scene takes us to the academy's main auditorium. Some representatives conclude their introductory speeches about the academy, and the students have a short break before the next activity. They are invited to enjoy some appetizers in the back and to relax. During the break, Layla, like a worried wife, starts talking to Dane. She warns him that with his success, many people will be watching him, some with good intentions and others not. She advises him to be careful with offers and to think them over carefully. While she keeps talking, Dane plays down her worries, insisting he already knows how to handle himself. But Layla doesn't stop. She mentions the clubs, reminding him of their importance. Dane makes it clear he has no interest at all. The students, in their final year, are already looking for new talent to recruit into their various clubs and activities. Now that he thinks about it, Dane remembers his older sister mentioned there are many fun clubs at the academy. Suddenly, an enthusiastic student shouts Dane's name to recruit him. Soon a crowd forms, and everyone rushes toward Dane, shouting for him to join their clubs. In minutes, the scene descends into chaos, but Layla takes Dane's hand and runs, leading him away while trying to escape the madness. Unfortunately, their escape route is blocked by some fools just as eager to recruit Dane for their club. Everything turns into chaos. The students shout, promoting their clubs with enthusiasm, while Layla runs as if her life depends on it, leading Dane. Despite her speed, the crowd is relentless and pursues them. While running, Dane can't help but think how familiar this feels. Of course, he is used to being pursued by enemy soldiers, but being pursued just for being the top student is a unique experience. The scene shifts to another part of the academy where we see Keltis Redfield walking calmly, going about his business. In the background, a group of senior students murmur among themselves while observing Keltis. It's evident he has a reputation, though what kind of reputation remains to be seen. It seems Kel returned from his post as commander of the Imperial Knights and immediately became a professor. He is admired as one of the best and most remarkable professors at the academy, although Keltis doesn't want to be an exemplary professor. From now on, his worries will grow because his comfortable life is coming to an end. All because there's a new student in the autonomous department after decades. Until now, Keltis had it easy, He could write articles casually and still achieve good results, but now he will have to prepare real classes. The perspective shifts to Kel, who thinks to himself that it's about time. The orientation for new students finished. It seems he is not enthusiastic about someone joining the autonomous department. What bothered him most is that someone is joining precisely when he is the head of the department. Soon he notices Dane standing right outside his office. He calls out to him, surprised by how early he has arrived. Dane, our boy, doesn't forget his manners and greets his professor respectfully. Once settled in the office, we see Keltis's inner monologue. He is clearly annoyed. He worked hard to reach this position, only to enjoy some peace and quiet. Teaching students was never in the plan. If he had wanted to instruct, he would have stayed in the Order of Knights. He's had enough of that. Now that there is no turning back, Kel turns to Dane and asks why he chose to apply to the autonomous department, and our boy simply responds that he doesn't want to be tied down to one particular field. Kel asks another follow-up question, if he plans to choose a specific field later. Dane responds yes, stating that eventually he will choose something. For now, he doesn't want to miss the opportunity to study in the autonomous department. Kel seems a bit annoyed, since if this continues, it seems he will be stuck teaching Dane. Then, a spark of hope arises when he remembers that Dane didn't take the swordsmanship exam. Skipping it means he lacks confidence in that area. Keltis sees his chance and asks our boy if he knows anything about swordsmanship. Of course, this takes Dane by surprise. The question is completely unexpected, and he is a bit bewildered. Keltis quickly clarifies that he is not trying to insult him. But since Dane is a student in the autonomous department, and he is the professor, he believes Dane should know something about swordsmanship. It's a strange request, and Dane notices his professor isn't exactly happy to see him here. So Dane keeps it simple and direct, telling him he isn't interested in swordsmanship. This is the moment Kel has been waiting for. He seizes the opportunity and tells Dane he wants to test his skills. Kel has the authority to evaluate Dane. And if our boy's skill with the sword is as bad as this disgruntled professor suspects, he can use it as an excuse to make him leave the department. Keltis goes to the training field to evaluate Dane's skill in swordsmanship. Upon arriving, the professor points to the swords on the walls and tells Dane to choose whichever one he wants. Our boy examines the amazing collection of swords. Observing the multitude of swords, he wonders how there can be such a training room in a school. Why are there so many weapons if there haven't been students in the autonomous department for years? After a few moments, Dane shrugs and picks a sword at random. Kel is not sure about the sword he chose, but Dane confidently agrees. With the weapon selected, Kel sets the rules. It's simple. If Dane touches him once, he passes. To make things easier for his student, Kel puts a restriction on himself, not to move more than 2 steps during the duel. Dane accepts the terms without hesitation, and both take their positions. Facing off to begin the round, Kel feels relieved but also worried. He feels relieved that Dane accepted the condition so easily. But at the same time, it's unsettling. Dane didn't hesitate, almost as if he were sure of winning. When a match begins, Dane lunges toward Kel. He swings the sword, trying to touch his master, but Kel steps aside easily, although he dodged the blow with ease. The professor notices something. Dane is fast, more than expected. For a moment, he thinks this boy might be fit to be an autonomous student, but there's no time to think about that. Dane continues with relentless strikes, each more precise than the last. In an instant, Kel is centimeters away from being hit. The realization sends a shiver through him as Dane attacks again. Kel must unsheath his sword to block. If he had moved a bit slower, the match could have ended right there and not in his favor. The surprising thing is Dane's skill with the sword. It's unconventional, almost wild, but effective. Keltis now believes this boy truly knows how to handle a sword. It's clear it's not just beginner's luck. Dane is unpredictable, and that makes him dangerous. After this quick round, Dane steps back, breathing heavily. Kel watches him closely, and something in the youth's posture leaves him completely perplexed. It brings to mind a swordsman he observed in a battle. What baffles Kel most is that Dane's posture isn't the polished and perfectly executed stance of an order soldier or a noble swordsman. It's rough, unconventional, the fruit of pure experience rather than formal training. But there's no time to think. Dane charges again, and their swords clash once more. The speed at which they exchange blows is incredible. Their movements become silhouettes. The clashing steel resonates in a wild symphony. Kel cannot believe what he sees. None of this makes sense. This wasn't something he expected even in his wildest imagination. He is an X-class swordsman, one of the most elite. Here he is, concentrating a lot of mana just to match a 14-year-old boy. It's frustrating and exciting. A testament to Dane's potential, but also a challenge Kel never thought he'd face in an evaluation. He even begins to stagger. Despite his efforts to follow the 2-step restriction he promised, each of Dane's blows feels stronger. The way our boy fights. brings back a memory. It's familiar. Kel's mind goes back to the battlefield where he faced a lone knight with the same wild and unyielding energy. He remembers how surprised he was to see such a brave warrior, someone who fought with reckless abandon, showing no shields or banners. The madman tore through the battlefield, a force of chaos that everyone struggled to manage. As a memory fades, Kel returns to the present just in time to feel the cold touch of Dane's sword against him. You've been marked. Dana smiles slightly at the victory, but does not laugh, as it would be insulting to his teacher. Instead, he says innocently, I think my sword touched you. Although it's hard for Kel to admit, a promise is a promise. He grudgingly grants Dane a pass. As Dane finally relaxes, it wasn't easy keeping up with Kel. If it weren't for the disadvantage the professor imposed on himself, Dane is sure he wouldn't have had a chance. Meanwhile, Kel is overwhelmed. He cannot deny the talent this boy has. Even with the disadvantage, Dane shouldn't have been able to face an X-class professor like him. Now he understands why Dane wasn't nervous about the swordsmanship test. With his talent, it's not strange. He turns toward Dane and asks why he didn't apply to the swordsmanship department. Dane responds that he thought his family would be sad. Kel feels confused hearing this, as it doesn't make much sense. But thinking about it, Dane's father is a genius spearman, and his sisters are skilled in magic and summoning. It's understandable why Dane applied to all three departments. He wanted to meet family expectations. Now, Kel finally realizes the truth the hard way. It wasn't that Dane lacked confidence in swordsmanship. He simply didn't want to practice it. With the evaluation over, the boy receives permission to leave. He bows his head with respect, thanks Kel, and exits silently. As the professor watches him leave, a harsh reality sets in. His plan to push this boy away and continue with his comfortable life has failed. Now, there's no easy way out. When the door closes, Kel shuts his eyes. His mind drifts back to the past, where he remembers a conversation he had with his companion. He asked his companion about the night, and he replied that it is angry. Then, Dane meets his sister, who is bewildered to learn that he passed the exam. As far as she knows, Professor Keltis doesn't let anyone pass easily. You see, that professor has only attended one faculty meeting, and that was because the director called him personally. He absolutely hates being bothered. He basically does whatever he wants, and that is exactly why she was so worried about her brother. She is relieved that nothing happened to him. Her comment makes Dane reflect. Usually, his younger sister would have celebrated his victory, but now she only seems relieved that he is okay. It's one of the reasons why he likes her. She cares about him a lot. Finally, his older sister comes running toward him. When the three siblings catch up, murmurs begin to spread among the students. Everyone is surprised to see the children of House Sogers together. People always thought the house was impressive with just Arabella and Claire, but now the youngest proves to be as remarkable as his sisters. Then we meet a senior student named Max Hauer, who introduces himself to Dane and explains that he manages all the general operations of the dormitories. These are divided into 3 wings with students, assigned according to their grades. The most prominent hall is the Don Terror, in honor of the first emperor. Since Dane is the top student and passed the autonomous major exam, Max says he will stay in the Don Terror hall. He then describes the impressive facilities, restaurants, training rooms, libraries, lounges, and even magic projection rooms. He also mentions secret facilities. Dana doesn't know what they are about, but he doesn't press the matter, and just listens while Max keeps explaining. The senior also comments that although Dane shouldn't worry, there are cases where students must leave the Don Terror hall if their grades drop. He adds that Arabella and Claire stayed in the Don Terror hall until they graduated. A feat in itself, and one more reason why the Soger's name carries so much weight. With everything ready, Max gives Dane the key to his apartment, mentioning that there is a spare. If Dane loses it, he can come back and get another one. The senior also warns his junior about the weird students around here. They aren't bad, he says, but sometimes you'll wonder what's wrong with them. Max suggests he check the details himself and assures him that if he has questions, he can contact him via the crystal ball. With that, Dane heads to his room. As he walks, he notices the luxury of the place, but there's also something strange. He doesn't perceive any human presence. It's as if everyone had vanished in a thin air. Feeling uneasy, he decides to expand his senses. Almost immediately, he perceives a faint smell of lubricating oil brushing his nose and the nearly inaudible creak of turning gears. With only that information, it's clear to him that this is a trap and that he has already fallen into it. But instead of panicking, he simply smiles at seeing such a poor attempt to catch him. The bullies who tried this watch everything through this window. They don't know why Dane stopped moving, which makes them wonder if he realized he fell into a trap. But the boy with glasses, Arnold, claims there is absolutely no way because, according to him, The Coullards have been hunters for hundreds of years, so they are very good at setting traps. He is the eldest son of the barony of Coulard. Arnold Coulard, a third-year student in the archery department. One student fears it might be a dangerous prank, but Arnold assures his shy friend that he has already removed all danger. It's his first time with a hazing like this, so he's excited, but some boys doubt if messing with someone from House Ogres is a good idea. Arnold only reminds them that they've all gone through tough hazing, so he looks forward to this one and is sure Dane is going to end up a mess. A student, Priscilla Ariel, a fourth year in theology from House Ariel, expresses concern. Since he is the top student and autonomous, she fears this hazing won't be like the others. One mustn't forget that his two sisters are geniuses, and if he's an autonomous student, he'll be an even greater genius. Some even doubt if the traps they've set will work. Arnold is sure Dane didn't detect the traps. He painted them to hide them and lubricated them to avoid mechanical sounds. Finally, Dane moves forward, which fills these idiots with joy. Since our guy knows where the traps are, he activates the first one, intentionally. A water balloon descends, but Dane, already expecting this to fall, destroys it with a mana bullet. Then comes the next trap, a smelly one, with a truly horrendous odor. Arnold is losing his mind. He can't believe Dane has found all the traps. He insists it's just a coincidence. Priscilla Ariel doubts it's just a coincidence, but Arnold tells her he set easy traps at the beginning as an appetizer, saving the big one for last. He's sure Dane will fall for it. While his friends decide to trust Arnold's traps, Priscilla remains skeptical, and, just as she expected, our guy passes through these traps as if they were nothing, ready for whatever comes next. After visually identifying the position of every trap in the hallway, Dane Sogers cracks a smile, prepares himself, and moves forward, activating the first one. Multiple boxing gloves launch out from various angles, but with his agile footwork, the trap is almost insignificant. Next up is a falling trap, Looney Tunes style, which Dane dodges as feathers fly everywhere. Right after dodging that, bronze posts erupt from the ground, try to impale him, but they're useless too. The senior students watching their traps fail look on in surprise, as expected of the young master of House Ogres. A few years ago, Dane's older sisters actually fell for traps just like these during their own first-year initiation. Arnold is on the verge of a breakdown. They put so much effort into setting and hiding these traps, but the young Sogers bypasses them with ease. It's like he knows exactly where and when everything will appear. With his hunter's pride on the line, Arnold isn't giving up. He's betting everything on the last trap he prepared to test the new kid. Curious, Priscilla asks what that trap is. With a smirk, Arnold doesn't want to spoil the fun and just tells everyone to watch the screen for his final surprise. In the hallway, Dane slows his agile movements when he encounters what looks like a powerful mythical beast, some kind of dragon. The final trap involves summons. A dragon and a strange avatar of death, in the form of a skeletal deer, loom over Dane in advance with malicious ferocity. Even so, the young Soger stays composed and calmly assesses the situation. He's just surprised someone would use such powerful summons for a prank. That is, until he notices something isn't right. While the bodies and heads of the beasts look real, the same can't be said for their lower parts. If you pay close attention, you can see the supposed summoned beasts are glitching, seeming to fold at the corners of the hallway. With a smile, Dane confirms that these horrific displays are just illusions, nothing more than a noisy and intimidating mirage. There's no way some random prankster could command such powerful beings. If Dane were any other student, he would have tucked his tail between his legs and fled in terror immediately. Once he sees through the illusion, this last trap is even easier to handle than the previous ones. There's no need to dodge or stop it. That would just be a waste of energy. All he needs to do is adjust the flow of mana in the air to disrupt it, dissipating the mirage. As mana concentrates in his hands, the senior students watching from the other room are confused. Instead of running, Dane seems completely unfazed by the sight. Arnold gets a bad feeling. He never expected a freshman to see through a sophisticated illusion so quickly. It's ridiculous. Even senior students would have trouble with it. Priscilla shudders, realizing all their plans have failed and that they're totally screwed. After gathering enough mana, Dane sends a swirling wave of pure energy forward. It cuts through the dragon's image without mercy or hesitation. After hitting the right spots, the image begins to flicker and fail, causing smoke to fill the hallways. With his fine-tuned control over magic, doing something like this is as easy as breathing for the young prodigy. In fact, he's finding this whole ill-intentioned welcome a bit boring for his taste. After confirming the coast is clear, it's time to find the ones responsible. He identifies the culprit's location in a nearby room and soon, screams of fear echoed down the hallway as the seniors run for their lives, pursued by a fierce ether arch. As the trap expert of the group, everyone turns to Arnold, asking what to do. But no one knows how to face such a dangerous retaliation. While the ether arch corners the seniors, the beast lets out a roar that shakes them to the core. They all scream in terror before the wild wolf can sink its fangs into them. But then, Dane steps in to stop it. His way of flushing out the rats hidden in the other room was very effective. Hearing his voice, the seniors look at Dane in surprise. They beg him to do something, since this is probably his doing. Everyone promises to apologize for their childish pranks if he'll just save them from the furry, bloodthirsty beast. Dane waves his hands as mysterious runes fill the air and mana swirls at his command. A massive portal appears behind the ether arch, restricting its movements and slowly swallowing the monster. With another flick of his hand, Dane closes the portal and the ether arch disappears as if it was never there. Arnold and his group are stunned. The heir of the hunting clan wonders if that beast was also an illusion. After a few seconds, the upperclassmen get up from their awkward positions. One of them cleared his throat, admitting the initiation ceremony was a complete and utter failure. The senior with the glasses walked up to Dane and introduced himself as Drojan Valentine, a fifth-year alchemy student. He mentioned he was the sole heir to Marquis Valentine and held out his hand for a handshake. Drojan also threw in a few compliments, pointing out Dane's handsome face and well-built physique. And honestly, it's true, especially since Dane's sisters are famous for their beauty and talents. A little confused by what this guy was going on about, Dane decided to just be polite. He shook Drojan's hand and said hello back. The guy with the glasses kept on praising Dane for his incredible skill at detecting and dodging traps. I mean, everyone knew this kid was the only student in the autonomous department in years, so they really should have seen their failure coming. The sharp-witted Drojan pointed out that Arnold was the one who organized the whole thing. He then added that Arnold is the heir to House Collard, which is famous for its hunting skills. Hearing his name, Arnold got all embarrassed. Dane just smiled, now knowing who the mastermind behind the trap-filled hallway was. Drojan, trying to smooth things over, called for everyone to introduce themselves. The blonde woman is Priscilla, a fourth-year theology student. Drojan warns Dane not to mess with her, since she dreams of becoming a cleric. But before the nerd could speak for her, Priscilla cut in, stating that she's a kind and beautiful young woman and the abandoned daughter of House Nerial. She explained that joining the clergy meant giving up on marriage and everything that comes with it. Dane just smiled awkwardly and stammered out a polite response. The moment their hands touched, Priscilla's eyes shot wide open, like she'd just seen a ghost. Just from that brief moment of skin-to-skin contact, she could feel a density of mana she had never encountered in her life. She felt it was a power someone Dane's age had no business possessing. The amount was just absurd. It was completely blowing Priscilla's mind, defying everything she thought she knew about magic. She looked at her hand in disbelief. Dane, on the other hand, seemed to expect that exact reaction, still a little salty about his failed traps. Arnold was just annoyed. He couldn't believe they were freaking out over a slightly higher than normal mana density. While the other seniors tried to handle the situation, Charles Hasbro introduced himself as a second-year martial arts student. He immediately made it clear he wasn't like those pests from the physical beauty club. Dane remembered seeing those gym fanatics try to recruit people for their club just the other day. Charles added that while muscles are important, martial arts isn't just about getting flashy biceps. He even invited Dane to learn more about his major if he was interested. The only one left who hadn't introduced himself was the guy who set the traps. The other upperclassman urged Arnold to swallow his pride and just greet the freshman like a normal person, but the heir of House Collard just kept sulking like a spoiled brat. A moment later, he finally gave in and shook Dane's hand. Arnold and Dane locked eyes. It was obvious this brat was still ticked off that Dane had so easily dismantled his well-made traps. Dane figured he'd praise the kid a little so he'd stop pouting. He commented that the traps were actually pretty good, praising Arnold's knowledge of trap mechanics and trigger setups. However, to Dane's trained assassin eyes, they were a bit obvious. He said the real problem was the paint. Arnold was surprised to hear that kind of critique. Dane suggested that next time, instead of using black F6, he should try mixing silver F3 and black D6 in a 4.6 ratio. Given the brightness of the hallway, that mixture would be way less visible. Thinking about it, Arnold had to admit, what Dane said made perfect sense. Aside from the paint color, the traps really were very good. Any other student with an untrained eye would have fallen for them. The other seniors were just amazed. Who would have thought a freshman would be schooling the great Arnold on traps? They knew they were witnessing greatness in the making. With the introductions finally out of the way, the seniors offered to show Dane to his room. They walked down the hall, guiding the newcomer to the place he'd be staying for his school life. Even though they pulled a freshman prank on him, Dane thought these upperclassmen seemed like a fun bunch. Seeing their dynamic and how they joked around, he couldn't help but feel like he'd made some pretty fun friends. Things were definitely going to get more interesting from here on out. The next day, Layla was scolding Dane for enrolling in 6 of his major-specific classes this semester, all at the earliest possible time. It makes sense, though. He has 3 majors and needs 2 classes for each, plus his liberal arts classes fill his schedule to the brim. At this rate, he might not even have time to sleep. Normally, freshmen take 4 classes. Max Layla told Dane to really think it over and consider dropping some classes from his schedule by the end of the day. Dane assured her he'd be fine. He even enrolled in 2 humanities classes and threw military science into the mix. This dude is playing on hard mode. Layla couldn't relate at all. Military science basically scarred her from the first part of the entrance exam. She lost a ton of points on that section. Annoying, but totally expected. From the academy's top student, Dane actually liked military science. Finally, the 2 of them said their goodbyes and agreed to meet up later in swordsmanship class. For her first class, Layla headed to a liberal arts course. She was taking a course called Understanding Cosmetics and Skin. Despite being the fiercest swordswoman of her generation, Layla was still a young lady at heart. Meanwhile, Dane arrived at his first class, and his classmates were already murmuring curiously about the top student of their year. They were all confused about why he'd take this subject as a liberal arts class. Most of them planned to go talk to him after class, but were afraid he'd be cold and distant. Not that any of them bothered to hide their whispering. First period was Introduction to Military Science. From what Dane had read yesterday, there were some things he already knew and other things that completely contradicted the reality of war. Theory and practice don't always line up. If they did, no country would ever lose a war. The fact that military science is taught in times of peace just goes to show how vital theory and the fundamentals are. As the professor walked into the classroom and headed for the lectern, all the students stood up as a sign of respect. Professor Burley wasn't a fan of that and urged everyone to sit back down. He quickly gave his initial greeting. After flipping through the textbook, Dane could see the professor was a middle-aged man with white hair. In his eyes there were battle scars, a clear indication of his practical experience on the battlefield. His name is Francisco Gabius, and he is a military theory instructor. First, he took attendance before starting class. From his seat, Dane discreetly assessed the old man. He can tell at a glance that this man has spent a significant amount of time at the front. That fact excited him even more for this introductory class. The first thing the professor mentioned was a critique of military theory. He said theory is useless on the battlefield. Soldiers have free will, and commanders must balance their men's lives with victory. However, theory remains key. Only with a theoretical basis will you understand the field. This class will help correct errors and see the true utility of military science in battle. Observing the classroom, Professor Gabius wondered how many in this class would become elites in the future. Then he asked a simple question. He asked the freshmen what they consider most important in war. Among many students, only one had the confidence to raise his hand. Professor Gabius gave the student an approving look. Of course, it was our boy, Dane Sogers. He responded confidently that the crucial things in war are the supply lines. The professor was surprised by the great answer. He added that victory and a triumphant return are only possible if supply lines are well secured. The veteran found it interesting that the best answer came from the first student. To test Dane, Gabius asked him to list the 3 most crucial aspects regarding supply lines. Without hesitation, Dane gave a complete answer. First, strict military management. A supply line from the capital to the front stretches over a great distance, and the system is complex. If someone in the process is not aligned with the cause, corruption arises easily, leading to supply shortages. Based on his experience as a soldier, most supply problems arose from greedy people in the middle. Properly packaged and delivered supplies are diverted and embezzled. Approving his first answer, Professor Gabius asked Dane to continue. Second, on the list is the standardization of supplies. If supply specifications such as quantity, weight, length, and width are equal, mass production is facilitated. Standardization helps significantly in rapid supply. It also prevents confusion in frontline units, keeping combat effectiveness at its peak. Dana, answering complex questions not in their books with confidence, made his classmates start murmuring in confusion. Professor Gabius was surprised by such insightful answers. Regarding the last important aspect of supply lines, Dane said it is local acquisition. You see, the longer a war drags on and the more the 2 mentioned items are violated, the worse the quality of supplies becomes. Local acquisition allows soldiers to achieve at least basic self-sufficiency. They can grow their own crops or buy them from nearby areas. The quantity and quality might not be the best, but they would be sufficient as emergency supplies. Dane responded based on things he had seen, felt, and lived on the battlefield. It didn't come from books. After hearing his astute answers, the whole class was stunned. Professor Gabius was thrilled to hear such an incredible summary of the principles of supply lines, and asked Dane what year he was in. Upon learning he was only a freshman, the professor was amazed. He didn't understand how a first-year student knew so much about the details of war. Gabius repeated Dane's answer to the class. These concepts reminded him of soldiers and officers who have seen many battlefields. Given Dane's youth, there's no way he has much battle experience. How could he know so much? To cover up the real reason, Dane claimed that he often listened to war stories from his father. The curious Professor Gabius asked for Dane's father's name. When he revealed that he was the son of Archon Sogers, the veteran's mouth hung wide open at hearing that this young man is the son of the Blue Whirlwind. Finally, everything made sense in Gabius's mind, since he is the son of Sogers. He is the student who passed the autonomous specialty exam. It's not strange that he stands out more than an ordinary freshman. Speaking out, Professor Gabius explained that the military science they will learn here will be aligned with Dane's answers. They will use the textbook as a guide, but will focus on things applicable to real situations. This is the ultimate goal of military science. Professor Gabius was very happy that a promising student had arrived this time. After the first period, the students left their classrooms and filled the academy hallways. Dane leaves the classroom exasperated, almost convinced he was entering graduate school on his first day as a freshman. After class, the professor called him to offer a path to deepen his study of military science. Recommending graduate school to a freshman is crazy. Luckily, Dane's second sister had already given him advice for these situations. Claire said that if anyone offered him a spot in the Imperial Graduate School, he should just escape and run away without a second thought. Apparently, Professor Gabius does not give up easily. Leaving that problem for now, Dane pulled out his map and plotted a path to his next class. It's his first day, so he is not yet familiar with the terrain. It doesn't help that the academy is so large. He agreed to meet Layla at the Central Fountain Plaza, which is quite far from where he is. After checking the map, he found the spot. Apparently, crossing the Misty Garden is the fastest way to reach his destination. After walking for a few minutes, Dane arrived at the so-called Misty Garden. They say that if the weather is even slightly cloudy, the garden is swallowed by a dense layer of fog. This fog makes it easy to get lost in the garden. That's why many students avoid the large garden if they can. Furthermore, the mystery of the Misty Garden is tied to terrifying ghost stories. Dane looked around and was surprised to see that the area was prettier than his older sister had said. Since the weather is good, he should be safe taking the short path and getting to the other side quickly, right? While happily crossing the garden, Dane suddenly heard a piercing scream, crying for help. Looking toward where the pleading voice was coming from, Dane thought about what to do. Locating the source of the voice calling for help, he determined it was coming from beyond the vegetation. Dane ran. His mother always said that if he found someone in need, he should help without hesitation. This boy's mother is an assassin. Since there is still time before his next class, he should be able to perform a rescue mission. With Dane's speed and sharp perception, he soon found the lost student. He was a young man with a heavy backpack. He thanked Dane for responding to his calls for help. He thought he'd be stranded. Fortunately, he wasn't hurt. He was just exhausted after walking in circles for a long time. The boy introduced himself as Ernest Dillon, a first-year exploration student. Dana found it ironic that an exploration student would get lost on campus. Ernest admitted that perhaps he got too excited exploring the academy, so excited that he got lost and tired. He remembered that the Dillon Barony is a noble house from the west with a crest showing a ship and a sailor. Ernest was impressed that Dane knew his family. You see, they're a house famous for exploration. For generations, Ernest's ancestors have explored the vastness of the seas and ventured into unknown lands. Looking at young Dillon, he doesn't seem destined for great adventures given how thin he is. That Dane recognized his family made Ernest feel proud. He politely asked Dane his name, and the young genius introduced himself gladly. Upon learning he was the first student in the autonomous department in 50 years, Ernest almost fainted from shock. His eyes shone with interest as he praised his luck for meeting someone so extraordinary. Dane's awkward laughter stopped when he noticed something on Ernest's neck. The boy said he wasn't hurt, but there were clear signs of wounds and scars on his body. Bruises and scars were visible on his neck and hands. Dana deduces that they are different from typical exploration injuries. He decided not to delve deeper into the subject, since it could be something very personal. Dane steered the conversation back toward exploration. Ernest enthusiastically explained that he is a true addict when it comes to exploring everything new he finds: people, things, places, whatever, and he always wants to dig deeper. Opening his large backpack, Ernest showed Dane his exploration gear, chaotically piled up for now. His goal is to explore and understand the entire academy. On the first day of classes, he felt drawn to the Misty Garden. Ernest believes there is something hidden in this area. The stories about the fog appearing during a brief cloudy period make no sense. Dane admitted the boy might be right, and asked him if he had found anything to demystify the fog. Unfortunately, Ernest has no idea. He only has a hunch that some force acts on this garden that no one has deciphered yet. He believes that perhaps no one has observed the strange phenomena well. Maybe some tried, but something prevented them from discovering it. The reason is unknown for now, but Ernest will not rest until he finds that hidden element. Perhaps it is linked to a legacy of an ancient lost kingdom, or a call from beyond the horizon. The boy's contagious enthusiasm for discovering the unknown begins to influence Dane. It was then, when he remembered he was supposed to meet Layla and go to class together. They need to go as soon as possible. While Ernest was packing his gear, the clear blue sky slowly became covered with clouds, and it began to rain. In seconds, the entire garden was surprised by an unexpected downpour. This is bad. According to the stories, the place will be swallowed by the fog faster with the rain falling, making leaving the garden almost impossible. Just as they feared, the mysterious fog began to rise in the area, apparently originating from the ground itself. This dense fog deprives people of their sense of orientation. Ernest quickly pulled out a compass, fearing the worst. Unfortunately, the mysterious force caused the compass to start spinning out of control, making it impossible to determine where to head. Ernest feels uneasy. Without the compass, they might not be able to move from their current location without risking getting lost in the mess. Dane asked Ernest to use his exploration skills, but it was useless. Elsewhere he might find a way out, but the Misty Garden is a different beast with unknown forces in action. Finally, Dane noticed he might get trapped here on his first day of classes. Besides his exhaustion, the rain and fog are making Ernest feel heavy and slow. He apologized for being a burden to Dane and for accidentally dragging him into this mess. Danny assured him they would be fine. They just have to wait and observe before acting. As the fog surrounded his body, Dane felt something familiar. Unlike Ernest, who was weakening, he was starting to feel more full of energy for some reason. While Dane resonated with the fog, Ernest cried inconsolably, feeling guilt for trapping a classmate. The boy stopped crying upon seeing a blinding light and furious energy from the young Sogers. Dane's mana rose and danced wildly, visible to the naked eye as he pushed the fog away from around him. His mana moved so wildly that it almost knocked Ernest onto his butt, seeing the fog vanish around Dane. Ernest, the explorer, was amazed. What's going on? With a determined look, Dane assured his new friend that he knew the way out. Although unexpected, our boy might have had a lucky encounter. There's a chance he will discover the secret of the Misty Garden today. The duo crossed the garden as if the fog weren't there. With Dane leading, his mana cleared the path while Ernest followed closely behind. Many mages tried and failed to decipher the mystery of the fog, but Dane advances deeper without showing difficulty. Where he passes, the fog opens. Ernest was sure he was before an incomparable genius. After a few more minutes of crossing the garden, they reached their destination. Ernest believed they were outside, but they were far from the exit. Instead of finding a way back to the normal areas of the campus, they went deeper and reached the center of the garden. Amidst the fog was an ornate structure, detailed and intricate, luxuriously designed, resting over a pond. Ernest never thought he would find a magical fountain in the center of the garden. Most students who venture here come for this spot. They gather to find this because of a legend Dane had never heard. Ernest explained what it was about. People say that if you reach the fountain before the fog dissipates, you will be united with the person you most desire. It's just another typical romance story wrapped in a fantastic legend. Dane felt there was something strange about the fountain. He wondered how the fountain's magic remained active for so long. If it's so complicated to reach its location, how does it remain operational without maintenance? Hearing Dane's questions, Ernest could not refute the logic. If no one is supplying magical power to this, maybe there's an energy source strong enough to maintain it for a long time, a battery that doesn't need to be recharged. If that is the case, it's possible that the entire garden itself is just one big mechanism. Considering how unnecessarily complex and twisted the garden's design is, Ernest's hypothesis might be true. If the garden is a large mechanism with an unknown source, then this magical fountain could be an ancient relic. With so many unanswered questions, it's fair to assume that the fog might be related as well. Dane approached the fountain and placed his hand on the structure. Upon touching its surface and feeling the sensation against his skin, he became convinced of what it might be. Something inside his body was reacting. It was as if his mana was meeting an old friend. There's no doubt about it. This fountain is emanating ancient magic. Upon injecting his mana into the structure, unknown symbols and runes appeared. Upon seeing the symbols, Ernest jumped in surprise. He recognized them as the ancient secret language. At first, he wasn't sure. It was blurry. But when Dane touched it, the symbols became clear. This is the language of the ancient lost kingdom of Secret. Given his background, studying ancient languages is essential for explorers from the Dillon family. After all, it will be frustrating to arrive at an ancient ruin and be stuck because you can't read what's on the ancient texts. Of course, Ernest hasn't mastered every language yet, but he remembers learning the secret language with his father well since he was a child. With his detailed notes and pen in hand, Ernest worked hard to decipher the complex ancient symbols on the fountain. Dane gave him the space he needed. It seems the boy's explorer instincts are really kicking in, so it's best to let him do his thing. The first character Ernest deciphered was qualification. He continued looking back and forth between the symbols and his notes, making sure not to miss any detail. After some meticulous translation, he finally figured out a part of the inscription. He combined the words he deciphered and formed a completely legible passage. He finished deciphering the message. If he wasn't mistaken, it said that those who are qualified must prove their strength. The words qualification and test seemed to indicate an exam. If so, could this test be linked to ancient magic? Dane looked closer at the fountain. The closer he got to the center, the stronger that familiar feeling grew. Ernest scratched his head. By all indications, if the qualification mentioned refers to an ancient power, then no one today should meet the requirement. But Dane didn't fit that mold. Moving his hand again, his pure mana gathered at his wrist, swirling in a dazzling glow. Confused, Ernest asked what he was doing. Dane's concentration was focused on his precise control of the mana in the air. According to him, the runes only have power in their specific forms. If he used the bracelet that he and Old Man Sidrain found, the ancient magic fountain might react. As expected, the runes on the bracelet resonated with the symbols on the structure. The strange symbols on the bracelet's surface were indecipherable, but just seeing a reaction made Dane smiled in anticipation. With blind confidence, he moved closer to the fountain and reached out to touch the secret symbols. To his surprise, the structure seemed to come to life. The runes and secret symbols danced as if they were illusions, moving in time with the ebb and flow of the water. Finally, the secret runes glowed in sync with Dane's bracelet. The unlikely duo eagerly awaited what would happen next. Ernest started to panic as he felt the ground tremble with the fountain at its center. The gem-like structure in the middle was vibrating. Ernest nervously asked Dane what he did to make the fountain sink. The young genius just smiled. He took a risk, and it paid off. He found the answer to the Misty Garden's enigmatic test. Suddenly the mana gathered around him, nearly blowing the slender explorer wannabe out of the mist as an ancient relic activated. He's been going through one mental shock after another. Who would have thought that the one to qualify for the ancient test would be Dane? With the water drained from the fountain, something glittered in the center of the structure. The sun came out, clearing the dark clouds and revealing a beautiful, polished gem. Ernest thought this must be the power source that operates the fountain. Forget that. Maybe it's the cause of the strange phenomena throughout the garden. Opportunities like this are rare. Dane is ready to take it, even if he must face an unknown, ancient power. The mysterious power emanating from the garden's center gathered at Dane's feet, forming an intricate rune formation. He felt remnants of ancient magic, just like the mysterious magical power inside his body. To his surprise, the indecipherable symbols around the fountain slowly began to make sense in his mind. Arcana flourished before calamity destroyed it. This is the legacy of the Forgotten Empire. He was shocked. The unrecognizable scribbles revealed their meaning before Dane's eyes. It was as if he was destined to understand the ancient language by absorbing the legacy of the destroyed magical kingdom of Arcana. Then he felt a sharp pain in his chest. It tightened, causing a wave of agony to course through his entire body. Dana gritted his teeth and focused his perception on his heart. He can't explain exactly what it is, but something is happening in his heart. Tentacles of pure mana were wrapping around the organ, squeezing it and penetrating every little corner. With one last effort, the ancient mana fully integrated into his being with a dazzling flash. As the pain began to subside, Dane noticed he had formed a magic circle. You see, a core and a circle cannot coexist in harmony within a practitioner's body. Their roles are completely opposed, destined to conflict with each other. It's highly unusual to see someone who possesses both. The efficiency is poor and it's harmful. The user's body directly. That's why, even though magic swordsmen are formidable, they always suffer from heart problems, which limits their lifespan. This is also why Dane didn't want to create a circle just for magic. He already had his cores, so even if he wanted to cultivate a magic circle, he didn't want to risk it. Now, the legacy of the ancient empire weighs heavily on his heart. Noticing his worried expression, Honest asked if he was okay. His complexion had turned pale, and he seemed to be conflicted. Dane smiled, reassuring his new friend that he'll be fine. He just has a lot on his mind. The young explorer asked if he had really absorbed the power from before. Even Ernest's untrained eye, he could see that the fog and the runes seemed to have created an inexplicable connection with Dane. It's natural for Ernest to have a lot of questions. He saw the whole process, but for now, it's better for this kid to remain in the dark. Dane used his magical sister as an excuse, telling Ernest that he handled the strange incident just as she had taught him. After what happened today, Ernest feels his explorer's blood boiling with the urge to discover. He proposed that they look for more mysteries at the academy together. They can keep in touch to share any strange phenomena or places they find. Thinking there might be more sites with magical collections like the fountain, Dane agreed. With the fog cleared and calm restored, Ernest reminded Dane that he still had class. Inheriting an ancient legacy made Dane forget he was supposed to meet Layla before class started. He bumped fists with Ernest and apologized for having to leave in a hurry. He's against the clock. He has to get to the meeting spot, or that unruly young woman will teach him a lesson. Dane said goodbye to his new friend and ran towards his next class. The young explorer watched Dane leave with a smile. He found an interesting friend today. He felt that if he kept exploring with Dane, amazing things would happen. After making sure he was far away from Ernest, Dane decided to test his speed, pushing it to the limit. He found it strange that every movement felt so much easier. Fierce ripples of mana surrounded his body, reinforcing his already impressive agility. He could clearly feel the circle and the cores inside his body. Contrary to the common logic of this world, they coexisted harmoniously without any discomfort. Normally, the circle would interfere with the core's energy, reducing its efficiency, but that wasn't happening. No matter how much magic he generated around his body, there were no signs of an adverse reaction or anything strange. To his delight, it was actually the opposite. His magic constantly flowed and circulated through the circle, only to return and gather in his core. The whole process repeated itself, further purifying the energy in his core. With this incredibly fortunate development, Dane's first thought was to contact his older sister as soon as possible. One moment he was dealing with heart problems, and the next, he was beaming with the possibilities this unlocked. With his enhanced speed, it didn't take Dane long to reach the sandy grounds of the Henston district. He arrived just in time to meet up with Layla and stroll through the famous area. After a leisurely walk, they both finally saw the district's entrance. The entrance was built in a strange way. Layla explained that they were about to enter the famous magic barrier. She added that this peculiar structure was created by Saul Henston, a legendary mage from the academy. It's a barrier that activates annually for first-year students with magical talent. When a student passes through, a light will appear. Based on its color, students are classified by the quality and grade of their magic. This complex device was once used to detect dark mages who infiltrated the academy. After the dark mages were wiped out, the magic barrier was repurposed to classify students. Curious, Dane asked about the color for each grade. Layla was happy to explain, saying that if a student has no magical talent, there will be no color change. If the student has decent talent, they'll see a yellow light. Considerable talents show blue lights, and those with overwhelming talent will see a red light. Layla had studied a lot about the academy before enrolling. She wanted to know everything about the place that would mark the next chapter of her life. Besides, Dane's sisters, Arabella and Claire, also generated red lights. It's only natural, given their monstrous affinity for their respective paths. Layla couldn't wait any longer. She ran towards the magic barrier, excited to see what color she would summon. As she stepped into the district's entrance, a brilliant red glow filled the area. Given her talent, this was to be expected. He smiled, happy for her, pleased with her results. As the red light reflected in his eyes, Dane, proud of his childhood friend's potential, congratulated Layla. Eager to test the barrier himself, he observed the structure carefully. With steady steps, he walked calmly towards the district's entrance. In his mind, he expected to see a red light. He was sure that after absorbing the ancient magic, he would be even stronger than a normal red light prodigy. When he turned to see his results, he was shocked to see a green light. This wasn't supposed to happen. Among the color classifications, green wasn't one of them. Even Layla, who had studied the academy's systems, was stunned. She looked at Dane, wondered why this guy couldn't just be a normal genius for once. Dane was also bewildered by what was happening. He just smirked wryly after entering the district. Layla and Dane quickly went to the main lecture hall, where students from various departments gathered. It's well known that the magic department's lectures are very popular. Students from diverse backgrounds often stay for the first day of orientation and then leave. Among the unusual guests today was a senior student named Arthur. From the reactions of others, it seemed the big man was important. Arthur Diamet, the fifth-year representative of the magic department, came here to meet someone special. Dane Sogers, the academy's only interdisciplinary student. The underclassmen knew Dane would be in class, but there was still no sign of the boy of the moment, Arthur. He asked his underclassmen to bring Dane directly to him when he arrived. Since Dane is the younger brother of Arabella, whom they idolized, including Arthur, they were keeping a close eye out for the young Sogers. Suddenly, there was a commotion as two students entered the lecture hall. Most of the students who hadn't seen Dane before rushed to get a look at him. They were amazed by his handsome face and green eyes. Next to him was the famous Layla Thermian. Dane wasn't used to so much attention. Seeing him freeze under the gazes, Layla added fuel to the fire by teasing him about his popularity. Arthur Diamet turned and smiled upon seeing his senior's little brother. He was the first to approach Dane and give him a big greeting. He praised Dane's imposing presence at the entrance ceremony. Confused, Dane wondered why an older senior was trying to act so familiar with him. Suddenly, Dane shot a direct question at the big guy. "Who are you?" he asked, wondering what this guy was doing in an introductory magic department class. Annoyed by Arthur's gaze, Dane stood his ground and urged the big guy to introduce himself first. The easily irritated fifth-year representative didn't like Dane's tone. Their first impression of each other was a bad one. The younger students who knew Arthur held their breath. They knew that confronting a senior student was practically academic suicide. Arthur replied, commenting that he came to see Lady Arabella's younger brother as a sign of respect, but was met with arrogance from the start. Arthur commented that Dane's attitude could damage the Sogers family's reputation. Dane refused to back down. From his perspective, the rude one was this big guy demanding respect while being obnoxious. Arthur gritted his teeth in frustration. This wasn't going as he wanted. If he let this encounter slide, the news would spread quickly and damage his reputation. He was devising a plan to handle Dane without provoking the feared Arabella. He was worrying about the wrong Sogers. Suddenly, Arthur escalated the situation, summoning mana into his hands. He wanted to impose some discipline on an insolent junior. Dane saw the mana gathering in the senior's hand and prepared to react. Before they could come to blows, a book slammed against the lectern and a loud voice asked if there was a problem. It was the professor. Seeing a faculty member intervene, Arthur excused himself, saying he had only come to greet the first-year students. The head of the magic department, Denebo, scolded Arthur, telling him to leave the socializing for after class and not to interrupt. Arthur apologized dismissively, not seeming affected by the encounter. Layla warns Dane to be careful, as Arthur doesn't seem to have good intentions. As he walked away, Arthur whispered to one of his cronies to take Dane to a specific place when he had a chance. His crony hesitated. He's loyal to Arthur, but messing with Arabella's younger brother could cause trouble. Arthur promised he would explain everything to his respected senior. He just wanted to teach the little Sogers a lesson. Continuing with the class, Professor Denebo explained that this first day would be a simple orientation, and everyone would be dismissed afterward. This is a practical combat course, so it's key to measure everyone's mana first. He placed a mana measuring device on the table, and the students' eyes were fixed on the decorated artifact. The mana measuring device is simple. They just have to place their hand on it and channel mana as a demonstration. Professor Denebo channeled his own mana into the artifact, making it glow with an intense blue light, and behind him, 8 complete magic circles emerged. He was almost at the level of a Tower Master. The students were astonished. Almost no one had ever seen a mage with 8 complete rings. After impressing the newbies, Professor Denebo explained that at the same circle level, the color darkens if the level is high. Sometimes, circles don't appear. Not having circles doesn't mean a student has no talent, so there's no need to worry. Some people just haven't formed their circles yet. That's why today, they won't just be relying on checking circles. According to the Academy's standards, those accepted into the magic department should know at least basic magic. Professor Denebo summoned countless orbs and explained they would use them to measure mana accurately. Dane stared intently at the blue orbs, having no idea how these round things could measure mana with superior precision. The professor demonstrated his method. Using basic psychokinesis magic, he manipulated the orbs to fly together. The students will have to show how many orbs they can control with an elemental spell. With a wave of his hand, Denebo charged the orbs with enormous amounts of kinetic energy, forming a constant flow of mana, and accelerating the sphere's flight to the maximum. The students kept their eyes wide open, analyzing the professor's movements. They had never seen runes form so well. It's hard to believe that Denab could take a simple spell like psychokinesis to such a precise level, while the regular students were in awe. To Layla, this demonstration wasn't even worth watching. Even basic magic varies in power and precision depending on the user. They just have to apply mana to each orb. For a first-year student, handling 3 balls is already the limit. Layla looked at Dane and asked if he could control more than 3. Before he could answer, Professor Denab called on Arthur from the back. The big 5th-year kid is only auditing the class, but Denab sees this as a chance to show the level of an outstanding student. Given the chance to show off his skills to the freshmen, Arthur perked up and gladly accepted. He wants to prove his superiority to that arrogant first year. Likewise, Dane was eager to see the young man's performance. Arthur approached the lectern and channeled his mana. Through the meter. The classroom filled with an uproar. But upon seeing Arthur's 4 circles, with very deep colors, Professor Denab praised the student for improving his cultivation, and Arthur responded humbly. Denab was smiling. Normally, for chains are achieved after graduation. Arthur proves that the talented always find ways to shine. The professor continued to praise Arthur, telling the first years to get close to the 5th-year representative, as his advice could help them become skilled mages. The big kid was enjoying every second in the spotlight. In his mind, he deludedly thought that Dane must be surprised. Little did he know, the young man couldn't care less about his 4 insignificant rings. Next came the ball control part. As an expert gunner, Arthur had exceptional control. Judging by his appearance, his handling was nearly flawless. The most impressive part was how many balls he could magically handle at once. If you look closely at the smug upperclassman, you'd see him sweating from the mental strain of controlling as many balls as he can. He's sure his ball technique is impressing the freshmen now. Dane just looked at the guy with indifference. After that performance, Professor Denab instructed the first years to applaud their senior. The look of approval in the professor's eyes was clear, proud of what his former student had become. Arthur shot a mischievous look at Dane, eager to see the young lord's mana level. Professor Denab adopted a sterner expression as he addressed his freshmen, telling those who weren't confident in their mana control to leave the classroom to avoid embarrassment. After a moment, none of the students got up to leave. They've come this far, and there's no turning back. The test will now formally begin, starting from the front row to the back. As the students in the front row moved to the front of the class, Layla and Dane watched from afar. Layla didn't approve of this format. They call it a first-day orientation, but it's really just a way to show off your skills to others. Dane seems to think the same. But that's just how it works at the academy. One after another, the students went up and measured their existing mana, one by one, while the professor took notes. Some students smiled as they saw a circle form before their eyes. Of course, some didn't have enough mana to manifest it. The same thing happened with the ball test. This part was even tougher, showing just how difficult it is to use psychokinesis with maximum precision. Arthur and his lackeys kept their distance, mocking the freshmen who were making a mess of the test. When one student approached the lectern, the upperclassmen paid attention. Dane Sogers extended his hand, touched the mana device, and steadily circulated his mana. Arthur was still, betting on seeing the kid's arrogance fade when he noticed the huge difference between them. This guy is a grown man picking a fight with a first-year student. After the incident in the Misty Garden, Dane was also curious about his own power. Since absorbing ancient magic, something must have changed inside him. The room lit up as his hand emanated a rich, dense mana over the artifact. Professor Denab paid closer attention to Dane Sogers. This was the boy who had perfectly solved his assignment, on a self-study exam. With his extensive theoretical experience, Denab was eager to see how many circles would appear. Time passed, and every second seemed like an eternity as everyone watched this year's golden boy. A moment passed, and a brilliant light, more intense than any before, suddenly erupted. Denab felt himself losing control as the mana meter drew from the circle in his heart. When the light reached its brightest point, an error message appeared, saying that Dane's mana couldn't be measured. It was the first time this had ever happened. This device could measure up to 8 rings, so everyone was confused. Dane read the red warning several times, but couldn't find an explanation for this result. Layla, Arthur, and the students held their breath. Professor Nabo's eyes shone with a complex expression. The students in line complained that they still hadn't had their turn, and the Sogers boy had already broken the device. They didn't believe the cannot be measured nonsense, thinking Dane had no circles, while he wondered if the ancient magic in his heart had altered the measurement. Professor Nabo had been doing this evaluation for years and trusted the machine's complete accuracy. It could even detect those who try to hide their real level. The impossible-to-measure tag was new to him. He thought that not even his colleagues had seen this before. To calm the class, he attributed it to a possible overload. For now, they would proceed with Dane's orb test to move things along. The foolish boy interpreted the error message as a sign that the brat had no magic at all. Dane was disappointed with the mana measurement device fiasco, but at least he had a chance to try the orbs. Although, honestly, he wasn't sure if his power would work here. He closed his eyes and visualized the psychokinesis spell with concentration. The young man raised his hand, and several threads of furious mana shot out. He copied the professor's earlier movements, and each orb left its container and rose into the air, intricately connected by wild threads of ancient mana. Every jaw in the classroom dropped as silence filled the room. Dane Sogers handled each orb as if it were nothing. Making 5 balls float for a brief moment had seemed like a Herculean task. Arthur was frozen in place. When asked to demonstrate earlier, he had walked with confidence. That confidence vanished quickly in front of a true genius. His mind couldn't understand how it was possible. Layla, already used to Dane's inhuman feats, recovered from the shock faster than the others. At this point, she simply accepted every illogical thing he did. Meanwhile, Dane was panicking. He never thought all the spheres would rise. It seems absorbing ancient mana made him capable of something incredible. He quickly recovered from the shock of seeing his power in action and slowly moved his hands around. Since he was in the spotlight, he might as well try something cool. He stimulated the spheres with ancient mana and accelerated them until they became flashing lights. Right now, he was achieving things that not even Professor Nebo had ever witnessed before. With the professor's innate sensitivity to magic, he was the first to notice that the boy was rearranging the spheres with the clear intention of drawing an image. Finally, the mana swirling around the spheres grew into various shapes and sizes, connecting and forming an image in the air. It showed a vivid illustration of a lion and a snake. Everyone knew that these two beasts represented the crest of the Sogers family. Dane smiled, satisfied with his work, while Professor Nebo nearly collapsed. Even Arabella, a skilled and brilliant mage, wasn't this impressive. Layla was annoyed by Dane's showboating, as she was next and her performance wouldn't compare to his. After returning the balls to the container, the professor praised Dane. He now understood why Tower Master Sidrain, an elder who had never accepted a student, showed so much interest in the boy. Dane bowed humbly and thanked the professor. Hearing their conversation, the rookies nearly fainted upon learning that Dane was instructed by a Tower Master. The golden boy's image was gradually improving. One of Arthur's minions asked their young boss if the plan was still on after seeing Dane. Arthur clenched his fist. He blamed the Sogers family for being too much and creating monster after monster. If Dane was at such a high level, they would have to change their plans. As frustrating as it was, Arthur admitted there was a chance of losing. If they faced off and lost in a contest of skill, there would be no way to recover from that humiliation. Finally, his mind came up with a single viable idea. If they couldn't beat the boy with strength, they would have to win Dane over. Arthur saw no other option than to bring Dane into the student council. As part of the student council, he could control the young master. But the boy was still in his first year. Even for upperclassmen, joining the council isn't easy. There's no precedent for first-year students joining the student council, so they would have to boldly break that rule. Arthur is sure he can use Dane's talent to raise the prestige of the magic department. Of course, Arthur's own status and career would rise as well. Professor Nebo took Dane to the side of the classroom to shower him with praise. If he had known the boy was so talented, he would have fought the other professors to keep Dane in his department. The cunning professor used Dane to motivate the other students with the boy's magical talent before letting him return to his seat. Nebo encouraged the rising star to visit him whenever he wanted. Dane doesn't usually turn down opportunities to learn. After class, Layla and Dane left the classroom as usual. She accused him of hogging all the attention. He responded with a sly smile, teasing the young lady. If it weren't for his anomalous performance, Layla's 5-orb manipulation would have been a highlight. Given her competitive nature, she walked away from Dane with a frown. Just then, Arthur and his cronies walked in. His tone changed completely as he praised Dane for his exceptional skill, saying he just came to talk to the young master for a moment. And seeing how quickly his attitude changed, Dane felt suspicious. Of course, Arthur mentioned the council. The Imperial Academy's student council. The council decides policies and manages the budget. That's why they have great influence and various privileges. For example, the council can decide on disciplinary actions against students who cross the line. They also have the power to approve events for academic departments. Dane didn't need that much of an explanation. He had already heard about the council's power and exclusivity from his sister. Finally, Arthur offered Dane a recommendation to become an officer. He meets the requirements, so there shouldn't be a problem. Besides the benefits, being an officer automatically makes a student part of the Doctor Hall. Arthur probably forgot that this year's top student is already in Dantera Hall. As the upperclassmen kept talking about the benefits of joining the council, Dane wondered if these people were gods with so many privileges. After Arthur's passionate speech, Dane rejected the proposal. If Dane were interested in the council, he'd prefer to get in on his own merits instead of through a back door. Besides, he believes that benefits always come with a price. Arthur's cronies could already see their plan falling apart in real time. So, they resorted to reiterating the council's prestige, praising their recommendation offer. Layla was forced to listen to all this nonsensical talk from the deranged seniors and was getting irritated by their persistence. She grabbed his hand and dragged him towards the cafeteria. Today, Arthur was left standing there with his failed plan. Dana was grateful for Layla's perfect timing today. They might have been rejected, but Arthur and his cronies don't give up. Layla saw through the suspicious seniors' plan. They're just trying to make Dane a pawn. More importantly, the young Duchess was annoyed that they didn't give her the same recommendation. By then, Layla had accepted that Dane was on a different level than normal people when it came to talent. And so, they both went to the Imperial Academy's cafeteria, hoping to find some sweet tarts, while Arthur met with Professor Nebo. According to the professor, Dane might be more talented than his sister, Arabella. Given how vast the field of magic is, it's hard to say for sure. Dane has monstrous potential. Upon learning that he surpasses an upperclassman, Arthur was astonished. The professor wants Arthur to subtly convince the young swords to dedicate himself solely to the magic department. Ever since Dane arrived, everyone has seen the same thing. They are captivated by the young prodigy's talent. Arthur confessed that he tried to convince Dane to join the student council, but was rejected. Denebo can't let him go. The boy's potential is too valuable. Changing the subject, Arthur asked the professor about a letter of recommendation for himself. The professor dismissed the topic, saying he believed the magic towers would be lining up for Arthur when he graduates in 2 years. Arthur understands the professor's intentions. If he gets an early placement in the magic tower, Denebo will lose his favorite student to order around as his errand boy. Arthur heard rumors that Denebo was the one who rejected 2 offers from the magic towers in his 3rd year. Knowing that his future was in the hands of this egocentric professor, Arthur continued to accept his orders. He has no choice. On the way to the cafeteria, Dane noticed how crowded the area was because of the club events. All the clubs are fighting not to be disbanded. The pair tried various stalls and won many prizes. It was a nice diversion. There were 20 mana storage stones, 15 lunch coupons, 5 general meal tickets, 8 convenience store vouchers, and a treasure map. The veteran running the stall said it was bought at a blind auction at the Arkinder auction house. Upon hearing the name, Arkinder, Layla's eyes sparkled at the possibility of a real treasure. Dane's father had told him about the auction house. Arkinder, the Empire's hub for rare and beautiful items. The best appraisers in the country examine everything thoroughly, ensuring the authenticity of what's sold. The treasure map seal is intact, with no signs of tampering. With the well-known stories of secret places and mysteries at the Academy, a treasure doesn't seem unbelievable. Seeing the map, Dane thought of who else would enjoy this. The exploration nerd, Ernest. The Demetra Hall is where most of the general lectures are held. Dana is heading to his Imperial History class. Before coming to the Academy, the head butler of House Sagar had already taught him almost everything, so Dane is confident. Suddenly, a familiar voice enthusiastically called out to him. It was none other than Ernest the Nerd. Since Imperial History is a required class for freshmen, it seems they'll be sharing a class. Worried, Ernest asked Dane about the changes in his body after the incident. It's a bit complicated, so Dane avoided the topic. Just as he was about to share the juicy news of the treasure map with his clueless friend, a group of cookie-cutter bullies interrupted them. Based on Ernest's terrified reaction, Dane noticed there was some history here. The lead bully, who looked like a grown man with a family, gave Ernest a cheeky greeting. The 4 eyes here didn't even know how to respond. In Dane's eyes, he looked like a soldier with trauma. When Ernest finally spoke, we learned the head bully's name, Braun. Braun bullies kids? How will this affect the legacy of our great king? The head bully grabbed Ernest's head like a basketball while mocking him for trembling like a leaf. The copy-paste villains didn't even look at Dane. Since they ran into their errand boy, they could rekindle their waiter and boss relationship. So, Braun ordered a sandwich. When Ernest tried to refuse, the bullies laughed, and Braun shot him a death glare. Finally, the adult disguised as a student arrogantly acknowledged Dane. When Ernest called Dane his friend, Braun assumed he was a coward, just like his companion. This attitude reminded Dane of the scum he saw on the battlefield. Before things could escalate further, A monitor spotted them and yelled at them to get to class. Like an expert bully, Braun smiled and replied politely before leaving. He glanced back at Ernest and invited him for a chat after class. Four Eyes trembled in fear, his past troubles resurfacing. Braun, on the other hand, is glad his academic life is about to get a lot less boring. Even with Braun out of sight, Ernest was still shaking in terror. Dane helped him up, and the boy apologized for getting his new friend involved with bad people. Ernest confessed his turbulent history with Braun back home. He thought that because of the academy's size, he wouldn't see him his entire school life. Dane assured him everything was fine. He couldn't stand seeing his new friend, so tormented by such trash. He offered to stick with Ernest for now. He notes that this clueless guy might go back to being an errand boy, following whatever Braun says. If that happens, Ernest will relive his younger days. He saw Dane transform at the fountain. There's no need to worry about safety or that nonsense. Even though he knows how strong Dane is Four Eyes, he's still hesitant to drag him into his personal business after class. Ernest and Dane were ambushed by a group of bullies. When cornered, Dane tried to shut Braun up, but the bastard just barked even louder when he saw that. Dane wasn't some coward who would back down from just a few words. Braun felt threatened, just like all nobles. The wretch started bringing up his family name, the Sour family, claiming he was the heir to the most powerful family in the West, as if that meant anything. In response, Dane just perked up his ears and smiled. He'd never even heard of such an insignificant family. Braun's anger grew, and his minions barked just like the dogs they were. Like a true tough guy, Braun ordered his lackeys to do his dirty work and beat Dane up. It seemed they were just waiting for those orders. The nameless side characters smirked and approached, Ernest and Dane with arrogance on their faces. Ernest tried to de-escalate the situation, thinking it would be best to just run. He told Dane that they called Braun a fencing genius since they were kids. Hearing that, Dane became even more interested in putting that bastard in his place. He turned to his weak friend, telling him to face one of the nobodies. A punch to the jaw should be enough to take him out. Ernest can't keep being scared. He has to fight back. As the first goon lunged, Dane barely paid attention. He saw every telegraph move, and took the hit without raising his guard, turning his neck with the impact. The bald goon looked very pleased with himself. Braun also felt proud, seeing that his goons were good at intimidation. The bald goon threw another punch, but this time, Dane raised his guard. He only took the first hit, so he could anticipate what would happen next. As diabolical as it sounds, it's self-defense. The bald goon ignored his words, and threw a hook, which Dane dodged without a problem. Then, he countered with a quick punch to the liver that sent a wave of agonizing pain through the poor bastard's entire body. From maximum humiliation, Dane tripped him up. With how hard his head hit the pavement, I hope this guy has good insurance. Ignoring the first victim, Dane focused on the second goon. This one had a sloppy defense, so Dane easily caught his jaw with a palm strike. With a shoulder check, he sent the goon flying into the third one, who was still a few feet away. Dane created a manosphere in his hand. He launched that blue ball into the third goon's face. In seconds, 3 goons were neutralized. Efficiently, they all dropped and passed out. Dana broke the silence, complaining that he hit the third one a bit too hard. He's still not quite used to his old mana techniques. Ernest was speechless while Braun and his lackeys couldn't believe what they were seeing. The leader blamed his minions for being dumb and incompetent while they were trying to warn their boss that this white-haired kid was no ordinary guy. Braun ordered them to shut up. Being beaten by a newbie was humiliating enough. Adding fuel to the fire, Dane dared the big guy to back up his loudmouth bragging. The one bully with a brain tried to warn Braun to stop and back down. But the fool wouldn't listen. Braun couldn't see himself bowing down to some brat, so he activated his mana and opened a portal. Dana didn't seem impressed by the flash of Braun's portal. He pulled out a mean-looking sword and swung it around like it was the greatest thing ever. Since they're in a secluded spot, he can use his sword to cause a little bloody accident with no witnesses. Ernest shrieked, and Dane didn't even flinch. They're in a place where the weather gets cloudy, sometimes so foggy that the authorities can't find a murdered body. The one smart bully in the group tried to calm his boss down. Braun yelled at him to stop talking and just hit Ernest. So it was down to a 2-on-2. Dana reassured Ernest that in a straight-up fight against a third-rate bully, he can win. Think about it. This kid is addicted to exploring. His leg strength must be through the roof. You just have to time your punch right and send the enemy flying. Ernest doubts his own strength, but Dane has faith in him. The showdown began, and Dane moved away to isolate Braun from Ernest. Braun is used to mage nerds trying to get away from swordsmen. Dane just smirked at his inaccurate judgment and continued to lead the fool on a chase. Meanwhile, Ernest starts to internalize Dane's words. He can't keep living as a perpetual victim. The bully slowly approached with a smirk. thinking the kid wouldn't dare to throw a punch, even though his fist was clenched. Mocking Ernest further, the bully cracked his knuckles and suggested that Four Eyes just lie down quietly and take a few hits. Since it's hard to overcome years of trauma in just a few moments, Ernest simply thought about what Dane would do in his situation. His mind recalled the dodge his friend made earlier and memorized it. When the bully threw the first punch, Ernest imitated Dane's movements. He wasn't fast enough, so he took a hit to the head, but he also threw a punch of his own for the first time in his life. Squaring his shoulders, he braced himself and threw another punch right in the bully's face. The old Ernest is gone. The scared boy is now a surprised man. The bully was knocked out, lying on the ground like a worm. Seeing the damage, it seems Ernest really does have that inner strength. When the adrenaline faded, his knees buckled. He felt a cathartic relief. He finally fought back. Meanwhile, Dane and Braun had moved a few meters away. After sensing that Ernest won the fight, Dane stopped running. Braun looked back and cursed his goons for being useless. Dane's eyes scanned the area and spotted some discarded brooms. Those should be fun. He picked one up and broke off the handle. Braun was offended that this kid would try to fight his sword with a simple stick. For Dane, this is more than enough. What better way to deal with trash than with a broom? Braun is in too deep. With no backup, he charged forward with malicious intent. He's still arrogant enough to say he'll hold back. Instead of killing Dane with his sword, he'll just leave a small scar on the pretty boy's face. A scar that will remind Dane of his fear of Braun every time he looks in the mirror. Bro, you're embarrassing yourself. You're not that guy, pal. When he entered the effective range of a sword, Braun unleashed a series of slashes and thrusts with a confident smirk on his face. With every attack deflected by a stick, he slowly realizes that Dane is just toying with him. Meanwhile, our boy is having fun with Braun's predictable attacks. The big guy is not pleased to have his sword skills insulted, so he ramps up the intensity. Dane will only accept criticism from Duke Thermion or someone of that caliber. Although he infused the stick with mana, it won't last long against real steel. Braun still thinks he has the upper hand. As he prepares to unleash his strongest sword strike, Dane concentrates the mana into the tip of his stick with a fluid and glorious motion. He thrusts the tip into Braun's body. A wave of pain he's never felt before. That floods the big guy. This power, that coming from a simple stick shouldn't be possible. Ernest watched the whole thing unfold with unease. He knew Dane was strong, but he never thought he was this powerful. Meanwhile, as Braun coughs on the ground, Dane challenges him to get up. Since he drew a real weapon in combat, he must fight to the end. His father always says that outside of a fair duel, drawing a real weapon means you fight to the death. Finally, Braun had the sense to ask who he was fighting. Sogers calmly introduced himself as the only son of Count Sogers, a first-year independent student. It finally clicked for Braun. This is the golden boy, the one everyone's been talking about, the youngest and brightest genius on the entire continent. Still, he never would have thought someone like Dane would hang out with a fool like Ernest. Dane was relentless. Since Braun drew his sword and lost, it would be within the code of honor for Dane to kill him. From a duelist perspective, he has the right to kill. Now, looking the boy in the eyes filled Braun with fear. That relentless indifference made him feel like Dane would actually kill him at this rate. He swallowed his pride, got up from the ground, and knelt to apologize profusely, stammering out humble words. Dane looked at him with disgust. This guy was a lost cause. Even after the beating, Braun doesn't get that he should be apologizing to someone else instead of groveling before Dane. He should be kissing Ernest's boot. Quickly correcting his mistake, the coward clung to Ernest and stammered out an apology with tears in his eyes, terrified of being killed by Dane. He apologized for all those years of torment and bullying. Ernest looked him in the eye, something he never would have dared to do before. He remembered the years of living in constant fear, all the trauma and pain that Braun had caused. He was the most terrifying and feared person in Ernest's life. The threat was now crawling on the ground, begging with snot running down his nose. Dane gave Ernest the final decision on what to do. He could beat Braun to a pulp or end it all without apology. Desperate to save himself, Braun pleaded with his former gopher to beat him until they were even. Ernest really wanted to do it, to unleash years of pent-up rage. But under these circumstances, he felt it wouldn't be satisfying. In the future, he wants to beat Braun on equal footing. Forgiveness will come after that. Dane was very proud of his friend's decision. It took courage to reach that verdict. As they walked away, Ernest thanked Dane for turning his life around. They ran into a worried Layla. On their way to campus, seeing the cut on Dane's cheek, Layla knew instantly that he'd been in a fight. She looked over at the bullies they had the altercation with, and a smile of recognition appeared on her face. Braun recognized Layla, and fear washed over him again. They're both from the swordsmanship department, so they must have crossed paths before. Layla doesn't really remember his name. Ignoring the beaten-up group, she asked who the one with the glasses was. Dane introduced Ernest Dillon from the exploration department. Knowing Layla is the daughter of Duke Thermion, he still called her Miss Layla. She told him that friends of Dane are her friends too, so they should drop the honorifics. Dane boasted that Ernest's family is famous for exploring secret ruins and plains. An excited Layla mentioned the map she and Dane won. She explained that they got a treasure map from a club event. Ernest had heard that a lucky student won something like that, but he never thought it would be his friend who got the treasure map. Ernest's shyness vanished, replaced by a crazed excitement. In a more private location, the trio opened the map to examine it. Even with his expert eye, Ernest could barely make sense of it at first. What he could tell was that it pointed to a specific area within the academy. Additionally, there were strange letters all over the parchment. It had to be some kind of cipher. For now, the best course of action was to figure out who made the map. It might be possible to create a rough decoder by analyzing the creator's tastes and style. The only thing certain for now was that the map depicted a location inside the academy, given that the shapes used were unique to the campus. The problem was the architectural style, encoded in esoteric magic that only Saul Hanston could use. By Saul Hanston, Ernest meant the legendary mage who founded the academy. In other words, they were dealing with ancient magic that hadn't been seen in a long time, since Saul never had any direct disciples. Although Layla thought using the map would be difficult, she never imagined it would be this complicated. In the end, all they could do was research the map's creator to start deciphering the code. Once that was done, they could work together and find the real treasure. Ernest was always ready for an adventure, and Layla had never traveled outside of her family's control. Of course, they were ready to hunt for treasure. Ernest would lead the investigation, so Dane was surprised when Four Eyes handed the map back to him. Ernest assured them that he had already memorized everything, which surprised both Dane and Layla. Curiously, codes and maps just stuck in his mind. With ease. That must be useful for exams. This was the first time Ernest had delved into a mystery with someone other than his father. He felt very grateful to Dane. To commemorate the day they became an official team, Layla suggested they go get something to eat. And so, the long day passed, and Dane retired to his dorm room. He did a quick cleanup and unpacked his belongings, making sure his family's things were always visible. The only item he couldn't find a place for was the familiar egg. He couldn't put living things in his subspace. As he lifted the giant egg, it began to writhe furiously. In the last 7 years of constantly supplying mana to the egg, this had never happened before. That mana at the academy was mysterious, but it shouldn't be too different from the mana back home. The only notable change was the ancient magic he had absorbed in the garden. Testing his hypothesis, Dane tried pouring more mana into it. The thought of hatching his familiar excited him. After a few minutes of feeding it mana, Dane felt like he was trying to fill a bottomless pit. Even though he had been feeding it for 7 years, it was now emitting so much mana that it threatened the stability of his room. However, stopping now could mean losing a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Quickly, he wrapped up the egg and took it to Claire's lab. His sister was a genius at summoning, but she was perplexed by the egg's reaction. Even though he had stopped giving it mana, the strange vibrations continued. As they tried to solve the mystery of the egg, Claire worried that her brother would miss the attendance check in the dorms. With a sly smile, he assured her that roll call was already taken care of. Back in the halls of Dunna Hall, Albert, the strict enforcer from the disciplinary committee, burst in just in time, to check the students' attendance. The outstanding students of Dunna Hall lined up outside their rooms. Roll call is done the same way in all the dorms of the Imperial Academy. Arnold was getting anxious because he couldn't see Priscilla and Dane for the attendance check. Albert mentioned that being late to a monthly roll call is a 1-point penalty. An unexcused absence is -2 points. 3 late arrivals in a semester lead to disciplinary action and volunteer service in the dorm. 2 absences result in a forced demotion. Albert demands that no one move and that everyone shut their mouths. Even if they're in Dante Hall, the rules will be enforced to help the committee's work. They recently installed magical surveillance cameras. Interestingly, Priscilla, a student from this floor, had already been caught trying to escape. It's been confirmed that she left the dormitory grounds 5 minutes ago. Normally, the committee doesn't check rooms, but with someone as strict as Albert in charge, it's now the norm. That means there's going to be a storm of point deductions this semester. After checking Priscilla's room, she was penalized for an unexcused absence. The only other person absent from the preliminary roll call is the first-year student, Dane Sogers. Some of Dane's new friends from Dante Hall tried to cover for him, but Albert is relentless. When he and his team entered Dane's room, they were greeted by young Dane himself. He scratched his head and apologized for missing formation because he was busy unpacking. Albert couldn't find any fault with that, so he left with a warning. Dana is still in Claire's lap. He just used an MQ1 illusion generator that Arabella made. It can project his form onto the port in his room with a handy generator. Since it's remote-controlled, the connection is sometimes unstable. If the stream cuts out, it's noticeable right away. Dane tested it several times for fun and found some amusing uses for it. Tonight, Claire doesn't approve of her younger brother's antics, but she's somewhat impressed. Getting back to the egg, everything points to a high probability of it hatching tonight. She can't be 100% sure, but the reactions are a step in the right direction. So Claire suggested placing the egg on a magical stabilizer before adding more mana. Since her lab has magical shields to protect confidential materials, it's the best place for the egg to hatch. After placing it on a magical stabilizer, Claire set up some magical filters, even though Dane's mana was already unusually pure. For the second time tonight, Dane focused on pouring every last bit of magic he had into the egg. It's absorbing quite a bit. What's inside? Although anyone with money can get a familiar egg, hatching it is another story. No one knows the exact conditions for every possible egg. The only thing for sure is that the user's mana and the familiar inside must have matching magical frequencies. In short, it's a gacha game that requires a lot of luck. What happens now depends on Dane's luck. Claire knew her brother was talented, but seeing him in action and feeling his mana unsettled her. At last, Dane's efforts were rewarded with the sound of something cracking. Claire yells at him to keep going and push more until it comes out. When Dane reached his limit, his brilliant blue mana danced around the lab. Finally, the egg burst, scattering shell fragments everywhere. Claire and Dane were caught in the explosion of mana. When the light faded, a small creature covered in a primordial substance appeared where the egg had been. Claire rushed to her brother, who had been thrown like a rag doll. Forgetting the dizziness from a mana loss and being slammed against the walls, the egg had finally revealed its contents. It had a white, scaly body, small wings, horns on its head, and curious eyes. Claire thought some of its features matched those of a wyvern. Suddenly, the little creature started spitting fire as if to show off. Claire pushed her brother to get closer to his familiar. Sometimes, creatures recognize the first person they see as their owner. The boy with the hair. Dane and the white lizard looked at each other. Dane smiled and greeted his new familiar, introducing himself. The two of them formed a strong bond right away. Claire is thrilled by how adorable the creature is. She praised her brother for making it look easy, even though she knew how difficult it was to finally hatch it. She can study a new and unknown life form up close. After a few minutes of careful observation, looking for clear indicators, she became convinced that this creature was summoned from beyond the horizon. Few summoners can even reach that place. Right now, even Claire can only summon a few minor spirits. Being able to call a complete familiar from beyond the horizon is a huge achievement. Claire is sure of it. She's confident in her knowledge of common summons in the human world, even in their juvenile forms. However, none of the summons she knows take such a unique form. A wyvern is similar, but the finer details are clearly different. For now, they can't be sure what this creature really is. Claire promised to do more research, but she doubts the Academy has any literature that could provide a clue as to what this familiar is. Its connection to ancient mana might be a hint. Before leaving, Claire advised Dane to collect the eggshells, since some species eat them for nutrients. For daily care, Dane must record everything about the creature: its likes, dislikes, how much it sleeps, its aggressive behavior, its growth, and more. It's a lot to deal with, but Dane thinks it will be worth it. Somehow, he feels the need to protect and raise this little one. With everything he's got, Claire suggested keeping the familiar in the lab to avoid problems in public, but Dane can't hide his little friend forever. Besides, if people give him trouble, he has two powerful sisters he can turn to. It would be better to let the little one be free outside, instead of cooped up in a lab. Claire added that Dane should get an official summoning sigil. Even though he's still a beginner summoner, he already has the talent to request a sigil. Although he's busy with other commitments, now is the perfect time. Tomorrow is the orientation for summoning classes with Professor Temeric Espiano. Claire assured Dane that he just had to show his talent, and a special recruitment would follow. There will be a faculty meeting, but Claire believes they'll give him special qualifications. Before leaving the lab, he wonders what to name the little guy. Goobery? When he got back to the hall, Dante, one of his new friends, chewed him out for almost missing roll call. According to Four Eyes, his sisters were also known for pulling bold stunts just like the one he just did. At least he's avoided punishment for now. Returning to his room, Dane flopped onto his bed. Looking up, he saw the little lizard flying in circles as if it were hyper zipping around the room. It even shot fire everywhere. A little while ago, Dane tried to get back to his dorm through a secret passage his sisters told him about. Unfortunately for him, the disciplinary committee was crazy enough to cover the entire dormitory with a magical barrier. To solve the barrier problem, Dane tried to study the flow of mana, looking for weak points. With such a large barrier, there were bound to be hidden vulnerabilities. Before he could finish his observation, the little scaly guy got impatient and shot fire at the magic barrier. To Dane's utter surprise, the magic barrier easily weakened until it broke completely. Logically, that shouldn't have happened with ordinary fire. The only explanation he can think of is that his familiar's flames can disable mana. Based on that, he can already tell he's hit the jackpot. The next day, Dane met up with Ernest to tell him all about his new friend. He named him Happy, and Ernest was less than happy with such a lame name. Four Eyes is displeased, so Dane challenges him to come up with a better name. Ernest thinks hard, racking his brain. The little one is cute, but the name needs more weight and meaning. Ernest finally said a word, Carnus. Dane likes the sound of it. It's mysterious and strangely fitting for the little flamethrower, so he kept the name. From now on, the little one will be Carnus. Dane's next stop is Bermuda's Hall, named after the famous scholar Bermudas. This is where all the summoning classes are held. As the students enter the classroom, we see a familiar face in the crowd, Dagran. Tehran, that brat who Dane humiliated on his birthday years ago. Dagran noticed that Dane was in the same class as him. He'll never forget the boy who stole his summons. Because of that shameful day, House Tehran lost its standing in noble society, barely maintaining their title of Gran. He shouldn't even be in this class. He failed it last year, so he had to repeat it. Fortunately for this brat, he developed some common sense and knew to avoid Dane as much as possible while fearing his fate. A senior student approached him. The upperclassman assured him there was no shame in repeating a class. It's his second time repeating this course. Finally, the professor entered, and everyone sat down. The summoning professor, Temeric's piano, summarized the course. In this class, you will learn the theory of summoning. This first step as a summoner is very important. Most of the students had already heard how strict the professor is. Temeric also reminded everyone that there's a special selection test anyone can take, as long as they have the necessary qualifications. To explain in detail, he showed a presentation on a magic screen. To qualify for the special selection, one must summon a 5th-rank creature or higher with a blank seal. Second, you must maintain that summon for more than 30 minutes. The lecture hall was filled with protests. It's already difficult to maintain a 7th-rank summon even with a sigil. This qualification is just absurd. But that's not all. Professor Temeric added that you also have to pass the subjective test, and candidates for the special selection can be disqualified if they don't meet all 3 conditions. After all, a special student requires special qualifications. Although the first 2 requirements are tough, convincing an examiner with the subjective condition is even more complicated. Dane wasn't too happy with the bureaucracy of the special selection. All the power is in the hands of the examiner. To top it off, Professor Temeric said that you need at least 2 letters of recommendation from authorities in the summoning department. Internally, he's pleased with the class's reaction. He likes putting daring rookies in their place. His eyes scanned the room and locked onto Dane Sogers. He's paying special attention to the boy who passed the autonomous major exam. He heard what he did during the entrance exam from Professor Delphines. No matter how he looked at him, he couldn't believe a first-year student managed to bond with a 4th-rank Hector. He wants to confirm the young man's talent with his own eyes. He believes Dane used his connection as the son of House Sogers to get in. Normal students should be content with passing the regular exam. Passing the theory class shouldn't be a problem for future summoners. He basically called repeaters like Dagran fools. Dane thinks the theory class must be different, considering the entrance exam already tested his knowledge and affinity. Professor Temeric asked the class if any first-year students could already summon, or if they were all a bunch of disappointments. Dane felt the man's gaze in his direction. It's clear Temeric is singling him out. Given that, he'll gladly play along for now. So, Dane stood up and accepted the challenge. The professor asked for his name and department, even though he already knew the answers. Still, Dane Sogers introduced himself, properly as a student of the autonomous department. Professor Temeric tried to praise him with disdain, but it was clear his words carried sarcasm. Still, he was surprised that Dane responded without pride or humility, skillfully praising the deans who evaluated him instead. Without further ado, they called Dane to the stage to show everyone the talent that impressed the deans. Dane doesn't like the obvious doubt, but he remains respectful. However, he added a condition. If he proves his qualifications, he wants Professor Temeric to write him a letter of recommendation for the special selection test. The man was surprised by his boldness. Proposal. The same went for all the students in the classroom. All Dane has to do is prove how special his talents are. Easy enough. He shamelessly admitted that failure wasn't even a possibility in his mind. Professor Temeric was outraged. Not even Dane's sister, Claire, was this arrogant. Accepting the young man's challenge, the professor called Dane up to give it a try. Temeric agreed to the condition of writing a letter of recommendation, but warned Dane that he wasn't easily impressed. The whole class was in an uproar. Some knew Dane as the first-year golden boy. Others knew him as Claire's legendary younger brother. Turns out, the professor had a scroll ready for the test. Dane calmly walked onto the stage and took the scroll. This challenge wasn't part of his plan, but it was a great opportunity to channel a lot of mana. Looking at the blank scroll, he whispered to the paper, willing the magic to answer his call. Suddenly, a giant wolf appeared out of thin air as pure mana swirled through the room. The beast landed and shot a look, a fierce glare at everyone present. Anyone who knew the basics of summoning recognized the wolf as a grade 5 summon. It's incredibly difficult to summon a beast like that with a blank sigil. No one was more surprised than the wolf's original owner, Daegran Tyranny. With a single glance, he recognized Genpu. Dane walked over to the professor to have his performance evaluated. Even Temeric had to admit this feat was inhuman. Still, he believed Dane wouldn't be able to maintain the summon for a full 30 minutes. Putting on a professional mask, Temeric praised Dane, but warned him about the difficulty of the second condition. Dane, being a considerate guy, didn't want to waste everyone's 30 minutes, so he proposed showing them something else instead. Without waiting for approval, he smirked at the doubtful professor's faltering composure. His classmates couldn't take their eyes off the stage. Since the third condition is to show something special, he'll leave the judgment for his next trick up to the professor. If Temeric decides the trick isn't good enough, he can fail Dane in front of all the first-year summoning students. Ultimately, there should be no room for pettiness. Dane called to Genpu and stroked its head. He then carefully manipulated his mana, wrapping it around the grade 5 beast. As Temeric watched, he slowly understood what the boy was trying to do. Dane recited an ancient chant, and the pure mana seeped into Genpu. The wolf's eyes grew more fierce, and its fangs grew sharper than ever. Genpu's entire body expanded as it floated in the air, lifted by pure magic. Finally, the beast's claws sharpened to their peak. Dane knew his work was paying off. He couldn't have imagined pulling this off so soon, if it weren't for the power of ancient magic. Finally, the rest of the class realized what was happening. Dane was performing a summon enhancement, a technique that only 5th-year students in the summoning department should be able to perform. With a howl, Genpu displayed its power boost. Dane looked at the professor and asked if that was enough to prove his uniqueness. Professor Temeric couldn't take his eyes off the massive beast. Seeing Dane effortlessly perform a link enhancement convinced him that every absurd rumor he'd heard about the boy was true. Truly, he had never seen such a talented student. After a few seconds of stunned silence, Temeric murmured his approval of Dane's performance. He promised to discuss the recommendation letter later. Dane was happy with the professor's fair evaluation. Meanwhile, Daegran Tyranny was astonished at how much the boy had grown. He now saw how ignorant and arrogant he himself had been years ago. Once the initial shock wore off, the class continued, and Professor Temeric proved to be an excellent educator. Dane could feel the professor's gaze on him, but he didn't react. He has a mastery of the material he teaches, but the earlier commotion left him a bit disoriented. Dane enjoyed making the adult at the pulpit nervous. He heard that Professor Temeric is famous for his strict discipline. Claire would laugh if she knew how he was acting now. Temeric wonders if he should ask Professor Delfino for help, since he's not in the best condition to continue the class. However, he pushed through and finished the introduction to summoning theory. At the end of the day, as soon as they were dismissed, Dane headed for the exit of Bermudez Hall, when someone stopped him, calling him by his full name. He immediately recognized Daegran Tyranny, the original owner of Genpu. Daegran felt a mix of emotions knowing Dane remembered him that way. Dane was on guard, thinking the red-headed bastard was looking for revenge, but Daegran seemed surprisingly friendly, with an air of maturity. Daegran admitted he had planned to ignore and avoid Dane until graduation, but now he wants to apologize for what happened between them back then. He bowed his head and sincerely expressed his regret for being an idiot when they were kids, taking all the blame. He held that bow for a good while, and Dane smiled. Noticing Daegran's sincerity, he let go of his old grudges. Daegran promised Dane he wouldn't cause any more trouble. Perhaps he thought Dane would report him and get him expelled. When the golden boy accepted his apology, Daegran lit up with relief. He even told Dane not to hesitate to ask him for help with anything. After that long chat, Dane felt something move inside his jacket. It seems Karnas had just woken up and was already getting restless. The poor thing must be hungry after a long nap. Since Daegran knows the summoning department, his presence was perfect for Dane, who needed to pick up some supplies for familiars. Digran smiled, and offered to take him to a shop he visits a lot. Juice and Bowden was founded by two alumni 30 years ago. Digran even mentioned the current food trends. 4 familiars. Dane didn't sense any hostility from the guy, so he relaxed as Karnas moved around more inside his jacket. Gigran kindly accompanied Dane, helping him find everything he needed at the shop. He even offered to prepare everything needed for any summoning course Dane takes this year. Well, he just wants some summoned food for Karnas, nothing more, nothing less. Digran boasted that he's practically an expert in that area. He used to be in charge of affinity training in the department, so he knows feeding routines like the back of his hand. When asked what summon he handles, Dane awkwardly stammered that he has a wyvern. He figured that since Karnas looks a bit like one, maybe the little guy would have a similar diet. Digran was astonished. A wyvern is a rare, rank 3 summon. Almost no first-year student could get something so valuable. That Karnas, that is still in its infancy. Dane asked Digran to tone down the excitement and keep this information a secret for now. He's been warned. If there's a leak, Dane will know who spilled the beans and who to punish. Since they're dealing with a baby wyvern, liquid food would be best. Even as babies, wyverns have a huge appetite. They start eating meat when they're a week old. To Dane's surprise, Digran knows what he's doing. It's a mystery why he had to repeat a year later. After a few minutes of searching, Digran gave him a food packet with 7 concentrated ingredients and a liquid formula to mix with milk. Combining these two is a good start. Dane was grateful to have such an expert guide. He would have been lost without Digran's expertise. He has everything he needs for now, but since they're at the shop, they might as well look at more stuff. So, they both did a little more window shopping, exploring the place for useful items. There were potions, tinctures, and artifacts on shelves. One section was filled with nothing but wands. Among all the shiny and curious things in the shop, Dane's eyes landed on a unique scepter. Before they could get any closer, the shop manager firmly warned them to stay away. That piece of equipment is not for newbies. With barely concealed irritation, the manager complained about beginners who always go straight for the shiny weapons when they can't even handle them properly. Bowden's shop put plenty of warnings on its high-end products, telling newbies to stay away if they didn't want their mana drained. Digran added that the good equipment is usually for 4th-year students and up. All the discouragement and drama only piqued Dane's interest when they said touching was forbidden. That made him want to break the rules before the manager could curse him out. Dane was already holding the Digran scepter. He didn't bother stopping him either, just stood there admiring the craftsmanship. As expected, the scepter reacted quickly to his mana, emitting a blue glow. He could feel that the object had been craving mana for a long time. Since he has plenty to spare, he decided to feed the scepter generously. The manager stopped in his tracks. He could feel the mana absorption rate stabilizing the scepter itself. Although some exceptional people have enough mana to feed the object, most lack the necessary control to maintain stability. But this freshman did it so easily that even Digran recognized excellence when he saw it. Curious, the manager wanted to know who Dane was. Digran revealed Dane's full name, without the Soger's title, and mentioned his relationship with a senior, Claire. Hearing that, the manager's tone changed. Everyone knows the top student in the self-directed specialty. If the manager had known, he wouldn't have been so picky before. Dane didn't know how to feel about the manager's change in attitude. All that condescension vanished after his name was mentioned. When asked if he wanted to buy the scepter, he said no. The manager and Digran were surprised. It's not common for someone to come in and be able to use such advanced equipment, so why didn't he buy it? Dane's reason was simple. It's too bulky for his taste. Besides, its mana capacity is low. No matter how much the manager hyped it up, it's not the scepter's fault. In fact, it can hold more mana than most 5th or 6th-year students. But to Dane, it has the capacity of a teacup, and he has mana like an entire well. The manager was disappointed that Dane only bought its food. Then he remembered how similar Dane was to his older sister. When most kids get excited to pick up their wands in their 4th year, Claire was the only one who didn't. She thought carrying big wands wasn't cool, that it ruined her aura for some reason. Dane could just imagine his sister acting like that in her student days. Well, if he ever needs one later on, he'll know where to buy it. Before the manager could try to sell him more useless things, Dane asked to be checked out at the counter. The manager sighed. He'll never understand eccentric geniuses, will he? After buying the food supplies, he fed Karna until she was full. Next on his agenda is the general education class that starts in 5 minutes. He had a few minutes to stop by the dorm, but some noises caught his attention. The hostile sounds were coming from a nearby, secluded alley. He could hear some bullies threatening someone with violence. Frankly, Dane is getting tired of dealing with cowardly idiots showing off their limited strength for no reason. He was about to ignore the bullying when he heard a familiar voice. Among the irritating threats, the bully's target was his friend, Ernest. Instead of hiding his head, like a turtle waiting to be hit, Four Eyes had learned to fight back. Unfortunately, his change in character didn't discourage the bullies from harassing him. These scumbags had been stalking him and waiting for him to be alone. They cornered him in a secluded part of the academy, so no one would interrupt or snitch. Although he was trembling with fear, Ernest raised his fists, ready to defend himself. Last time, he managed to land some hits. But now he's not so sure. Before the commotion could escalate, Dane intervened, seeing Dane calmly walk towards them. The scumbags froze, their confidence vanishing. Dana greeted his friend with a casual nod and demanded the bully's attention. The bullies freaked out. They thought they had chosen the perfect spot to pick on a weakling, only to run into the strongest guy in school. They stood there like idiots, not daring to move. Dane noticed how secluded the place was. He could do whatever he wanted with no witnesses. So, he made his mana explode like a Dragon Ball character, determined to teach them a lesson. He suddenly created sharp magic spears from pure mana, knowing that the Soger's family is famous for its spear techniques. The bullies nearly wet themselves in fear. Dane is also linked to the great magical prodigy of the last generation, Arabella. To even things out a bit, Dane offered the bullies the choice to leave in peace or face him for real. A minute later, their choice was clear. It wasn't the right one. The alley was riddled with holes and damage from the spear blades. The ground had been torn apart. Those bullies were on the ground in various positions, each one more miserable than the last. They were crying, gasping, and wheezing for air after taking a brutal beating. Ernest thanked his friend for the backup. His legs were still shaking badly. To prevent more incidents, Dane invited him to train together from now on. Ernest already said it. He wants to get stronger, to face Braun and win. Naturally, he felt unqualified to train with the Golden Boy, but Dane didn't care. He just wants his friend to improve. After leaving the bullies in the alley, the two of them walked to the next lecture hall. As they walked, they talked about clubs. Surprisingly, Ernest saw there were no exploration or adventure clubs registered. So the best option he found was a research society. But that's already a requirement for his major, something separate from a formal club. Desperate, Ernest checked a map analysis club, only to discover it was an organization created as an excuse for members to slack off. With all the registered clubs, it's natural that some would exploit the system and take it easy. Dane was just curious about the clubs. Every upperclassman he ran in and tried to recruit the first years. He also heard that once you join a club, you can't switch for 2 years. It's a big commitment if you choose wrong. That would be 2 years wasted, losing valuable time. Since there was nothing that offered good value, Dane concluded that they should start their own club, a club where they could do whatever they want with no limits. They can train, explore ruins, hang out, and eat together when they get bored. A club with no restrictions. The idea didn't sound bad. Ernest was in. The problem is getting the administration to approve the club. Dane promised to handle the red tape. He's tired of being harassed by recruiters at every turn. Politely turning them down is always exhausting. With a club of his own, he should get his peace back. Ernest is excited to train and learn spear or sword techniques from a prodigy like Dane. Who knows, they might discover a hidden talent. According to the rules, they need at least 3 people to propose creating a club. Luckily, Layla is still a free agent. Since they were on a roll, the two of them looked for Layla to get this club started soon. After finding her, getting Layla to join was simple. Now, they have to submit an application. Dane was happy that Layla was leaving the Dessert Exploration Club for their new project. She was also excited about the regular dessert tasting meetings. Dana suggested they could include something similar in the new club's activities. After a bit of guilt-tripping, Layla agreed to join. When they arrived at the administrative office to turn in their completed application, they were met with bad news. There are currently over 3,000 registered clubs at the academy. Many have become inactive or barely exist. It's an unmanageable problem, so the reporting system was overhauled with a more detailed approval mechanism this year. With the new system, you need a recommendation from a full-time professor to get approval. Dane thought it would be easy, but it was already getting complicated from start. The 3 of them found themselves outside the office, wondering which professor would sign a recommendation letter for first-year students. They can't just walk up to any professor and propose it. Dane already has someone in mind who can help. The other 2 were worried that Dane offend a tenured professor, but he assured them he would get it done. A few minutes later, he was having coffee with Professor Keltas, the advisor for the autonomous department. Facing the man who wants nothing to do with students, Dane doesn't know how to present his petition. Since he's already sitting down, he might as well rip the Band-Aid off and mention his new club. Surprisingly, Keltas, the lazy professor, was actually quite supportive of clubs. Pitching his club's principles, Dane mentioned that the activities would focus on swordsmanship, exploration, and adventure. That way, A swordsman like Keltez might be inclined to support them. To seal the deal, Dane praised his professor, who mentioned he was looking for a professor who was truly exceptional and could help. Cornered and eager for praise, the professor Keltez was almost secured as a sponsor. Dane backed off a little, but now Professor Keltez is insisting on giving him the recommendation. Knowing the swordsman had fallen into his trap, Dane quickly pulled out the recommendation letter for the professor to sign. Keltez happily signed on the line with his pen, delighted to hear that his only student was starting a club. Dane thanked the naive man for making this easier than expected. He then met up with the team, and even they were surprised at how easily and quickly Dane got a tenured professor signature. Dane Sogres schmoozed his way to a sponsor by pretending to be passionate about swordsmanship, and it was a smooth ride from there. The method didn't matter. It all worked out in the end. Now, they're officially starting the club. They just need to turn the letter. Now that the start of something new is palpable, the three of them are excited about how much fun it will be. Before submitting the application, they need a name. More crucially, finding a suitable name would affect how others see the club and its members. Layla doesn't want something childish or meaningless to represent them. They searched intensely for a suitable name, but was hard to find one. Suddenly, Dane felt a movement under his jacket. The little rascal must have woken up. Karnas was squirming around like a hyperactive baby. Layla noticed the movement and snapped out of her deep thought. Startled and curious, she asked Dane about the large bulge on his stomach. She probably thought he was hiding something dangerous. Dane didn't want to tell Layla about this yet, but that's no longer possible. Fascinated, Layla and Ernest focused their gazes more intently on Dane's bulge. Finally, the dragon could be contained no longer. The protrusion burst from his jacket, revealing a strong beast. Don't worry, this isn't the kind of manga. It's just little Karnas coming out for some air. Now, Dane naturally has to explain what's going on. Layla scolded him for hiding a summon in his uniform. She put the pieces together and realized the little one came from the egg Claire gave her brother. Dane awkwardly explained what happened and introduced Layla to Karnas. The little dragon really liked her. Unable to focus on the baby dragon's cuteness, Layla got even angrier when she found out Ernest knew about Karnas before she did. Changing the subject, Dane focused the group's energy on coming up with a name and submitting the application. Upon arriving at the administration office, even the assistant couldn't believe what she was reading. These fools named their club the Magic Summoning Spear Sword Exploration Club. Layla and Ernest were embarrassed, while Dane felt great about the name he had created. After getting the official seal, Layla vowed not to let this guy name anything ever again. Dane was surprised to see her so upset. Well, he thought he'd done a good job. Well, at least they can change the name later. Elsewhere in the academy, a meeting was beginning between a professor and the department head. The head of the Delfiniso department mentioned the recent increase in talented applicants, but what really interests her is a very eccentric student. Professor Temeric immediately discerned who she was referring to. As expected, Delfiniso mentioned the incident that occurred in class. She swore not to meddle, but her curiosity was stronger. Professor Temeric shared what happened with the student, which is perhaps even more intriguing than Claire's situation. Delfiniso had high expectations for Dane Sogers. She was one of the ones who approved his admission, after all. She heard that Temeric agreed to write him a recommendation for special admissions. Since 2 letters are needed, she offered to handle the other one. Dane clearly meets all the qualifications. She can't just stand by and do nothing. No, even though her words that were kind and polite, Professor Temeric noticed this cunning snake was trying to take all the credit. He made a mistake by not containing the news better. Still, she's the department head, the boss. So he just sits there, afraid of offending Delfiniso. She asked to see his recommendation. Before submitting the application, under the pretext of coordinating their message, Professor Temeric had to swallow his displeasure and agree. When head Delfiniso left, he stewed in his anger. He may have been tricked, but he won't stand still. The snake is clearly trying to bring Dane to her side, but a talent like that can boost anyone's career to the top. However, Professor Temeric won't let that genius end up in the wrong hands. Unbeknownst to them, Dane doesn't care about either of them. He's now heading to his last class of the day, History of the Empire's Founding. Looking at the time, maybe he can grab a tart before it starts. On his way, a young woman interrupted him. She's a messenger from the academy, with a request. Professor Delfiniso acted fast. She requests to see Dane immediately. He was confused. He expected Professor Temeric to call him, not the department head. All the messenger knows is that it's about the recommendation for the special admissions process. Dane's gut tells him something is fishy about all this. The Imperial Academy is famous for being the cradle of outstanding talent. It's a place where academic passion never ends. The competition is brutal at all levels. This is especially True in the political struggles between professors. Their budget, equipment, and facilities can vary depending on a department's influence. Right now, the big three are fencing, magic, and summoning. They receive the largest budgets each year. This affects the professors' evaluations and the respect they get. This is reflected in their academic work. In the office of the head of the summoning department, Delfinizo, is thinking about how to stop being in third place for good. They've been falling behind, but she's sure that if she can get Dane Sogers to join her side, they can surpass the magic department. A major obstacle is the autonomous department's Professor Keltas. At least, Delfinizo can leverage Dane's relationship with his sister, Claire. He won't be able to refuse the department easily. If she can get him interested in summoning somehow, they might have a good chance. Speak of the devil. The boy arrived, accompanied by the messenger. After offering him a seat, Delfinizo began speaking with Dane, using compliments and light chatter. Dane responded with rehearsed humility and courtesy. Delfinizo even praised his modesty. This kid is very impressive. When asked if he was interested in any particular subject, Dane replied that it was difficult to choose just one at the moment. It's logical that he wants to excel in everything at his age. Delfinizo wants to offer another option. Hearing what happened in Professor Temmer's class, she couldn't just sit still. As the department head, with Dane's talent, he's almost a shoo-in for the special admissions program. She mentioned that she wanted to write him a letter of recommendation, and he thanked her, as always. The department head commented that she had never done that for a student from another department. That said, Delfinizo finally got to the real point. She wanted to see if he'd be interested in studying a bit more as a summoner. Even though Dane hardly needs extra lessons, Delfinizo wanted to offer him a one-on-one teaching relationship. A direct approach. Dane could almost feel the desperation in her words. Next, she mentioned clubs, but Dane quickly turned her down. He had already created his own club. Despite the stricter rules for starting a club, Dane managed it. He also mentioned that his advisor, Professor Keltas, endorses club. Delfinizo sees Keltas as a slacker who doesn't even attend faculty meetings. Yet, that slacker won the Golden Boy's favor faster than she did. Her frustration is mounting. All her moves are being thwarted at every turn. Still, she hid her displeasure and congratulated the young man on the club, offering him an open invitation to her lab whenever he could make it. She'd love to show him some interesting things as bait. She proudly shared that she has an unhatched familiar egg in the lab. She proudly proclaimed that such a treasure is said to be worth more than a castle. Unbeknownst to Delfinizo, Dane is already raising a dragon hatchling with everything all set. At the table, she told Dane to ask her any questions he had about the exam process. With that in mind, the two of them shared the rich tarts Dane brought. Delfinizo is already eager to impress the examiners with Dane's talent. The next day, Claire spoke with her brother about the department head, Delfinizo. It seems the woman pulled a lot of strings to have the Summoners Association send examiners to the academy immediately. Delfinizo is working so hard that Dane notices she's doing everything to please him. Even Claire was surprised to see the department head, who is usually so demanding, eager to please a student. With the special exam about to begin, Claire shared her experience from her own special admission. She had to summon 3 creatures simultaneously, then maintain and strengthen the bond for a period of time. Although Dane had gotten better at summoning 3 at once, it still seems like a real challenge. Even so, they don't really know what kind of test the examiners have prepared this time. They never announce it beforehand. Getting a recommendation from Delfinizo is a great way to show off your qualifications, but she also has some political friction with the association. You see, she has a history of rejecting requests from the Summoners Association, so they aren't fond of her. Anyone she supports would probably have a harder time than usual. Even though it's almost certain the exam will be rigged, Claire isn't too worried about her brother. She's just annoyed that Dane is caught up in an adult's power struggle, and she won't forgive those scumbags if he gets hurt. Dane told his big sister he'd be fine. He's not the type to fall for stupid tricks. 2 days after, Claire warned Dane about what might happen. The day of the special exam arrived, and the examiners from the association were already there. Algapodan, chairman of the Imperial Summoners Association, came to oversee the admission of the rumored genius. He joked to Delfinizo that it would have been easier to arrange the boy's admission if she had simply accepted the position the association offered her. She insisted that her academic duties at the academy would always take priority over other commitments. She just wanted to avoid being dragged into pointless power struggles. The association's ambition nearly got her killed on their reckless missions before. She'll never be their dog again. Maintenir la cordiale attitude. Delfinizo escorted the examiners in silence. It's clear the bad blood is mutual. Elgar already had a summary of Dane's summoning achievements and his relationship with the rising star, Claire Sogers. Frankly, Dane's incredible skill had caused quite a stir in the Summoners Association. Even though he's a Sogur's, it's hard to imagine the younger brother surpassing someone like Claire. Perhaps the boy is near Galadriel's level. Delphinizo modestly denied the comparison, but she believes in Dane's potential. Elgar made it clear that the evaluation would be very strict, just as it has always been. As they approached the summoning department, some students were startled by the robes. They knew they were from the Summoners Association. News of Dane's special exam had spread like wildfire. A first-year student causing such a commotion was unheard of. Most people knew the boy was skilled with a sword, spear, and magic. Now they were finding out he was a summoning prodigy too. With the testing site ready, the special admission exam is about to begin in the summoning training hall. Dane Sogers introduced himself as the youngest son of Count Arkan Sogers, head of the prestigious Sogers family and lord of the southern region. With a bow and a smile, he welcomed the examiners from the Summoners Association. Chairman Elgar Poden was impressed by Dane's presence and nobility. It made sense why he came so highly recommended. The chairman quickly introduced himself and repeated the praise he'd heard about the young man. He also warned Dane that the exam wouldn't be easy. Dane noted that while the old man was pretending to be friendly, he wasn't happy with the arrangement. Without much of an introduction, Elgar ordered his subordinates to begin. Delphinizo was curious to see what the chairman had prepared. She never doubted that Dane would pass with flying colors. The examiners announced the one and only rule. The final verdict will be made by Chairman Elgar alone. Cheating during the exam will not be tolerated. If the test is deemed unfair or inappropriate, the results will be nullified and the summoner's qualifications will be revoked. Dana accepted the terms and was eager to start. Elgar wished him luck, curious to see what made this boy so special to so many people. As soon as it began, the subordinates took their positions to create a formation with interconnected magic. Their mana signatures merged. Dane looked around and recognized the technique. As the formation took shape, both Dane and Professor Delphinizo were shocked. It was a magic circle that shielded the entire area. This meant things were about to get dangerous fast. Once the barrier was ready, President Elgard cast a bigger, grander spell. Pushing his mana to the limit, he sent a call to the other side. A colossal beast answered, imposing in size and overwhelming in presence. It had dark fur and immense magical power. As expected of the old man, he wasn't playing around. This summoned creature was far more hostile and threatening than any Dane had faced before. The lion ant, that bear hybrid, watched him as it flexed its rock-hard muscles. Professor Delphinez recognized the beast as a third-rank summon, the demonic beast, Antares. Its roar shattered the surroundings like thunder. Without the magic circle's barrier, everyone outside that would have been affected by the savage battle cry. Now Dane understands that why Big Sister Claire was worried about him getting caught up in the adults' nonsense. President Elgar didn't even bother to hide his disdain for the genius Delphinez was defending. He said a true prodigy should be able to handle something like Antares, instructing Dane to use any weapon in his arsenal to subdue the beast by any means necessary. The rules are simple. This special admission challenge has nothing to do with summoning. The president just wanted to crush a talented young man for political reasons. Delphinez gritted her teeth. This was a dirty move to punish and humiliate her in front of everyone. After showing off his big black beast, Elgard, that reminded the examinee that he could still withdraw. In response, the young man just gave him a determined look. Dane said no more and opened his private dimension. From the rift, he pulled out a weapon that would deal with the beast nicely. This was the perfect time to show off the power of the spear his father gave him for his 7th birthday. Sure, Antares is a big son of a bitch, which makes it tough and strong, but it's also bound to have weak points. If Dane could strike fast and constantly retreat, he'd be in a good position. As expected of the Soger bloodline, Elgard already anticipated that a spear would be involved. On the observation balcony, Professor Temeric arrived to see his star student face off against a third-rank summon. Realizing her mistake, Delphinez thought Temeric might intercede for Dane, but the test was already set. Elgard wouldn't make any more adjustments. So, shouting at the top of his lungs, the old man ordered Antares to eliminate the enemy in front of it like a covert agent. Awakened by its master's orders, the beast flared up fiercely. It shot out like a bullet, each stride covering meters. Dane stood his ground, his eyes locked on that furry beast, while clutching his short spear. Welcoming the beast's charge, he quickly prepared for an effective counterattack. The next thing the spectators saw were flashes of movement at incredible speed. Dunne, that seemed to be invisible as he moved around the enemy's large body. Reappearing out of Antares' reach, he had already dealt a lot of damage. No one was more surprised than President Delphinez. She lost hope at first, but regained it seconds later. Professor Temeric could barely stay on his feet, but his heart nearly bursting. In the crowd, Digran Tyron watched the Golden Boy in action. Most of those present, being nerds from his summoning department, couldn't follow what Dane did. Knowing the fight wasn't over, he turned quickly to keep a clear view of the target, a faint smile on his face. Internally, Dane thanked his mother for her special training. It was finally paying off. Antares took damage, but it wasn't enough to take it down or end the fight. To counterattack, it used its claw and lunged at the young man. With plenty of time to dodge, Dane managed to pull away, letting Antares hit the ground. Impatient, the beast withdrew its claw and continued lunging with direct attacks. Simple patterns that Dane easily discerned and avoided. Still, there's a reason why that thing is third rank. Its speed and strength are out of this world. To make matters worse, Antares finally used its magical arsenal and conjured flames around its body. With an agile movement, the monster launched a large fireball as if it were a shonen protagonist. To defend himself against the hellfire roaring in the arena, Dane raised a spear and met the blow. Those supporting him felt their stomachs drop at the impact. President Elgard, however, was pleased with his summoned beast's brutality. He figured no amount of mana reinforcement could protect a body from Antares' magic. Just when he thought the exam was over, that he heard the sound of spinning metal scattering the flames. Dane was using his skill with the spear to neutralize the fire. It was a critical moment, but the attack wasn't a real threat. Using the momentum from his spinning spear, he closed the distance to the beast. Time to end this circus. Appear. With the heat gone, Dane channeled his mana, making it dance around his weapon. Concentrating the force at the tip, he lunged into Antares' attack range. Antares tried to resist, countering with brutal, hellfire-enhanced attacks, but the thing lacked the precision for a clean hit. Dane, on the other hand, was like a sniper with his precise strikes. To end this farce, he decided to use the move his father taught him, concentrating all his mana at the very tip of the spear. He aimed it at the target and detonated the compressed force like a bomb. Single-point explosion. The spear tip struck Antares, right in its defenseless abdomen. The lion bear groaned in pain as the explosive mana viciously tore through its insides. Dane drove his weapon even deeper, determined to blow the enemy to pieces. The compressed explosion vaporized nearly half the monster's stomach, yet somehow, the beast still looked terrifyingly powerful. Pleased with his work, Dane almost didn't notice that Antares still had some fight left in it, even with its side blown open. The spectators held their breath, especially those who had something to lose if Dane failed. Slowly, they regained their composure, realizing they were witnessing a battle straight out of a movie. Dane made fighting a third-rank summon look like he was playing with a teddy bear. Antares might have looked like a rag doll with a mortal wound in its body, but the beast refused to go down. For the first time in this one-sided fight, the beast actually shocked Dane when his weapon melted from its intense flames. Outside the training field, Professor Keltas was running as fast as he could to get to his student's special exam. Nobody had warned the poor man, and to top it off, those foolish summoners decided to hold the test in such a remote location. As he burst through the door, he saw the barrier circle protecting the testing area. From the magical fluctuations, he knew someone had summoned something diabolical. And seeing the bear-lion hybrid, roaring like a savage beast on the stage, Keltas was stunned. Who would put a freshman in a death match against a third-rank summon? It looked like the beast was already recovering from the fatal damage of Dane's spear. It should have been a decisive blow, but Antares just shrugged it off with its incredible durability and stamina. Dane had underestimated his enemy. The spear he'd gotten at age 7 wasn't going to be enough. He felt a little bad for his father, but he'd have to use his real weapon to get through this. From his subspace, Dane pulled out a sword, getting a feel for its size and grip. Now, finally, they could begin the second round. Properly. President Elgard, with his arrogant attitude, was shocked to see the young man holding a sword. The helpless Delphine quickly assured him that this didn't break any rules. But the most terrifying thing about Dane switching weapons was his confidence. Now, he wasn't even trying to dodge. He looked like a veteran of 100 battlefields. Among everyone there, Professor Keltas watched the young man's movements the most closely. This would be the first time he'd see the boy's true swordsmanship when the stakes were this high. Antares began the fight with another swipe of its claws. This time, Dane blocked it with all his strength. With perfect timing, he read and predicted the sequence of movements, meeting every attack with a synchronized defensive swing. In just a few seconds, Keltas determined that this kid was the real deal, a sword prodigy. Consistently switching from power to speed and back, Antares slowly adapted and responded to Dane. When the beast found a window, timed perfectly for an attack, it lunged with its claws. Eager to tear through even the firmest defense, Dane adjusted his grip several times to receive and neutralize the force of the claws. It wasn't looking good for the golden boy. Both of the monster's arms were engulfed in flames. His sword aura no longer cut through as easily, so he had to give up on counterattacks and focus solely on blocking and maintaining his stance. To be honest, he could destroy this bear with ancient magic, but there were too many eyes watching. He couldn't show his trump card so easily. So, he had to rely on his swordsmanship. Seeing Dane pushed to his limit, the head of the Finizo department spoke up, worried for the student's safety. If someone as talented as Dane got hurt, everyone involved in this exam will be held responsible. Knowing the chairman wouldn't intervene, no matter what she said, Delfinizo began a forced reverse summoning spell on her own. Interrupting her chant, Professor Keltis asked the flustered department head to calm down, sit, and watch. Keltis understood her concern. She wanted to protect herself in case this blew up into a major scandal over negligence. However, he noticed that Dane already had a winning strategy. The boy was just looking for an opportunity. Just as Keltis expected, Dane Sogers quickly switched gears and darted nimbly across the arena the moment he saw an opening. With his sword in hand, he pushed his concentration to the highest level and focused his mana into the retinas of his eyes. As he did, a whole new world opened up to his vision. Time seemed to slow down as he peered through the small openings in the monster's defenses. With his eyes and hands to the max, his body moved efficiently to take advantage of every step. The leap he made and the slash he delivered were perfectly calculated. After finishing his inhuman combo, Anteri stood still like an unmoving statue. The next thing you know, deep cuts appeared on its lower body, compromising its balance. Dane decided to concentrate his attacks on one leg to incapacitate the beast and seal away that annoying speed. What happened next was like a public execution. The chairman was beside himself. He never would have imagined a first-year student combining swordsmanship and magic on the fly. Professor Keltis thought the old man should have summoned something stronger. Elgar believed a third-rank summon would be enough to defeat the Academy's rising star. He didn't take into account that Dane Sogers is the boy who has made a habit of shattering expectations. As a last-ditch effort for one final stand, Antares made a move to gather all the energy it had left into a fireball. You have to give it to the lion bear. It's persistent to the very end. As a show of respect for forcing him to get serious, Dane used his mana for a fitting end. With a smile, he activated the rank 2 chain spell he had practiced and improved, Mana Spear. It was time to bring the curtain down on this raging, fiery, furry hell. And the mana, concentrated into spears, clashed recklessly. Antares tried to drag the young man down to hell with it, but its fireballs missed. The spears were too fast and too strong to withstand. A sea of blades riddled the monster with holes, tearing through its fur, flesh and bone. As the life drained from its body, the beast felt the pain of being torn apart. A barrage of blows made the insurmountable challenge look like Swiss cheese. Antares was sent flying as if it were made of paper, while Dane stood his ground. He used little mana to finish the performance and pass the test. With the trial all but over, Professor Delfinizo mustered the courage to speak to the chairman and press the old man about the clear overkill. No matter the outcome or how talented Dane is, asking a new student to subdue a beast like Antares will be seen as irrational by anyone with common sense. Knowing he would get in trouble for his impulsive and vengeful act, the old man tried to cover it all up. Since the examinee wasn't injured, not only Dane didn't just do well, he overcame an impossible task. Today's performance will probably be remembered in the Empire's history. No first-year student could claim to have defeated Antares using spear techniques, swordsmanship, and magic in tandem. The last part only added more of an aura to this monumental achievement. The boy dropped his sword and approached the weakened beast. Upon entering effective range, his mana penetrated Antares to create a forced bond with advanced summoning magic. With the link established, the fallen Antares could harbor no hostility towards Dane. This is a perfect ending that showcases his talent and skill. Methodologically and in its execution, it was absolutely flawless. When today's events become widely known, there will be talk of a completely unfair exam destined for failure. President Elgard said he had put many security measures in place before. Without accepting his excuses, Delphine promised that as a professor of a prestigious institute, this matter would not go unnoticed. Elgard Putin's plan is crumbling. He would be in trouble if news of his manipulation reached someone of higher rank. Ignoring the summoner's drama, Professor Keltis was marveling at his student. He knew Dane was a genius, but reaching such a level at such a young age is historic. Furthermore, watching the young man fight was like watching an expert knight in a war zone. With that in mind, Keltis became enthusiastic about taking the young man as his personal disciple. After clearing the field, the awards ceremony began. Although he is almost on the brink of certain punishment, President Elgard still fulfilled his duty to grant Dane Soger's formal summoner status and a special mark. The old man gave the standard congratulatory message to the new summoner and handed over the golden mark. Dane cordially accepted the golden mark and thanked the president. This golden mark is given only to those who pass special admission. It symbolizes a rare and impressive achievement. By pressing his hand on the mark, he called to the other side for a response. As a result, a portal opened in the sky and his mana signature was recognized. A figure emerged from the portal, descending swiftly toward the ground like a meteorite. The professors and spectators were left open-mouthed seeing Dane summon. It had white, furry ears that stood up attentively, limbs built for jumping, and an adorable face for snuggling. Dane gave an incredible performance and received a cute Altamar rabbit. This rabbit is a summon beast of the frame booster type, a category which greatly improves the physical abilities of a summoner. Oblivious to everyone's strange looks, Dane only cared about how adorable his new pet was. He greeted Altamar with the respect and affection the little creature deserved. Looking around the arena, everyone is still frozen in amazement. They expected something more epic or imposing that would better show Dane's talent than Altamar. Something about today's event will have the whole academy talking for days. As expected, for Dane, it will be harder to walk around campus without attracting everyone's attention. It is well known that the only son of the Soger's family is a monster who will probably surpass his genius sisters. Dane spends time with Ernest and Layla, while Ernest is not used to the stares and murmurs about his friend. Layla has already learned to accept the boy's annoying goat status. Today, Ernest brings good news. He is almost ready to decipher the treasure map. When he finishes, the Spear, Sword, Magic Summoning Exploration Club can have its first adventure. Layla was excited, and Ernest was glad to finally be useful. Dane had been curious about the treasure since he got the map. After walking with his friends for a while, he had to leave because Professor Keltis called him. Upon reaching the meeting point, Keltis thought about his fight against Antares. As he recalls, a summoner from the Dranic Empire struggled to handle just 2 of them in a war zone. As a result, the enemy army lost 3 knights and many soldiers to just those 2 summoned beasts. Dane could not say it out loud, but he was also in that battle when that atrocity occurred. It seems he shared the battlefield with Professor Keltis before. When he was praised for subduing such a formidable enemy, Dane attributed it to luck. Keltis told him that humility can sometimes be a poison. According to him, Dane's blow was decisive at that moment. Only trained eyes would have noticed it. Keltis is not just a slacker. Once again, he highlighted Dane's audacity and skill, which shows swordsmanship prowess beyond his years. With that in mind, the professor asked Dane if he wanted to learn swordsmanship formally under his guidance. Dane thought well about the invitation. He noticed there is more than meets the eye with this mysterious wanderer. After everything that happened, Dane finally decided to be a good son and wrote to his mother and father. The hot summer is approaching. Today, as always, Dane is busy with the hectic life of the academy. He accepted Professor Keltis's offer for swordsmanship classes and has just finished a long course. Dana. Dane thought about giving up. There was a lot of risk. Fortunately, he found a way to minimize the danger. With some help, he contacted Priscilla, a fellow student in Dante Hall and an outstanding senior in the Department of Sacred Studies, to get the necessary assistance. Naturally, she was reluctant upon hearing the crazy plan to enter a restricted area. However, she gave the group some advice on how to kill the undead. It was simple. You just had to destroy their cores before the expedition. She even offered to baptize the 3 of them to improve their chances. On the day of the operation, Priscilla was persuaded to join the raid. She coordinated the assault on the undead well while providing the necessary support. As expected, her sacred power was a great advantage in finishing off the creepy skeletons. Her baptism was also crucial in increasing everyone's firepower. Dane noticed that. Layla's swordsmanship improved a lot. Sharpening her steel against the bones accelerated her growth. Getting through the restricted St. Amour Hall wasn't easy. They had to attack and watch each other's backs. Dane was calm, though it would take more than a few skeletons to shake his confidence. After a grueling journey through endless undead, they reached the tomb, underground without any major incidents. In the forgotten catacombs, they found the treasure. It was a hidden loot from 300 years ago, a treasure that the Emperor eagerly desired, but could neither open nor take. Their club's first expedition was a total success. In the dusty and grimy tomb, everyone celebrated joyfully. Their reward for risking their lives on this mission was a jewel with an intense red glow. It was a beautiful gem. The group unanimously agreed that the MVP and club leader should have the first choice on their first treasure. It was a group effort, the club's first achievement. It brought a lot of joy and a sense of success. This little detour bonded the four of them tightly. Everyone was so excited they couldn't sleep. Then, thanks to the absurd discovery of Dane and his group, the entire academy was thrown into an uproar. He thought it would be wise to be discreet for a while. After such a major event, shortly after returning to daily life, he discovered the true nature of the jewel. It was an ancient manticore. Absorbing all the power of that treasure gave him one more circle, raising his magic level. He can't include all those ridiculous details in his letter home, so he decided to tell his parents the specifics when he can go back. Until then, he trusts his older sister for everything related to magic. As he was putting his letter away, some boisterous voices on the other side of the club door urged him to get up or they would be late for their mission. Enthusiastically, he grabbed his supplies and ran towards the excited voices. After that first expedition, Priscilla officially joined the club. Now they have 4 official members. Dane's circle is growing, both socially and magically. Unfortunately, the 3 of them agreed that his naming ability is bad and that the club's name sounds ridiculous. So they decided to call themselves the Romantic Club, although officially it's the Spear and Sword Magic Summoning Exploration Club. The name went from bad to suspicious. Time flew by. An exam season arrived to torture the students. In the magic department, there's a notoriously difficult and almost inhuman exam. It lasts a full day, 24 hours. Sleeping or eating is forbidden. Students must endure the entire day. Luckily, any open book is allowed, as long as you don't bring someone to help you. Still, its reputation as a brutal test is well-deserved. That's why Professor Nebo was unsettled to hear that Dane Sobers handled the exam with ease. The boy completely understood the intentions of the assessment. He's not just good at solving difficult problems. His ability to analyze the problem's environment is truly extraordinary. The strict professor feels a sense of regret. Boisterous voices from the other side of the club door urged him to get up or they'd be late for their mission. Enthusiastically, he grabbed his supplies and ran towards the excited voices. After that first expedition, Priscilla officially joined the club. Now they have 4 official members. Dane's circle grows, both socially and magically. Unfortunately, the 3 of them agreed that their naming sense is bad and that the club's name sounds ridiculous. So they decided to call themselves the Romantic Club, even though it's officially the Spear and Sword Magic Summoning Exploration Club. The name went from bad to suspicious. Time flew by. An exam season arrived to torture the students. In the magic department, there's a notoriously difficult and almost inhumane exam. It lasts a full day, 24 hours. Sleeping or eating is forbidden. Students must endure the entire day. Luckily, it's completely open book, as long as you don't bring someone in to help you. Still, its reputation as a brutal test is well-deserved. That's why Professor Turnip was unsettled to hear that Dane Sobers handled the exam with ease. The boy understood the intentions of the assessment completely. He's not just good at solving difficult problems. His ability to analyze the context of the problem is truly extraordinary. The strict professor feels a sense of pity. Among the other talented students in Dane's group, this is the first time Denebo has coveted a student from another department so much. He already has another student working to lure Dane in, and he wants a progress report. In front of the man who held his future, Arthur hesitated to speak. With a downcast look, he explained how Dane kept rejecting the offers to join the student council. They already promised the boy an officer position, but he doesn't care at all. They offered him the power to rise to a key decision-making role regarding the academy's future policies, but Dane wouldn't budge. Denebo thought that sending a fifth-year student to lure in a freshman would be enough, but it wasn't. The boy is completely inscrutable. With his talent in so many fields, he lacks the vanity and arrogance typical of his age. Denebo's schemes and predictions have been completely wrong, but when he sets his sights on someone, he never gives up. Denebo didn't throw in the towel. He'll come up with another plan to get the academy's rising star to join his team. While the professors are trying to lure Dane to their departments, he's chilling in his sister's lab. He told his sister, Arabella, about the problem with Arthur from the student council and how complicated it had become. Arabella was furious. Even when she was a student, Professor Denebo was always like this. They offered her the same deal and even tried to make her the head of the academic society or something similar, but she knew better. She knew Denebo's practice of convincing talented kids to be his pawns. Talented kids from less favored families, with uncertain career paths, easily fall into his traps. That's why Arthur was stuck to Professor Denebo like a fly to honey. Dane did the right thing by following his gut and rejecting the constant offers. Still, Arabella warned him about the risks of trusting an unreliable professor. Denebo is a strong mage, but he also knows how to win people over. If things go wrong, Dane could end up being a puppet for a corrupt teacher. She advised her younger brother to keep refusing, no matter how tempting the offer was. Interrupting their chat, the lab door burst open. Dane's clubmates stormed in to show their captains something incredible. Layla explained that Ernest snuck into the restricted area again and brought back something interesting. Arabella was horrified to learn that these brats dared to sneak into the restricted area like it was nothing. When confronted about their risky activities, Layla, Ernest, and Priscilla just smiled awkwardly. In the heat of the moment, they must have forgotten that Arabella works for the academy. Dane could only facepalm. He told these idiots to lay low for a while, but his clubmates aren't the sharpest tools in the shed. Worried, he confronted Ernest for doing something so dangerous and reckless. Security had been tightened, and the number of guards increased since their visit to St. Amour Hall. After all, Ernest is an explorer through and through. This is just another test for him. Dane recognized that this is his friend's specialty. He's just worried about his safety. The explorer's blood in Ernest couldn't stop boiling. He couldn't sit still when faced with an adventure after his first successful mission. Dane noticed that the once shy Ernest had become more proactive and brave. It makes sense that any explorer would get restless when unearthing relics of Saul Hanston, the only man who supposedly reached the mythical realm of the Nine Circles after the fall of the magical kingdom of Arcana. A place designed by such a genius would make any explorer drool. Arabella scolded the unruly kids, but in the end, she was also drawn into the mystery. Upon examining the artifact, she asked if the mysterious object had been a mana wave device or something similar. Ernest explained that he had found the artifact the night before. He couldn't sleep, so he went for a walk in the restricted area. He was really eager to find Saul Hanston's lab, which was said to be hidden there. While exploring, he started hearing strange noises from inside the old building. They sounded like machine gears turning, as if it were a factory operating in the middle of the night. Mixed in with the industrial sounds were indistinct human voices. According to Dane, it shouldn't be strange to hear people talking around a restricted area with the increased security. Ernest probably heard some guards on patrol, but he was sure the voices weren't from ordinary guards. Besides, his mana wave device detected a large mana presence. After Saul Hanston's death, everything in his lab was moved to the Memorial Hall. There's nothing there that should emit mana waves. This means something unknown is happening inside that supposedly abandoned laboratory. It's emitting ancient mana waves. After further investigation, Arabella confirmed that the artifact was hiding something inside. Whatever it is, it's not ordinary. She analyzed the data and ran all the relevant tests. Those with even the most basic understanding of magic would be astonished by the results. The waves shown on the graphs were very similar to something that shouldn't exist. Of course, they don't all match, but when you remove the outliers, you see a striking resemblance. Arabella concluded that there's something big hidden inside the building, something that warrants further investigation. Hearing an authority on magic confirm that something was going on shocked the club members. Arabella thought the magic wave she examined usually originates from an object with a lot of mana. Ernest barely managed to collect a small sample. So, something must be blocking the waves from leaking out, hiding its existence, of course. Whether the one hiding the waves is Saul Hanston or someone else is still a mystery. Whatever it is, something is hidden in those ruins that justifies erasing the mana waves. Now, even with heightened security, the guards don't enter Saul Hanston's old lab. Even the insignificant Ernest was able to get in and out. Arabella admitted she also used to visit the place when she was bored. Surprising. To think the favor of the magic department was a bit of a troublemaker in her academy days. It just goes to show that no young mage can resist the allure of Saul Hanston's legacy. Whatever they're hiding in that building, if it has a connection to the mythical mage, it will be an incredible discovery. It could hold a trace of his mana, or something even more valuable. Which begs the question, why would something so valuable be left in an empty lab? It's only thanks to Ernest's sharp explorer instincts that they discovered something so fascinating. Dane was a little disappointed that whatever this find is, it's unlikely to be a real manticore he can devour. He would have detected a genuine manticore on his first foray into the restricted area. But he also hopes that what Ernest found is important. Layla admitted that the most sensible thing to do was to stay. Got out of it and relax for a while. But they just found something that undoubtedly deserves to be investigated. Even if the club doesn't go, Ernest will sneak in alone again. Dane thought that dodging patrols, and surveillance wouldn't be a problem. They have no idea what could come out of that old lab. There are too many unknown variables. He didn't understand where his club mates got so much confidence. Seeing the Three Stooges, Dane understood the decision was already made for him. It's surprising that even the supposedly prim and proper Miss Priscilla that was totally on board with the plan, since the kids won't listen to Arabella. That she left them something to help with the expedition. She placed 3 scrolls on the table and asked if they knew how to use them. These scrolls will be their lifelines. If it gets dangerous, don't hesitate to break it. It's set to teleport the holder to Arabella's lab immediately. The forced teleportation will shock the body and mana, but it's better than dying. The ladies were grateful for such a valuable gift. You know how important these scrolls are. Arabella, that reminded them sternly that entering a restricted area warrants a suspension, and 2 suspensions equal expulsion. Hearing that cold, hard fact, their enthusiasm died down a bit. Dana, that assured his sister that nothing would go wrong. After all, he'll be there. If she didn't love and trust that her little brother, she never would have tolerated this nonsense. She just asked that they all come back. Safely and show her what they find. As with any good expedition, the planning must be perfect. That's Ernest's specialty. He provided a detailed map, marked the infiltration route and entrances, and also pointed out every little blind spot and vision they could exploit to get into the building. After the initial planning, the group decided to start the operation in 2 days. They assigned plenty of exploration gear and reviewed the infiltration route meticulously. Ernest was born for this. He found ways to use the anti-tracking powders optimally. He also included Dane's little companion, Karna's, in a key role, melting the thick mana barrier without a trace. Dane didn't object to including the little mythical beast in the mission. Priscilla proposed preparing a plan B for emergencies. Instead of using their valuable teleportation scrolls at the first sign of danger, they should have action guidelines for every possible setback. Dane took on the role of battle coordinator. He set up the formation in the most effective way. He'll be in charge of detecting mana from the front. Layla and Ernest will cover the rear. Priscilla, that being the most vulnerable to ambushes, will go in the middle. Dane suggested Ernest use the short bow instead of his staff. This time, he saw how much Four Eyes practiced. His shot is quite competent with the bow. With the idea of providing cover, the priority will be to not get detected. They still don't know what's lurking in that place. Layla will be fine with any kind of surprise, as long as it's not ghosts. With everyone ready to cause some trouble. The Romance Club set out on the night of the mission. The guards watching the restricted area were complaining about the extra workload after the recent incident of people breaking in, hidden behind the dense foliage. Ernest and Layla finally see the result of their first expedition. There were a lot of guards. Ernest is confident they'll be exhausted at such a late hour. He knows which side has the least coverage, so they head straight there. It's time for the shift change, and these guards couldn't leave their posts. Fast enough out of boredom. While the 2 shifts were chatting, the club quickly slipped towards the entrance. A more observant guard felt that something wasn't right, but his lazy companions convinced him that it was surely not just the wind. The shift change ended, and the guards dispersed around the perimeter to make sure not even a rat could get in or out. They're terrible at their jobs. The Romance Club's infiltration was a total success, since the guards didn't post anyone inside. Exploring the area was almost a stroll. Soon, the group arrived at the underground door. With Ernest's expert guidance, they arrived without any trouble. Dane immediately sensed the thick mana barrier covering the entrance. The repulsive force intensified as they got closer to the center. Saul. Hanston was clearly concerned about protecting his property from intruders, but Dane noticed that whoever raised the barrier didn't have the mana properties of Saul. The mythical mage lived and died a long time ago, but the mana barriers seemed new, recent even. Someone had probably come before and put up a new mana barrier to hide what was happening inside. Something dangerous could be behind this door. Priscilla was scared. She asked if they should abandon the plan and go back. Layla, on the other hand, theorized that it must be the academy that set up the defenses. They had already come this far. Turning back now would be a waste. Ernest believed this was the work of an intruder, an outsider, not the academy. If the academy had found a new relic of Saul Hanston, they would probably display it instead of keeping it hidden. Layla got excited hearing that outsiders were after her theoretical treasure. Priscilla reminded her that they were explorers, not tomb raiders. Whoever was here before and put up a barrier to hide something, running into them would lead to a serious confrontation if they had bad intentions. It would be difficult for 2 students to stop a professional team of thieves. Dane was confident in the power of the Romance Club. Ernest and Layla truly believed in him. They would follow that man to the ends of the earth. Priscilla, for her part, still felt the need to hide her true feelings, but agreed to go along with the plan without objection. It was time to use the secret weapon and see the plan through to the end. Although there was some hesitation and fear in the air, they moved forward. The small secret weapon, Karna's, did its part well. By breaking the mana barrier with its destructive flames, The barrier was tough, but the fire of a mythical beast was very strong. Upon opening the door and entering unknown territory, things immediately became dangerous. A corridor full of traps stretched endlessly. Before them, they had to coordinate and avoid falling through the collapsing floors. Dane led the way and kept everyone together. The One Piece is real, bro. After overcoming many tricks, they reached a large underground room with no traps. Looking around, they found food and signs of life. There were clear signs that someone had lived here, judging by the state of the large room. The people must have been here for a long time. It's unlikely that the Academy would send a team this deep to investigate. If the Academy had investigated here, they would have provided the equipment. But everything seems to come from different places. Some of it even looks illegal. The Academy likes to shed light on its discoveries. They aren't this secretive. The theory that intruders snuck in seems more plausible. Terrified, Ernest swallowed nervously. Since they didn't know when the occupants would return, they'd better hurry and check the place out. There was a lot of ground to cover, so everyone split up to gather as much information as possible. Layla checked the supply boxes, Priscilla inspected the walls for secrets, and Dane checked the floors for footprints and potential clues. When his palm touched the floor, he was surprised to feel a huge flow of mana coming from below. Ernest found a hidden staircase behind the walls. It led downwards, connecting to the source of the mana that Dane had felt from the floor. The path to the bottom was long and winding. Every step increased the tension and fear. At the end of the stairs, there was a small room with a huge mana stone, bigger than any of them had ever seen. Tied to the altar, Dane felt this colossus emitting the aura of Saul Hanston, radiating a great deal of mana. The magic circles on the floor were indecipherable. There were more questions than answers, swirling in Dane's mind. Who discovered this place first, and what were they planning to do? While everyone was absorbed in looking at the stone, Ernest warned them that someone was coming their way, alerted by the detection devices he had installed. Nearby, they're reacting. They have company outside the old building where a group of hooded figures is gathering. They managed to get past the perimeter of guards, but the incompetent ones surrounding the area, guided by their captain, they seem rushed to break into the old laboratory. Their orders were to gather the mana from the essence of Saul Hanston, which they have located inside, and finally claim their glory. With cautious enthusiasm, they quickly made their way to the underground room, guided by the captain. Everyone stared at the large mana stone in awe. They entered confidently, and all that was left, that was to take their prize. The captain ordered 2 of his henchmen to go up and erase any trace of their presence. They must report immediately if they see anything strange. Now that they were back, they were ready to extract the essence. Finally, they could rest a bit. According to their calculations, they need to stay in this underground room for another 2 months, perhaps more. At least they brought enough food, so hunger wouldn't be a problem. While they were admiring Saul Hanston's work, one of the hooded figures tripped and activated a hidden trap. A shower of blades fell from the ceiling, alerting the group. By the time the captain noticed what was happening, his men were already out of commission. Shortly after, the door to the treasure room slammed shut. Once the room was sealed, a suspicious mist covered the area, flowing from the top of the stairs. It was a very potent type of sleeping gas. The captain tried to cover his nose and mouth, but he knew it was already too late. They had fallen into another group's trap. That group was a student club from the academy, led by Dane. Once the suspicious group was clearly knocked out, they gathered the sleeping bodies into a pile. Ernest found some notes, a few crowns, and several random items on them. Dane was racking his brain, trying to figure out who these people were. It's clear they were after Saul Hanston's mana stone. He still can't rule out that they might be infiltrators from the academy. Priscilla took one of the notes and showed it to Dane. It described the group's plan to steal the stone. During the essence extraction, they planned to always have 2 extractors, adding another when the progress reaches 60% if the circle is damaged. The extraction stops, and the damaged part is immediately reinforced. They have a detailed diagram of the magic circle in their notes. It's no surprise that the details of their plan for essence extraction sounds surgical and dangerous. Ernest also found a complete map of the continent in one of the men's pockets. This map is something the Empire strictly controls and regulates. No ordinary group would have something so detailed. Perhaps they're part of a rebel group. Dane tried to piece together the full picture, but there were too many suspicious things for a clear conclusion. He also noticed something strange in the group captain's mouth. It gleamed when the light from the mana stone reflected off its surface. Carefully, he extracted the gleaming object from inside the sleeping man's mouth, just as he had thought. It was a poison pill for suicide. Dane clearly remembers learning about this from his mother as a child. It's a cruel method used by assassin guilds, or secret societies to silence their members. If captured, they're brainwashed to commit suicide and prevent information leaks. It's very extreme. Everyone wondered what kind of organization would do that. Priscilla kept looking through the notes and found some curious instructions listed next. The page began with a simple message. For New World, it listed the suspicious group's sacred code. First, security must be strict. If necessary, members must prioritize the mission and security over their own lives. Second, members must prioritize changing the world above all else. Third, it is forbidden to investigate a comrade's identity. Everyone in the group is one, but also an individual. The absurd list of codes of conduct went on, each one more ridiculous than the last. Among all the crazy lines, Priscilla pointed out the most suspicious part. She found a string that looked like written coordinates. They point to a place near the academy. It was marked with the numbers. 3 Paitis, 4N, 58. Ernest, the club scout, tried to decipher what the page was trying to convey. If you're right, the coordinates must point to the supply passage near the academy's back gate. They probably used that entrance to get into the academy without raising suspicion. They could only do it if someone was helping them from the inside. In the end, a secret organization is trying to extract the essence of a mythical mage, and as for why, it's still a mystery. Naturally, the romantic club decided to get out of this place quickly. Before they left, they collected all the suspicious group's belongings and stored them in an additional space for later investigation. That included all the poison suicide pills. The club voted and agreed to anonymously report the incident to the academy leaders and the guards. But wouldn't it be a shame to return to the surface empty-handed? The group was ready to leave, but their leader wanted the prize. Dane wanted to take the Mana Stone. If they left it, it would end up in the academy's hands. Instead of allowing a high-ranking prophet to use it for their schemes, Dane wanted the juice. Long after performing his miracle and taking the stone, the suspicious agent began to wake up, unaware of what had happened. The tied-up lackeys woke their captain in a panic and turned their attention to the supposed treasure, the great Mana Stone. It had lost its glow, and its powerful essence was almost gone, absorbed. It's safe to assume that whoever gassed and trapped them also extracted the stone's contents. While they were despairing over the failed mission, the guard from the surface arrived in the underground room. The head of the guards was furious to see that criminals had invaded the academy's sacred grounds. These poor thieves failed their objective and are now about to be captured by furious guards. They all try to bite down on their suicide pills, only to find their teeth were clean with no trace of poison. In their hour of need, the captain thought the organization must have abandoned him and his men. After taking the intruders back to the surface for interrogation, the head of the guards complained about the recent increase in criminal activity at the academy. Why, after decades of peace, has the restricted area become a hotbed of trouble this year? He demanded a report from the intruders' interrogation. The relentless interrogator lamented if he could use harsher methods to get information. None of his usual methods were working. The sinister captain and his men were prepared for this. They won't break easily. They will be taken to the interrogation room after the initial investigation, away from prying eyes. Things could get more complicated. The head of security knows he's in trouble. This incident is serious. Even with doubled security, 5 intruders got in. Punishment is certain. He could be demoted or lose his post. The magic department's investigation team got involved as soon as they heard about the connection to Saul Hanston. If a lazy professor gets up to make an appearance, the head of security knows his job is at risk. Still, he had to give a detailed report on what happened that night. Professor Denebo found the chain of events strange. According to the reports, what he found hardest to believe was that Saul Hanston's barrier had supposedly been dispelled. If a group can do something so complex, why would they let themselves get caught so easily? The head of security admitted that he, too, was out of ideas. Hoping to find some clarity, he handed over a piece of evidence found among the suspect's belongings. It was a book. Professor Denebo flipped through the pages, his face twisting in disbelief with each turn. The book explained how the room was sealed with magic that only authorized people could open, forcing it was nearly impossible. Denebo kept the book for further investigation. Perhaps there are other spells in it. The head guard didn't dare to argue. He also said that the criminals in his custody might be from a secret society. At this mention, Denebo's interest was piqued. The detail about the great Mana Stone was also new to the professor. In all his years at the academy, he believed the underground was empty. Even the guards were baffled. The existence of such a massive stone in the restricted area, right under everyone's noses, was baffling. Dane demanded to be taken to the room where the incident occurred to see the news and the area for himself. The restricted zone was quickly announced across campus. With more incidents lately, some students felt something ominous in the air. The place has been bustling with activity since yesterday's fiasco. All the more reason for the romantic club to keep quiet. Priscilla spent the day trying to get information on the investigation. She heard about the magic department and Professor Denebo's involvement. In fact, the student publication Academy Daily had already covered the story. The details in the paper were quite scarce, just the bare essentials. They also got a quote from the head of security, taking the blame for the intrusion. Dane thought that with the magic department involved, everything should go smoothly. Those guys will use every spell possible to get information out of the criminals. The club is done for. Dane and his group had already made sure nothing would give them away. Priscilla said the Academy should be thanking them for catching the intruders before it was too late. It's twisted logic, but makes sense. Denny reiterated that they need to keep a low profile now. Seriously, Ernest was in charge of analyzing the criminals' belongings. He spent the whole day investigating every item and tracking their movements on the comprehensive map. Ernest thought they might find another treasure similar to the essence of Solhanston. Days later, just as the commotion was starting to die down, the Academy was plunged into chaos once again. This time, it was because of a visit from the Imperial Investigation Corps. An entire army entered, with the Imperial flag waving. The Imperial family rarely visits the Academy, so this was a major event. They even put on a demonstration with dozens of powerful soldiers sporting the Imperial colors at the front. Leading them was the commander of the 4th Imperial Knights, Delphine. He was frustrated by the lack of evidence. In the St. Amar's Hall incident and the slow progress with the strange men found in Saul Hanston's laboratory, Professor Denebo briefed the commander, sympathizing with his frustration. The Empire sent its own investigators, even the best ones, who found no clear traces of tampering on the barrier. If a barrier designed by a mythical mage can be bypassed without leaving a trace, the implications are serious. The commander of Delphine addressed the Academy's guest of honor, 3rd Prince Edward Dante, to get his opinion on the matter. The 3rd Prince was dressed in his finest attire, but his demeanor was pathetic. He looked like he was about to cry when asked for a simple opinion. Daneva didn't know a royal family member had come in person. It was a huge surprise. The Prince, Edward, approached the barrier and noticed a small, melted trace that the other investigators had missed. It was barely perceptible, but the surface felt subtly different. He thought the barrier had been expertly dissolved and then restored. The prince kept his mouth shut. He wasn't sure of his theory yet. Whoever managed to break that barrier must have some impressive tools. Saul Hanston's works were made to last for centuries. As far as the prince knew, one had never been breached. How can a flawless iron fortress be breached without leaving any proof? Whoever worked on this barrier is a threat to the Empire. If they broke Hanston's design, they could undo the Imperial barriers. As he walked away from the restored barrier, Prince Edward stopped dead in his tracks as an unbearable pain shot through his hands. He endured the sudden wave of agony. He couldn't show weakness in public. Commander del Faun noticed the prince's situation and rushed to his side. Worried, the warrior advised His Highness to speak up at the slightest sign of discomfort so they could return immediately. The investigation is crucial, but the prince's safety is even more so for Delphine. Edward insisted he was fine. He came of his own free will and refused to be seen as a burden. Denebo noticed this interaction. The prince and the knight commander seem very close. For now, he must act carefully. These two hold great power over the Empire. Again, the protective commander advised the 3rd prince to go get some rest so his condition wouldn't worsen. He couldn't help but feel sorry for the young man, labeled as the talentless prince and condemned to persistent agony. It's a sad story. If only he had been born with a healthy body, things might have gone better for him. There is no one more frustrated by this mysterious illness than the 3rd prince himself. The pain keeps holding him back, despite the risk of another. Prince Edward desperately feels that he needs to contribute to the investigation. His protective entourage advised him to stay put, but he couldn't do it. Not now. After speaking with Professor Nebo, the commander of the Fallon received the most precise details of the case, details that only complicated the mystery further. It was a real mess. To top it all off, the prince's attendant came running in, announcing that Prince Edward had disappeared. He must have slipped away while the guards weren't paying attention, the knight commander cursed. Cursing the capable soldiers surrounding the area for failing at their job, he ordered all operations to be halted. The investigation is on pause. All personnel must focus on finding the 3rd prince. And so, the soldiers of the Empire enthusiastically took on the task, while their commander gave orders with a worried look on his face. The foolish 3rd prince had chosen a direction and was running like the wind. He was so obsessed with advancing the investigation that he didn't even remember where he was supposed to go. Everything he does is for the purpose of getting his father, the Emperor, to notice him. He knows he lacks talent, His only hope is to prove himself through sheer effort. He could break out of his comfort zone, or remain the useless prince forever. After running in a straight line for a long time, he arrived deep in the Bonia forest. The romantic club is training in combat. Ernest is trying to improve his skill with the bow, Layla with her sword, and Dane with magic. Dane was glad to see his weakling friend's dedication to training and Layla's active participation in correcting his posture. Thanks to that, Dane could focus on his own training to improve his mana control. He had already reached 2 mana circles, complete and solid ones. He even managed to superimpose a 4-chain code structure, thanks to practicing ancient magic. However, when concentrating on 4-chain spells, his vision transforms into a scanner that perceives the flow of mana in someone's body with great clarity. It was a curious side effect. To impress his companions, Dane cast a wind magic spell. It was a wind bomb, a projectile of compressed air made from pure mana. Ernest admired his buddy for such a large orb. Layla had never seen the power of a 4-chain code before and was somewhat overwhelmed. To avoid causing a big scene, Dane launched the wind bomb gently, pushing it with the least possible power. But a bomb is still a bomb. It shot through the trees and finally exploded on the ground. Startling the group, a cry of pain mingled with the sound of the explosion. Someone must have been caught in the blast, based on the shattered state of the trees that were victims of the wind bomb. Whoever was hit by the explosion was unlucky. Dane and the group followed the path the wind bomb had traveled. All obstacles were cleared, so the view was unobstructed. Layla asked if the voice she heard was real. Maybe she was just imagining things, but Dane knew full well that his bomb test might have affected some unlucky person nearby. Moments earlier, the third prince, Edward, had stopped running at full speed when he realized he was lost. He took into view and felt envious of the students enjoying academic life, studying and laughing with friends. If he hadn't been born a prince, maybe he too could have attended this institute. Imagining a different reality made his heart beat faster. He was surprised at himself for getting carried away by his daydreams when he needed to focus on finding traces of the intruders. While he was examining the ground, he heard a sound that caught his attention. Voices. Someone was nearby. Curious, Edward followed the voices to a nearby clearing. He saw the romantic club's training session. Seeing kids his own age, honing their craft and showing off their skills, Edward's envy was rekindled. The third prince surprised the girl by asking to adjust the sword's form to improve her awkward transitions. The young man in charge urged her to focus on her stance, taking half a step back after a swinging motion. Edward hid behind the bushes and silently watched the training. He heard the girl mention Dane as Dane Sogers. The prince knows all about the first-year student who has been causing a sensation at the academy and across the continent. Even the royal family took notice of the rising star. The boy entered the Department of Autonomous Studies for his exceptional talent in 4 fields. Here is the ideal genius, talented in everything, while the prince himself can't do anything right. That boy, seen as the ultimate prodigy, he still takes his training seriously. Edward daydreamed about having enrolled in the academy. Maybe he would have made friends like Dane. He would have learned so many things. He was so absorbed in a life, but that he wasn't living, that he didn't react to the slowly approaching wind bomb. By the time he saw something flying towards him, it was too late. The wind bomb exploded, uprooting trees, got along its path and around its blast zone. Edward was caught in the blast. The impact sent him flying backwards, his scream, pathetic, mingling with the aftermath of the wind bomb. It didn't take long for them to find the prince on the ground. Dane apologized profusely for the accident. He really thought no one was nearby. The third prince finally regained consciousness and slowly got to his feet. Ernest saw his clothes and thought of the Imperial researchers' uniforms. Layla, that got nervous, thinking she had accidentally blown up an Imperial researcher. Dane knew better. Sure, the uniform was similar to the research team's, but that red hair is a unique symbol of the Imperial family. Hurting an investigator by accident was bad enough. Attacking a member of the royal family is a whole other level of trouble. Layla was on the verge of tears, and Dane was cursing his bad luck. Prince Edward had the nerve to yell at them, for launching a wind bomb at him. Dane knelt and introduced himself, apologizing as the son of Count Sogers. With the utmost sincerity, he apologized for committing such a grave offense against the Empire. Ernest followed suit, introducing himself as the eldest son of Baron Dillon, a first year in the exploration department. Layla also bowed and introduced herself as the eldest daughter of Duke Hermione. Anxiously, they begged the prince for forgiveness. After the initial shock and embarrassment, Prince Edward assured them he was fine and that the explosion hadn't hurt him. It just startled him, that's all. More importantly, he was delighted to meet Dane Sogers here, of all places. He'd heard a lot about the young prodigy's brilliant reputation. Edward also admired the Dillon family, famous for their exploration. As for the daughter of House Thermion, he congratulated her on winning the most recent Dante Cup. He saw the finals and was amazed by her performance. With the introductions out of the way, the prince asked, got the three of them to stand up and relax a little. Hesitantly, Ernest asked the prince how he had ended up in the vicinity of Bonia Forest. This place is so remote that even academy students rarely come here, which is why it's a perfect place to train. Edward confessed that he wanted to contribute to the research, but ended up wandering around, lost and alone like a fool. He assumed the three of them knew about the strange incidents in the Solhanston buildings. The prince also let it slip and mentioned that having noticed something odd about the laboratory door, although it's hard to be sure. Dana was sure that no ordinary person would see the small flaw in his work. It's a good thing the prince doesn't seem certain about it. Calmly, he probed for more information about the strange phenomenon and confirmed that the prince had kept it a secret until now. This time, but it seemed like the right time to panic. Dane looked carefully at the fragile royal in front of him. Unlike the older first and second princes, the young third prince is about his age. Many see him as someone ordinary with no special talent. Dane found it strange that this guy found them after he had spread anti-tracking powder around the area. He also noticed the small flaw in the barrier's restoration. He doesn't seem ordinary at all. Prince Edward might be hiding some special ability. Still, the guy talks as if he's a clueless fool who got lost and ended up deep in the forest by accident. He knows the research team is probably scouring the entire academy to find him, but it will take time since they don't know the full extent of this place either. While they were here together, the prince asked for a favor. He wanted to hear some stories about academy life from the group. It was a strange request. He may be a prince, but deep down, he's still just a teenager. Dane figured this poor kid must have lived cooped up in the palace, so it's only natural for him to be curious about a normal life. Ernest and Layla were experts at talking about academy life and training. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong with this guy. He seemed strangely stiff, as if something were constantly suffocating him. Dane grew curious. He used his 4 chains and scanned Edward's mana flow to get a closer look. While the club members and the prince were socializing, the Imperial investigation team was in a panic. They completely lost their composure, desperate to find the prince. People just saw them running around campus like headless chickens. The atmosphere was tense, but nobody knew what was going on. The person most affected by the prince's disappearance was the commander of the knights. They still don't know who is involved in this or what kind of backup they might have. If the prince got into trouble wandering alone, Delphaeon could never forgive himself. He would likely be dismissed, his career finished if Edward were to get hurt. Fortunately, an investigator found a witness who saw someone in a robe adorned with gold trim heading toward the academy's outer forest. The commander demanded the witness be brought before him for confirmation. For now, he relocated the investigators to comb the academy's outer forest and reminded everyone that the prince's safety is paramount. It's a mystery why that ailing boy would go into the forest. Perhaps he found something important for the case. After hearing their silly stories, Prince Edward longed for an enviably normal life. If he hadn't been born into the royal family, he could have lived like a normal person, unbound by his royal duties. Maybe God just hates him. Ignoring the self-pity, Dane asked for permission to ask a sensitive question, and Edward allowed it. He asked if the right hand had been bothering the prince by any chance. Edward was startled. His reaction was one of fear and panic. This kid needs to work on his poker face. Ernest and Layla didn't know why Dane was asking about another man's hand. Prince Edward hid his affected hand and firmly denied Dane's insinuation. Still, Dane insisted on getting answers. Layla had to stop him so he wouldn't offend the prince. They looked into each other's eyes for a moment, and Dane stopped his questioning. If the prince doesn't wish to speak of his affliction, that's fine. In any case, he plans to forget everything he saw and heard in these woods today. Prince Edward racked his brain, wondering how this young man discovered his strange condition. Suddenly, Layla tried to do damage control and apologize for Dane's lack of tact, but Edward gave in, confessing that Dane was right. For the first time in his life, he decided to be truthful about his condition. He admitted that his right hand is no different from an invalid's. He returned the question, asking how he could see the anomaly. Dane replied that he didn't see the precise condition of Edward's hand, only that the mana flow to it was being unnaturally blocked. It's hard to believe that someone could accurately see the flow of mana with their own eyes. Dane lied and attributed such an ability to a lucky artifact that had merged with his body. In truth, this was just one of the many benefits of possessing ancient mana. He couldn't exactly offer that information to the prince, so he made something up. Fortunately, Edward believed him immediately. He seemed eager to delve deeper into the cause of his condition. Dane couldn't identify the root cause, but he could see the reason for the constant discomfort. The flow of mana that should naturally go to the prince's hand is blocked at the wrist, forcing it to flow back. A hand without mana will soon begin to slowly die. Curious, Dane asked the third prince what happened to him to end up like this. After a moment's thought, the prince confessed his affliction began when he was just a year old. There was no problem at birth, but he mysteriously developed the terrible condition in his infancy. He was only able to hold an eating utensil at 7 years old. He was able to hold a pen and write at 10. Learning, swordsmanship, magic writing, and everything a royal should know was out of the question. That's why he was behind in everything. He has led a shameful life, a stain on the royal reputation. It makes sense that Prince Edward wasn't as well known as his brothers. Ernest and Layla felt uncomfortable hearing such a depressing story. They knew the imperial family wouldn't want people to know about such a stain on their history. Edward shrugged. It meant nothing to him. He trusted that these three would keep his secret. Besides, he was in a good mood today. Many renowned mages and royal physicians tried to diagnose him, but no one could give a clear answer. However, Dane did. He believed that a member of House Ogres would never lie about something so serious. Deceiving an imperial prince is a grave offense, after all. Dane shuddered at the cruel joke. Edward added that, over time, the strength was slowly leaving his hand. Soon, it would be worse than useless. Hearing Dane's theory gave him new hope of being cured. After some thought, Dane apologized. He's not a doctor, nor does he have any medical experience. Edward grew disheartened. It made sense. If the best doctors couldn't cure him, an academy student couldn't either. Dane offered to give it a try. His confident smile rekindled Edward's hope. Edward promised Dane anything to repay him, if he could just fix his hand. For the procedure, he would have to try and change the flow of Edward's mana. He warned that failure could result in death. The stakes were high. If this attempt failed and harmed the prince, he would surely be executed for attempted regicide. Layla and Ernest could also be implicated. Dane has many years to live and much to accomplish. Taking a risk like this seems foolish. That's why he wanted a concrete offer. What will the prince give in return for healing his hand? It might seem absurd to negotiate a price, but Dane isn't the type to take uncertain risks. If the reward is great enough to interest him, he'll gladly take the risk. Prince Edward wasn't used to listening to people speak to him so frankly. He had only ever seen sycophants groveling before his royal blood. Dane was different from those people. He assured Dane he would pay, no matter how high the price. He would have a blank check from the Empire. His hand was going to lose function soon anyway. In the worst-case scenario, failure would only speed up that moment. In his current state, he's practically a burden to his family. If he fails, Edward promised to leave a will that would exonerate Dane of any blame. He would be taken care of. Who would have imagined that a casual training session in the forest would turn into a high-stakes dilemma? Dane accepted the prince's offer. This could be the most important event of his life. If he succeeds, it will be a huge victory. If he fails, he'll be ruined. High risk, high reward. He has no interest in failing now. He asked the prince to sit comfortably. Dane had diligently practiced controlling the flow of mana since he was a child. He was confident in his abilities. Besides, he possessed ancient mana. No one on the continent could do what he does. With complete concentration, he took the prince's hand in his. He silenced everything and focused on the abnormal flow of Edward's mana. Once he was attuned, Dane began the healing process. He injected his pure mana into the prince's body. With precision, he manipulated the flow back to a normal rhythm. While they held hands, the search party was tracking through the forest of Bona. They reached a steep cliff, blocking their path and halting their advance. To make matters worse, multiple forked paths lay ahead, and they didn't have enough manpower to cover all the bases. Stuck in an impossible situation, the Fourth Knight commander felt a magical disturbance in the air. Delphaeon ordered his forces to halt and conceal themselves immediately. He unsheathed his sword, and his men did the same. He ordered a silent approach. With the commander in the lead, the Imperial search party entered the forest with stealthy steps. Delphaeon focused on the disturbance, worried for his prince. Meanwhile, Dane remained motionless as he concentrated on repairing Prince Edward's hand. Finally, Delphaeon and his soldiers reached the clearing. Like a protective enforcer, he immediately assumed Dane and his group were doing something suspicious to the prince. He lunged forward, cursing at the students to stay away from Prince Edward. Looking at his intense expression, it's clear this is a man who wouldn't listen to reason. They quickly surrounded the perimeter, closing in on the members of Dane's club. He admitted this looked like a suspicious situation that would require a lot of explaining. Hoping to protect himself, he gathered mana to cast a spell. Delphaeon showed why he became an Imperial commander by quickly closing the distance. At this rate, Dane and his group would be overpowered. Luckily, the prince recovered and shielded Dane with his body. That stopped the commander in his tracks. He would never dare harm the boy. Seeing the indignation and righteous anger in the prince's eyes, Delphine calmed down. He sheathed his sword and made sure Edward was all right. He asked how the prince had gotten so deep into the forest and who the three people with him were. Edward briefly explained how he'd gotten there and promised to give the full story about Dane and his group on the way back. For the first time, Prince Edward felt something different in his afflicted hand, a noticeable improvement. He turned to Dane and thanked him sincerely. A calm Dane insisted it was his honor to serve. Once things had settled down, on the way back to campus, Edward explained to the commander that Dane, the son of the Count of Sogers, was his benefactor. He didn't go into detail, but stressed that the man had just done him an invaluable service. He was only thinking about what gift to give in return. Those three were children of nobles, but the prince had only just met them today. Delphine didn't understand what had Edward so excited. The prince felt that ordinary gifts wouldn't be enough. He wanted to repay him with something truly valuable. Finally, he came up with the perfect gift. He whispered his plan for the young man from Sogers, and the commander couldn't believe his ears. He believed it was far too valuable, but Edward said that no payment was greater than what Dane had done for him and his future. This wasn't excessive at all. He wanted to send a message to the palace to prepare everything immediately. Although he didn't fully understand, Delphine followed the prince's orders. For the rest of the way back to the academy, Prince Edward cheerfully hummed a tune. On second thought, the commander conceded that this might not be such a bad thing. No matter how young those kids were, they were children of prominent nobles from the Sogers and Thermine families. Giving them a valuable gift would strengthen the bond between the royal family and the noble houses. They would also become powerful allies for Prince Edward in the future. A week later, Dane, Ernest, and Layla were invited to the royal palace. They were led to an elegant reception hall in the annex, where Edward thanked Dane again for the vast improvement in his hand. There had been no side effects from the treatment, and Dane felt relieved to know that his improvised mana flow surgery had been a success. Getting straight to the point, Prince Edward spoke of the token of gratitude he had prepared as payment for changing his future. The three of them watched in amazement as attendants opened 3 boxes. Inside the elegant containers were royal tokens. It's simple to use. If you ever find yourselves in trouble, showing this token should solve just about anything. It's a real cheat code. Ernest hesitated to accept something so valuable, since he hadn't really done anything. Dane, on the other hand, gratefully accepted such a valuable payment. With the gift giving out of the way, Prince Edward asked them to drop the formalities and just enjoy the day. As the lavish spread of incredible food was brought out, the stiffness in the room melted away. Layla stuffed herself with perfectly baked sweets, practically crying with every bite. Meanwhile, Ernest ate the best sandwich he'd ever had in his life. As for Dane, he contemplated the unexpected stroke of good fortune that had fallen into his lap from meeting the prince out of the blue. Still, the identity of the intruders remained a mystery. The strange case was destined to fade into silence. For now, after some time, midterms came and went. Their hectic academic life could finally take a back seat. The romance club got together to talk about how they did. Layla bragged that her exams, both for her major and general subjects, were a piece of cake. Priscilla was super annoyed. She just wanted to watch the world burn. Even though she memorized the entire sacred text, she still struggled. Dane didn't even bother sharing his results. The only thing that mattered now was that they were free. They had a few days to rest, and everyone must have already planned what they wanted to do during the break. Ernest was thinking of joining the fitness club, which focused on physical training. The little bro wants to get in shape. Priscilla agreed, noting that Ernest had performed poorly in every single battle simulation. Layla, on the other hand, plans to go home for a while. Her mother wants to see her little girl. Dane, the nerd, was planning to spend time in the library. Now that exams are over, he doesn't really have much else to do for the holidays. He remembered the Thermian Forge emblem he received from the Duke on his 7th birthday. He's been thinking about having a new weapon made, so tagging along with Layla might be a good idea. Dane said he'd go with her, but Layla was a little disappointed because he just wanted to see her family's forge, not her secret forge. Hearing such a great idea, Ernest asked if he could come along too. On the way to the Thermian household, Ernest was nervous. Layla assured him he'd be fine as long as he didn't touch anything. It would have been nice if Priscilla could have come too, but the top students of the Holy Department never get a break. She was already summoned to the temple from the academy. The Thermian estate is less than an hour away by carriage. Ernest's home, on the other hand, requires a month's journey west by horse. Dane doesn't have the problem of long journeys. Ever since his aunt installed a teleportation gate at his home, he doesn't need a long carriage ride to see his family. His sisters use it too. Layla couldn't help but feel jealous of Dane, having his sisters helping him with academic life and all that. It made her think of her own brothers. Come to think of it, Layla had never spoken about her brothers before. Dane wanted to change that, so he asked her what was up with Layla's brothers. Layla was feeling sentimental on the way home, so she answered. Her older brother is a kind man. Before he left to take charge of the eastern region, he always used to play with little Layla. Her second brother, on the other hand, is a prankster. He knows just how to get on her nerves. Still, her older brothers loved her very much. When asked if her second brother lives at the estate, she said he's too much of a free spirit to live in a mansion. One day, he left home without any notice. No one knows where he is today. He said he was leaving a train, but Layla didn't believe him. Ever since he became a knight, he's been living away from home for some unknown reason. Becoming a knight at a young age seems to be the norm in the Thermian family. Layla's older brother is diligent. Her second brother is a wild card. Although power struggles between siblings are common in noble houses, the Thermian family seems to be free from that friction. Perhaps there's more to the second brother's story. Finally, the group arrived at the gates of the Thermian estate. Sir, Asmar, a senior knight in the Duke's service, came to welcome them. Upon hearing Layla was returning, he had rushed to the gates. Inside, Duke Thermian hugged his little girl. She's grown since they last saw each other. Layla bragged that she'd been studying hard. Her report card will surprise her father when it arrives. After catching up with his daughter, the Duke turned to the young people she brought with her. Dane bowed and offered some kind words. The Duke praised him for getting sturdier over the years. Ernest Dillon introduced himself anxiously, overwhelmed by the Duke's presence. Layla had already mentioned Ernest in her letters. The Duke of Thermian also has ancient relics found by the Dillon family, so he knows how impressive the young man will be. Layla is very proud of the friends she's made along the way. With the introductions out of the way, the Duke invited them inside. He prepared a small banquet to welcome his daughter. Dana was looking forward to eating more Thermian tarts ever since he tried them years ago. Layla had already told the staff to prepare plenty in advance. She's amazing. The banquet the Duke mentioned didn't seem small at all. Nobles from all over the empire roamed the luxurious halls as festive music played. Now I understand why. Layla was so excited to come back. The food was good, and the atmosphere was perfect. Next time, they agreed to bring Miss Priscilla, so she could relax too. While they were doing their thing, Dane felt a group of men watching him from a distance. He asked Layla who they were. According to her, they're the Duchy's knights. She heard they only came to the banquet after learning that Dane Sogers would be attending. Hearing that, Dane got a bad feeling. Eventually, the knights approached Dane. One introduced himself as Kanta's Daggerworld. They were polite, so Dane returned their courtesy. Kantas praised Dane for his achievements at such a young age and asked for permission to join them for a while. Layla proudly boasted that the Thermian knights are the best in the empire, except for the royal knights, of course. Many cadets dream of joining them. Kantas praised the Sogers knights, and Dane graciously accepted. His family's order focuses on the spear, thanks to his father. It started when Count Sogers taught spear techniques to knights in the war zones. Soon, it transformed into a proper knightly order, becoming the only spear-wielding knight corps in the empire. Kantas mentioned that the Knight's Dane must also be very skilled with the spear. Layla chimed in, boasting that Dane was good at everything he did. Even if the entire knight order of the duchy came at him together, they wouldn't stand a chance. Dane only came to eat strawberry tarts, but Layla wouldn't stop talking. As he feared, the entire order of knights formally and respectfully requested a match with him. Dane's hunches always come true when Hazel is involved. Layla hyped him up so much that now he has to deliver. Seeing that his knights wouldn't take no for an answer, Dane had to accept the invitation to a match. They left the banquet hall and went to the training grounds. The Thermian knights took up practice swords, and Dane armed himself with a training spear. It would be one against many. As soon as they were ready, the knights aggressively started the match. Dane easily thwarted the first advance, looking bored. Facing trained knights was easy for a combat genius. Playing with the spear's handle was second nature to him. He didn't make a single unnecessary move, blocking and pressing the attack whenever an opening appeared. Dane could probably beat these guys with his eyes closed if he wanted to. The Duke of Thermian was curious about his progress over the years and came out to watch the friendly match. What he saw surpassed his high expectations for the boy. Dane was a monster with a spear. He was the spitting image of his father, using every part of the weapon to incapacitate his enemies from unpredictable angles. In the end, every proud knight had lost their weapon. Kantas believed they could beat a beast with superior numbers. He was clearly mistaken. After disarming the knights, Dane saw no reason to continue. He stood over these fools without breaking a sweat. The Duke announced that the victory was Dane's, congratulating the young man on his impressive performance. Then, Duke Thermian gave Dane some books in the ancient language as a gift. Layla had mentioned Dane's interest in ancient texts before. He must have gotten the idea from her. This works out well for him. The Academy's library is very restrictive with ancient texts. It's better for someone who values their content to read them instead of letting them gather dust. On the other hand, Ernest got access to tour the relic vault with the butler. Dane was a bit jealous. He wanted that tour too. Worried, Layla asked him to calm down and relax a bit. The exams were over, and they were away from the academy for a while. It feels good. The Duke was thrilled after seeing Dane's spear skills. He looked as proud as if he were watching his own son. As they were talking, Dane mentioned Layla's second brother, and the Duke tensed up. Layla also felt frustrated with that unruly man. Her older brother still sends letters from the East sometimes, but her second brother has been completely silent all these years. No contact and no explanation. It's easy to see why it's a sensitive topic for the Thermine family. While Dane and Layla were taking a quiet walk, they both glimpsed something moving in the nearby foliage. The estate has a wall around it, so something must have snuck in. Dane also sensed the uninvited presence. To be safe, Dane created a mana bullet for protection. He warned the intruder to leave before he started blowing everything up. Seeing the mana ball in the young man's hand and hearing the threat, the frantic intruder agreed to come out peacefully. It took Layla a second to remember, but she recognized that frantic voice. The intruder awkwardly came out of the foliage, apparently unconcerned. He said he was just watching his little sister walk around with some random guy. Speak of the devil. The intruder was none other than Delbert Thermine, the Duke's second son. He's aged quite a bit. Layla recognized the scoundrel instantly. She ran towards him to give him a beating for worrying the family and disappearing without a trace for years. She channeled all her frustration and worry into her fists. She had waited for news from this idiot for years and got nothing. Delbert took the beating. Noticing how strong his sister's hand had become, he realized she must have trained hard all these years. All that training will come in handy today. She fully intends to give her brother a beatdown, as much as she wants. Dodging her next blow, Delward hugged his little sister. He sincerely apologized for all the trouble he'd caused, promising he never forgot his family for even a second. He had his own reasons for going rogue. He apologized profusely for leaving his little sister alone for so long. Delward promised to tell her everything so she could calm down. Layla couldn't hold back her tears. She was just happy to see her brother alive and well. Dane watched silently from a distance. After that long hug, she wanted to know what was going on, where he had been, and what Delward was doing. First, he asked Dane if he could give him and his sister some space to talk alone. Layla clung to Dane tightly, insisting he wouldn't leave. The guy knows how to keep a secret, so it's no problem. Dane didn't want to interfere in family matters, but Layla wanted him there. Although he's been busy, Delward had heard of Dane Sogers before. In fact, he'd heard a lot about this amazing young man. He's glad that Layla has a friend like this silver-haired prodigy, given that the Sogers and Thermine families are very close. Delward agreed to share his secrets with Dane, but since it's a sensitive family matter, it would be best if he kept quiet. Dane gave Delward his word that he would remain silent. Delward insisted they move to a more private location. Amidst the dense landscape of the Thermine estate, the three of them gathered. The rebellious brother confessed that he's been wandering the Dranic Empire all this time. Layla immediately scolded him for going to a place filled with danger. Delward went there looking for a cure for their mother's illness. She's been bedridden for too long without any improvement. Since he was a child, Delward worked tirelessly, searching for clues about his mother's illness. Eventually, his research led him to the Dranic Empire. Infiltrating an enemy nation is almost suicidal. It's a serious matter that can't be ignored. Layla said furiously that he could have told everyone so they could search for the cure together. Going alone seemed foolish and inefficient. Delward admitted that at the time. He had no other choice but to take on this mission himself. He stumbled upon an opportunity to infiltrate the Empire and didn't want to put his family in danger. Anyway, he came back safe and sound. No harm, no foul, right? Layla nearly cracked her brother's skull right then and there. Delward returned because he discovered how to cure their mother. The materials aren't in the Dranic Empire, so he came back home. For now, he only has clues, but following them one by one should be simple enough within the Alteon Empire. He also discovered a crucial fact during his journey through Dranic. What their poor mother is suffering from isn't an illness, but a curse. Hearing such a revelation, Layla and Dane recoiled. Delward listed the symptoms: fading strength, trembling hands and feet, frequent dizziness, and coughing up blood. The most telling sign is the purple marks on their mother's back. Everything fits the symptoms of a specific curse. The incurable disease that afflicted the Thermine family wasn't a disease at all. Delward didn't believe it at first either. Curses don't occur naturally. That means someone intentionally placed a curse on their mother. He doesn't know who could hold such a grudge against their mother, but his family has made several enemies over time. He asked his little sister to stay focused. They can find the culprit later. Breaking the curse as soon as possible is the priority. Luckily, he's already found out how to do it. He has information on the materials and methods, the necessary rituals. Most of the materials shouldn't be hard to get. It'll be expensive, but not impossible to find. The problematic component, and the most important one, is Roxana's tear. It's a legendary material that they say can purify almost any curse. Legends say it's on Haverock's mountain, between the empires. It's rumored to be in a ruin guarded by some being. Upon hearing about ancient ruins, Dane's suspicion meter shot up. Delward swore to find the tear. He's aware of the danger, but there's no other way. Once again, he plans to shoulder this burden himself, without notifying his father or the Thermion Knights. Delward is confident in his strength. He's as strong as someone with 5, well, technically 4, cores now. More importantly, a night march to a border mountain would undoubtedly cause trouble with the neighboring empire. It could start an all-out war. Layla stood her ground and refused to let her brother do it alone. Delward assured her that he wasn't jumping into this mission blind. He would be fully prepared for any contingency. But if it's an ancient ruin, it would be a waste not to include the man who knows more about them than anyone. It seems Delward is going to need the Romance Club's help for this. Upon learning that ancient beings and ruins were involved, the exploration enthusiast got excited immediately. Ernest doesn't care about the danger. He's thrilled about new discoveries. If it were up to him, they'd leave right now. Delward sees that the guys are motivated, but this isn't a game. There's real danger. Dane argued that's all the more reason not to venture out alone. Sometimes you need strength in numbers. Layla assured her brother that the Dillon family are explorers through and through. If he goes alone and gets lost, his sacrifice will be for nothing. Delward understands that all their arguments are valid, but he couldn't see past their young age. Dane noticed how much this man had suffered alone. He traveled the Dranic Empire, searching for a cure for his mother. Considering the amount of information he gathered and how he returned unscathed, he's clearly no ordinary warrior. At the end of the day, Delward accepted the proposal, but insisted the operation must be kept secret before and after the trip. With Layla's mother's health on the line, the club will give it their all. After deciding who would participate, Delward gave his sister a decorated box, a gift. Layla noted that this rascal was trying to win her favor with gifts, but she hadn't forgiven him yet. At least she stopped hitting her brother. She was scarier before. If the gift was lame, she might just go back to hitting him. Upon opening it and hearing the box's melody, her anger faded. Delward's gift was a music box that showed a young Layla and her mother dancing together. Seeing the figures move awakened her longing for the days when her mother was still healthy. It was a time when their family was the happiest. Delward commissioned a craftsman in the Dranic Empire to make it, a reminder of who they're doing this for. It's just what Layla needed to hear. The soft music took her back to her happy childhood. This moved Layla to tears. This was the best gift she'd ever received. The beauty of it all spurred her on for the upcoming expedition. No one understands her longing for the past like her older brother. Dane and Ernest stood aside and enjoyed the moment. If all goes well, her mother can be her old self again. She thanked her brother for the gift, something she will treasure as long as she lives. The big brother and little sister hugged. Emotions were running high. Delward thanked his sister for keeping everything in order while he was gone. Even Ernest was moved to tears. While they were living an emotional moment upstairs, Duke Thermion was in the banquet hall, wondering where his main guests were. Unfortunately, Delward cannot stay long. He still doesn't have the will to see his father, but he promised to appear before the Duke next time. This time he left a communication crystal code so Layla could contact him. He will continue to gather other materials throughout the Empire for a while, so he can come immediately when she calls him. He won't be away for long this time. He promised to return soon. Delward also left a bag of medicine to relieve his mother's symptoms. He promised Layla that he would make sure their mother took it and that she would keep everything a secret from their father for now. Reluctant to part from her brother, she promised to do so absent-mindedly. Delward asked the boys to take care of his little sister. Meanwhile, when he returns, they will have a long and dangerous journey toward the mountains together. He jumped through the estate gate, disappearing into the night. Layla's emotions were in conflict. She'd just been reunited with her older brother, and now they had to part ways again. Ernest assured her that Delward would be fine. He survived the Dranic Empire. He could survive anything. Dane, on the other hand, felt uneasy. He asked Ernest to watch over Layla for a moment and excused himself, saying he'd forgotten something in his room. But we all know he was up to something. Dane took off running, leaving Ernest and Layla under the moonlight. Delward entered the nearby city with determined steps. Some persistent types were following him. He never thought they'd pursue him all the way to his hometown. Luckily, they hadn't discovered he was from the Duchy of Thermion. Still, they must have been lurking while he was at the mansion. It's a good thing he escaped through the secret passage. Right before leaving the Dranic Empire, letting his pursuers find out he was from the Althean Empire was his biggest mistake. He had to break his mother's curse somehow, but some unsavory groups were making it very complicated. Finally, Delward took a wrong turn and ran straight into a dead end. His pursuers quickly blocked all the exits surrounding him. Delward had left a long trail, making their job easy. The bastards had taken to the rooftops and alleys. He was a rat in a trap. This could be the end for Delward Thermion. He dropped his bag and prepared to fight back. He looked around and counted about 10 hooded figures surrounding him. All of them were trained in the art of killing. Assassins who were experts at silencing their targets. If he was lucky, maybe he'd manage to take down 2 of them before they slit his throat. Inwardly, he apologized to Layla. It seemed he wouldn't be able to return and keep his promise. As soon as the assassins heard the signal to attack, they lunged at Delward. Their swords were unsheathed, and their murderous intent filled the air. Despite his confidence and bravery, the second son of the Thermion family froze. If he'd known it would end like this, he would have apologized to his father before he left. Just when all hope seemed lost, he saw something extraordinary. The closest assassin tripped and fell, dropping his weapons. But it didn't stop there. Magic spells pierced the bodies of the hooded figures, one by one. They were being taken apart by overcharged mana bullets that seemed to come from everywhere. They had believed Delward always acted alone. But tonight he wasn't. Someone had broken their trap and set a reverse ambush, approaching silently from behind. Dane scoffed at the assassin's sloppy work. When the captain of the assassins and the few survivors turned around, they didn't expect to see a baby-faced killer, wearing an elegant academy uniform, lurking in the dark. They asked who he was, but they didn't need to know. There's no need to talk to dead men. After the massacre, Dane and Delward gathered the corpses to clean up. Dane had felt something was wrong, so he'd followed Delward out. It's a good thing he did. It's hard to believe this boy is only 14. He'd surprised the assassins and disabled their hidden traps. This was the result of studying with his mother for years. Disarming traps and silent infiltration were now second nature to him. Delward thanked Dane for his help, telling him he owed him his life. If it hadn't been for his intervention, he would have been a goner. These assassins had tormented him relentlessly. Who would have thought he'd get rid of such a bloody problem this way? He explained that the assassins had been following him ever since he crossed the border. He still couldn't understand how they always found him, no matter where he hid. In cases like this, there's usually a hidden tracker on the target. To confirm his suspicion, Dane scanned Delward with his mana-sensitive vision. Soon enough, he found the little culprit in Delward's shoe. He told the guy to check the bottom of his soles. Upon hearing there was a hidden mana receiver in his shoe, Delward almost had a heart attack. He looked at the soles more closely and found a small device that had put his life at risk. It's a simple trick that assassins use to mark their target. It's a tiny, almost unnoticeable device, but the tracking is strong and effective. They probably planted it before he crossed the border. Dane didn't explain how he found something so well hidden. Their priority had to be removing and destroying that receiver. Delward felt a wave of relief, knowing he no longer had to constantly look over his shoulder. Still, he'd have to be more careful in the future. As he focused on getting the receiver out of, Dane asked Delward why he insists on traveling alone despite the risks. It would be better to visit the Duke first. At the very least, he could tell his older brother what he was trying to do and ask for his help. Delward thought his father had a low opinion of him. The Duke wants him to take control and be the future leader of the house, but he rebelled after graduating. Even if he told the truth, Duke Thermion probably wouldn't believe his incredible stories about his older brother. He's a man with less ambition than him, who preferred to stay in a remote eastern region, fighting monsters instead of being in the duchy. For now, being alone is easier and more convenient. He wants to gather all the ingredients for the cure and prove that he is worthy of being a Thermion. Dane could understand where Delward was coming from. It's a twisted way of proving himself, but he respects his effort. With the receiver destroyed, Delward feels much more confident that he can complete his mission. He owes Dane a great debt and will make sure to repay it one day. Dane gave the prodigal son his communication code, just in case he needed help again. Before they parted ways, he asked the rogue to stay alive so he could pay back that debt. Delward asked Dane to look after little Layla. For Dane, that was a given. They shared a knowing look and went their separate ways. He knew they had to hide the bloody events of tonight from Layla. She already has enough to worry about. If she finds out about Delward's situation, she'll surely insist on looking for her rebellious brother. Dane calmly returns to the party as if he hadn't just eliminated 10 expert assassins in the streets. The next day, the news about their mother's improvement spread throughout the duchy. She even ate well. For the first time in a long time, the Duke of Thermion was genuinely happy. He feigned indifference, but was curious about Delwer's secret visit. Dane feared that Layla had said too much and revealed their secret. She assured him that she only told her father, that his older brother came by and left some medicine. Besides, they have something important to do today. It's time for Dane to receive a major power-up thanks to the Thermion Forge. The forge doesn't look like a typical forge. It was so large that it looked like a small town. Layla explained that the area around the forge grew into a sizable settlement over time. Still, only a select few blacksmiths work here, and it's mainly managed by a few master artisans. And security is tight. Without a token, entry is forbidden, even as a member of the Thermion family. Layla can't enter freely unless she's with her father. That means Dane has to go in alone. Layla had never been inside, and Ernest was incredibly jealous of Dane's golden opportunity. Dane promised to be quick and left them waiting outside. As soon as he entered the forge, he was greeted by a bustling settlement filled with the smell of iron. The scale was truly massive. The sounds of men at work filled every corner. All sorts of weapons were displayed on racks, making Dane eagerly wonder what kind of armament he could get. He stopped dead in his tracks on the ground. Beneath his feet began to tremble and shake. He thought it was an earthquake, but he soon noticed the shaking was coming from footsteps. A giant man with an equally giant hammer looked him up and down. The giant's name was Bullback. The blacksmith recognized Dane as the kid who got the forge token. Dane, without thinking, tried to size up the guy who was about 3 times his size. He respectfully explained that Duke Thermion gave him the token years ago. Bullback had already heard of the young prodigy before. After all, Thermion doesn't just hand out tokens to anyone. Dane noticed how casually Bullback spoke of the Duke. The giant warned him beforehand that his noble status meant nothing once he entered the forge. Here, there are only warriors and non-warriors. Even royalty gets the same treatment. The only exception is the Duke of Thermion. They don't even give special treatment to the Duke's own sons. Only the truly skilled can enter. You see, true skill doesn't fear the crown. An incredible artisan knows their worth. Bullback led Dane deeper into the forge. The further they went, the bigger and wider the area became compared to what was seen from the outside. The giant's forge was made to his scale. He's half dwarf, half human. The mix of blood gave him a special build. He doesn't like to hear anything offensive about his appearance, so Dane knew it was best not to annoy the guy. Upon arriving at his workshop, Bullback asked Dane what he had in mind. Dane answered honestly that he hasn't decided what to get yet. It will be a crucial weapon, and this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so he's being cautious. Bullback respected his caution. It's wise to be prudent, but from what the blacksmith can tell, it's obvious what the boy wants. He can smell the scent of metal on Dane. He could tell how the destined weapon for a man like Dane should be forged and molded. He smells of a good spear and a good dagger. Since he already has those two covered, Bullback would rather forge something different for young Dane. He was surprised by how accurate Bullback's assessment of him was. From the inside, the workshop of the giant seemed humble and practical, aside from the tools, giant-sized furniture, and accessories. Given that Dane already has a pretty good spear and dagger, Bullback suggests they make him a sword. Bullback thinks the sword is the ideal weapon. After all, it's his specialty. It masters the fundamentals of combat, making it the strongest. If the Count of Sogers heard that, he might get angry and defend the spear. One of Dane's concerns is the sword's fit. Since he's still growing, he's afraid he'll outgrow a weapon made in his teens. Bullback told him not to worry. He can forge a sword that will fit him now and when he's fully grown. That's what a true craftsman does. He makes a good case for the sword. It was also the weapon Dane used the most in his past life, so he made up his mind and locked his choice. Bullback already had a sword in mind. When the boy walked in, with Dane's build, the giant could already picture the perfect design. That should speed things up a bit. Next up is choosing the right material. Bullback led him to another room in the workshop so he could choose. The room was filled with metals and materials. Valuable ones. It was an impressive display. Bullback is proud of his collection. You could say he has every mineral in the world in this room. Dane was like a kid in a candy store. Every piece on the shelves was a valuable treasure he has never seen. Most of the minerals and metals here. Many look fascinating in their raw form. He walked closer, and Bullback told him about tarragon, a light and strong mineral that reflects impacts. It's better suited for armor than weapons. Dane moved to another one, getting close enough to touch it. Bullback quickly warned him against getting any closer to that indanium, a mineral containing a lethal poison. Blacksmiths need neutralizing gloves to handle such a delicate stone. Dane isn't looking for a poison source, so that indanium is out of the question. He scanned the room for a few more minutes until his attention was caught by a black or among the colorful array of minerals. He rushed over to the stand where it was displayed and asked Bullback about this black, or the giant called it arcanium. Dane had read about this in his studies of the dark arts. It must be a legendary or from the old magical kingdom of Arcana. This piece was excavated from the ruins of the ancient kingdom's royal castle. It's extremely rare, as few ruins of old magical kingdoms are left in the world. Aside from knowing it has metallic properties, no one has yet discovered its purpose or composition. It's complicated to identify what arcanium is for, since it can't be melted down or analyzed with current techniques and technology. Right now, it's just considered a rare collector's item, since it's basically just a shiny rock. Bullback suggests looking for something else, while pointing out the ore next to it, found only in the deep veins of the Havres Mountains. But Dane was completely captivated by the arcanium's pull. He felt it calling to him, whispering sweet nothings in his ear, tried to convince him to take it. As Dane got too close to the shimmering ore, it began to change. It glowed brighter than before, with a hue similar to that of pure mana. Bullback turned when he saw the boy getting close to the glowing gore. Worried for the boy's safety, the giant rushed over to him. When he saw that Dane wasn't in any danger, Bullback calmed down, then became fascinated by the arcanium's reaction. Dane swore he hadn't done anything. He just watched it happen. Maybe the useless, or could be forged after all. Bullback smelled a metal that wasn't there before. Could they actually work with this? Whatever happened to the ore, it had to do with this Bullback guy. He was sure he took the arc for his support and confirmed the order for Dane's sword. They'd better start forging soon. When the giant tried to melt the piece, the arcanium returned to its unusable state. No matter how many times they tried, it wouldn't yield. While they were worried, a friend came out to help. Karnas must have sensed Dane's unease, so the little one offered his help. The flames of the little dragon were the key to melting the arcanium. Once they figured out how to forge the mineral, Dane left the forge and allowed the master craftsman to work. They sealed Karnas's flames in an artifact so that Bullback could continue forging at his own pace. Layla found it amusing that Karnas had to help Dane again. A sword made of arcanium will definitely be a strong and beautiful weapon. It embodies the romantic idea of the lost kingdom of Arcana. Now that the forging is underway, it's time to head back to the academy quickly with time to spare. Off campus, the three of them enjoy a delicious lunch. A week later, the academy posted an interesting recruitment notice for monster suppression. Applicants from all departments can participate in the trials, but only the top talents will be selected. The competition is fierce, given the generous prizes. This year, the Imperial family is organizing the event. The entire academy was thrilled. Besides the rewards, everyone wants to stand out to the royal family. Excelling in an Imperial event is a shortcut to glory. Furthermore, the monster suppression operation will be supervised by the commander of the 4th Night Order, the same guy who came before with the 3rd Prince. Priscilla wasn't there when Sir Delphi and Onette tried to kill them. She also missed out on Prince Edward's gifts. She heard from a colleague from the Sacred Department that the event will be held in some ruins near the capital. Ernest's eyes lit up when he heard the word ruins. Excavation at this site was halted, and it was left neglected. A monster moved in and settled there. The entire Sacred Department must be mobilized to treat the wounded. Priscilla will have to participate. Ernest is signing up just to explore another ruin, and Layla will participate to gain experience fighting real monsters. There's nothing better than actual combat to sharpen your skills. Dane is just tagging along, so they all signed up together with the club. With them throwing their hat in the ring, this monster suppression thing is going to be fun. Dana had to warn them that it's still a dangerous mission, and the selection won't be easy either. Although Ernest is a bit weak in combat power, he'll probably pass just because of his knowledge and skill regarding ruins. Layla is a hell of a swordswoman, so she'll pass without a problem, too. Still, Dane organized special training after class. A few days later, the selection trials for the Monster Suppression Squad arrived. This annual mission is one of the Academy's key events. Almost all the students strive their hardest to catch the attention of the Imperial Knight Order and high-ranking nobles. For the professors, it's a chance to see their students' growth over the year. The commander of the Fawn informed the prince that everything was ready. Prince Edward returned to campus to lead the selection and the event. Trumpets sounded, officially starting the squad trials. Every student, eager to stand out among their peers, was excited. As expected, the trials were straightforward. It was a tournament where students had to face each other. Each department showed off its strengths in swordsmanship, spearmanship, magic, and even summoning. The competition was intense, and only the best could advance through the preliminaries. After the results were finalized, the conference room of the Imperial Annex was left with a problem. They didn't know where to place Dane Sogers. Some said he was fit for the swordsmanship division. Others protested that someone with such outstanding magical talent should be in the magic division. The supporters of the summoning division also campaigned for him. The spearmanship department also added to the chaos. Prince Edward intervened and ordered silence. Afraid of upsetting the royal, everyone immediately fell silent. They all agreed that Dane Sogers is an exceptional prospect. Even the commander of the Fawn acknowledged it. There have been students have tried out for 2 divisions, but none have passed all 4. With the best score in history, Edward was already anticipating something of this level from his benefactor. Even if he intervenes to assign Dane to a single division, the arguments will continue. So, he devised a solution. There's only one way to make good use of the young man's talents. The third prince suggested adding Dane directly to the Empire's main unit. After extensive preparations, the day came when the suppression force departed. The students who qualified were informed of a simple schedule. They will remain in the ruins for 2 days and hunt monsters nonstop. It's for safety and to assess the group's skills. Hopefully, there will be no casualties this year. Some families have forbidden participation due to past incidents. Talent means nothing if you're taken out early. With their supplies, everyone looked tense. For some, it's their first foray into real combat. However, the romantic club was relaxed. Priscilla even joked that they should be careful not to increase the healing division's workload. Besides, the groups will be moving separately, so it'll be difficult to meet up on the day of the raid. But they can't be too cautious either. The Night Order will protect the Academy students thoroughly during the operation. As the departure time drew near, Ernest and Layla grew more tense. Dane recommended they not overexert themselves or act alone. At the first sign of real danger, they should trust their instincts and run. There's no shame in fleeing. With Dane on their side, the gang felt more secure. Finally, the knights arrived and called for the students' attention. From now on, everyone must go to their assigned division in an orderly fashion. There's only one imperative rule: don't die. That's it. As discussed in the Imperial Annex Conference Room, Dane was assigned to the direct Imperial unit. He's the only student in the main force. Layla Thermion, for her scouting abilities, was assigned to the combat division. Ernest Dillon joined the reconnaissance division. As expected, Priscilla Ariel was assigned to the healing division. With everyone in their groups, the monster suppression squad set off. After a long march from the academy, they found themselves in the treacherous lands of Riwazan. At the front of the caravan, Dane curiously asked a question to the knight named Hilderon. He heard that the initial plan was to go west of Riwazan instead of entering the area. They were told they could reach the first camp by midday, but they are heading east instead of west. Vice Commander Roy Hilderon of the 4th Imperial Night Order noted Dane's observation. Since he was briefed on Dane's special assignment, he shared a piece of information that must be kept secret from the other students to avoid panic. Hilderon explained that monster movement was detected to the west on their original route, and it was confirmed that a large group of beasts was heading towards the ruins. According to the Roasan scouts, there were at least 300 monsters blocking the path. That number is no joke. Dana commented that monsters usually have strong, individualistic traits, which makes them reluctant to gather in such large groups. Gathering and moving toward a single destination is definitely an anomaly. According to Hilderon's experience, in cases like this, the ruins must be attracting the monsters. Something powerful that overrides their aversion to grouping up. That's why they took a detour to the opposite side of the planned route. Vice Commander Hilderon assured Dane that no matter how many beasts gather, they will be reduced to ashes by their great army. Still, Dane feels that something is wrong. The ruin is attracting monsters. If they don't solve this problem soon, things could get worse quickly. After a long journey to the east, the caravan arrived at the initial camp. Hilderon ordered to set up the tents and organize the camp. All preparations had to be completed before sunset. When the sun went down and the moon came out, the preparations were ready. Dane found his club, and they gathered at the top of a nearby cliff. Ernest expressed his concern. The terrain the Imperial Knights chose doesn't seem good for defense at all. Dane agreed. With so many people camping, they can't be too picky about where to set up camp. They need space. Layla looked at Dane, seeking reassurance. But he didn't know what the knight planned for the group either. Just to be safe, he suggested assigning the guard shifts carefully. He thought the squad should pay more attention to the Riwazan side. Dane and Ernest could feel the growing anxiety from that side of the canyon. Karnas was restless under Dane's uniform. The baby dragon seems very agitated. He came out of his hiding spot and flew around like an energetic cat. Karnas turned towards the western front and roared nonstop. Given his size, the roars weren't at all intimidating. The suspicions of Ernest were reinforced by Karnas's reaction. In the wild, you should never ignore dragon senses. Priscilla was determined that they should inform Sir Hilderon of the potential danger immediately. Seeing how much Karnas was trying to get their attention towards the west, Dane agreed to inform the vice commander right away. He visited Hilderon in his private tent and summarized the imminent danger as best he could. Dane suggested reinforcing the defenses and mobilizing the magic department to strengthen the barrier. If possible, he asked for a full deployment of the strongest countermeasures. Hilderon just scoffed at his idea, attributing the boy's restlessness to first-time jitters. The vice commander trusts his reconnaissance team on the slope. The reports indicated no problems. He won't cause unnecessary panic just because a student asked him to. Dana can't exactly say that his familiar dragon sensed the disturbance in the air. He'll have to make something up. He said that his group found fresh monster droppings, tracks, and fur on the western front. Hilderon continued to scratch his head in annoyance. He isn't worried about a few stray monster droppings. Besides, monsters aren't stupid. They wouldn't attack after seeing a large force camping in the clearing. And if something happens, the knights are ready to handle it. His advice for Dane is to get some rest and relax. Dane realized he was wasting his time with this fool. Still, he tried to ask for reinforcements near the slope. Finally, the vice commander lost his patience and ordered him to be quiet. He gave Dane a lecture on how, no matter how talented he is, he's still just an inexperienced student, a pup compared to his troops, the best in the Empire. He had already wasted enough time listening to a rookie's anxieties. Hilderon threw Dane out like a dog. When Dane returned to his team and told them how the talk with the vice commander went, everyone understood that this subjugation is doomed under that fool's command. Dane thinks this might be a good thing. They already warned those in charge. That gives them justification to act on their own when things get complicated. Hilderon won't be able to evade such negligence. Dane wants his group to stop the monster attack on their own. That way, they'll get all the credit. This affects the lives of knights and academy students. It's going to be a long night.